Han Li and the others followed Jinyu to a massive hall at the center of the holy city, and they all took a seat. Following instructions from Jinyu, several young female servants immediately made their way into the hall, setting down things like spirit tea and spirit fruits onto the tables. Up to this point, Jinyu was still treating Han Li like a normal guest, and there didn't seem to be any abnormal response from her. Han Li calmly took a sip of the spirit tea offered to him before giving a slight nod. What do you think of this tea, fellow Daoist Han? This is the fragrant maiden tea that can only be found in our holy city, and only several tens of kilograms are produced per year. Not only can this spirit tea only be picked at dawn, it can only be picked by beautiful virgin maidens. Otherwise, it'll be far less fragrant, Jinyu said with a smile as she also took a sip of tea. This tea is indeed quite delectable, Han Li praised. If you like it, I can gift some to you, Jinyu said with a smile before clapping her hands together, then turned to a servant standing beside her and instructed, "Go to the tea orchard and bring 5 kilograms of our finest fragrant maiden tea." "Yes, Grand Elder." The servant was rather surprised to be called upon, but she immediately gave an affirmative response before hurrying out of the hall. Han Li was also rather surprised by this gesture, but his expression remained unchanged as he cupped his fist in a grateful salute. "Thank you, fellow Daoist Jin." The other elders were quite taken aback by this as well, but none of them said anything. "Allow me to make an introduction. Everyone, this is fellow Daoist Han, the human who once saved our Tianping race during the Holy Disciple trials. I'm sure all of you have heard of him, but not all of you have seen him before," Jinyu explained to the elders who were only meeting Han Li for the first time. "What? That's him? Didn't he die in the earth abyss?" The other elders were quite stunned to hear this, with the exception of Elder Su and the other female elder who had met Han Li in the past, and they both exchanged a wry smile. "I encountered some opportunities in the earth abyss and managed to escape from the demon monarchs. After that, I returned to my own human race. You wouldn't fault me for that, would you, fellow Daoist Jin?" Han Li asked in a calm manner. "Of course not. If it weren't for your efforts several hundred years ago, there was no way that Bai Bai and Loner would have passed the trial and become holy masters of our race. Your actions saved our Tianping race, and in doing so you fulfilled our agreement, so you had earned your freedom. However, I must say that I'm truly stunned to see that you managed to become a holy race being even though you were only a deity transformation cultivator several centuries ago. I presume you had something to do with the disappearance of the 4 demon monarchs. If you don't mind, would you be able to disclose what happened between you and the demon monarchs?" Jinyu asked, and all of the other elders immediately turned to Han Li, eagerly awaiting his response. However, Han Li merely smiled and replied, "I was only made aware that the 4 demon monarchs had disappeared after I entered the territory of your flying spirit race. Speaking of which, this has something to do with my visit. I can't disclose to you what the events that took place between me and the demon monarchs, but I can promise you that there's no way they'll be able to return to the earth abyss. As for the progression in my cultivation base, this is a result of some opportunities that I encountered in the primordial world. It seems that you've also made significant strides in your cultivation base, isn't that right, fellow Daoist Jin?" Han Li's blatant refusal to answer Jinyu's question made her rather displeased, and a cold look flashed through her eyes as her expression fell slightly. "If you're unwilling to disclose the information, then I naturally won't force you to do so. However, there must be a reason why you suddenly appeared outside our holy city in your Kunping form. Have you returned to intimidate our Tianping race now that you've reached the holy race?" Seeing as Jinyu had cast aside her pretenses of geniality, the other elders also turned to Han Li with cold, unfriendly looks in their eyes. As opposed to being alarmed by this situation, Han Li smiled and asked, "What did you think of my Kunping transformation, fellow Daoist Jin?" A peculiar look flashed through Jinyu's eyes upon hearing this, but she harumphed coldly, "Humph, it is indeed quite impressive that a foreign being like you was able to refine Kunping true blood to such an extent. Do you really think it's that simple, fellow Daoist Jin?" Han Li chuckled in a mysterious manner. "What are you trying to say, fellow Daoist Han?" "I don't enjoy playing guessing games," Jinyu asked in a cold voice as her eyes narrowed slightly. In contrast, Elder Su and the other elders were rather perplexed by this exchange. A hint of a smile appeared on Han Li's face, and as opposed to offering a reply, he flipped a hand over to summon a white jade slip, then tossed it over to Jinyu with a flick of his wrist. "What's the meaning of this, fellow Daoist Han?" Jin Yu asked as she reflexively caught the jade slip. Rest assured, fellow Daoist Jin, I think it would be in your best interest to inspect the contents of the jade slip before we continue in our discussion, Han Li replied calmly. Jin Yu was still rather skeptical, but after hesitating a while longer she still adhered the jade slip to her forehead before injecting a wisp of spiritual sense into it. Moments later she exclaimed, "This is..." Her reaction naturally created a stir among the Tianping race elders, but she was too ecstatic to pay them any heed and was completely absorbed by the contents of the jade slip. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and he took another sip of tea in a relaxed manner. Thus, a peculiar atmosphere settled over the entire hall as time slowly passed by, and only after a long while did Jin Yu finally remove the jade slip from her forehead as she heaved a long sigh. She then turned to Han Li with an extremely complex expression and asked, "Where did you get this cultivation art from? Don't tell me that you created it. This cultivation art is extremely profound, but it's clearly designed for us Tianping beings." As expected, you managed to identify the crux of the matter right away. However, the identity of the person who invented this cultivation art isn't important. What's important is the value that this cultivation art will bring to your race, Han Li replied with a smile, seemingly having already predicted Jin Yu's question. This is clearly only half of the cultivation art. I presume you're not just showing it to me for the sake of it. Tell me why you've come to visit our Tianping race. Jin Yu interrogated in a threatening manner as an extremely terrifying burst of spiritual pressure erupted from her body. I'd be more than happy to answer your question, but this is quite an important matter, so I wish to speak to you in private. Han Li chuckled before adopting a serious expression as he turned to the other Tianping race elders present. All right, we'll do as you say. Elders, please vacate the hall. You can come in after fellow Daoist Han and I conclude our discussion. Jin Yu instructed without any hesitation, and it was quite clear that she held the cultivation art in the jade slip in extremely high regard. All right, we'll be taking our leave then. The Tianping race elders were quite reluctant to leave, but they didn't dare to oppose Jin Yu, so they could only vacate the hall. Moments later, Han Li and Jin Yu were the only ones left in the hall. Let's continue our discussion, fellow Daoist Han, Jin Yu prompted as her expression eased slightly. However, as opposed to immediately offering a response, Han Li swept a sleeve through the air to summon a dozen or so small five-colored flags. The flags then transformed into streaks of light of different colors and vanished into the surrounding space. In the next instant, a five-colored light barrier appeared around Han Li and Jin Yu. Jin Yu was slightly alarmed by this, but she quickly identified this light barrier to be nothing more than a simple sound isolation restriction. Even so, she was still rather displeased. Are you concerned that someone would eavesdrop on us even though I'm here with you? Please forgive me, fellow Daoist Jin, but this is a very important matter, so I have to take all of the necessary precautions, Han Li replied in a serious manner. All right, but before we continue, there's something I have to verify. Do you have the other half of the cultivation art as well? Jin Yu asked as she raised the jade slip in her hand. Rest assured, fellow Daoist Jin, I wouldn't be proposing an exchange if I didn't have the other half, Han Li replied without any hesitation. Jin Yu's expression eased significantly as she heaved a sigh of relief. Good. Now then, what kind of exchange would you like to propose? On this occasion, Han Li didn't stall any longer and cut straight to the chase. I want to enter the earth abyss, so I'll need you to arrange that. This special refinement method of the Kun Ping True Blood is what I'm offering in return. IG. Okay, so after doing some edits to this chapter, one felt it reasonable to leave a note here about the names Kun Ping and Tianping. You probably know that the Kun Ping is the mythological beast that can take the form of a bird or a fish. The first part of its name, Kun, refers to its fish form, and Ping refers to its bird form. I spoke about this with Zhou Xian a while back, and he explained that the term Tianping translates directly into Heavenly Ping, because their race focuses only on its bird form. I thought about it for a bit, wondering if every instance of Kun should be changed to Tian, since Han Li only ever utilizes the bird form just like the Tianping race, but decided in the end that Tianping should just be used for the name of the race, and every other reference to their true spirit should be Kun Ping. This chapter originally kept on calling the transformation and the true spirit blood by the name Tianping, reminding me of this again. I'm sure there are older chapters that switch terms around, potentially leading to some confusion, so I hope this clears it up a bit. You want to enter the Earth Abyss? Jinyu was quite taken aback to hear this. Will that be difficult to arrange? Hasn't the flying spirit race already conquered the Earth Abyss? It should be a simple task for you to take me there, Hanli said in a calm manner. Jinyu stroked the jade slip with her finger momentarily before replying with a wry smile. If you had come 100 years earlier, then it would indeed have been a simple matter to take you into the Earth Abyss. But now things are not so simple. Why is that? Hanli asked. After a brief hesitation, Jinyu explained. Around 100 years ago, someone stumbled upon an extremely obscure mine of precious ore on the deepest level of the Earth Abyss. Not only is this mine extremely important to our flying spirit race, it contains an astonishing amount of ore. In order to prevent the mine from being exploited in secret, the entire Earth Abyss is in a state of semi-lockdown. In particular, the deepest level where the mine was found is inaccessible even to the elders of all of the races unless special permission is given. Han Li's expression eased slightly upon hearing this and he smiled as he replied, "The deepest level? When did I say that I wanted to go there? I only need to go to the third level of the Earth Abyss. In that case, this certainly isn't completely non-negotiable, but if you want me to agree to this exchange, you have to disclose to me the true reason why you want to enter the Earth Abyss. After all, the Earth Abyss is now an extremely important part of the flying spirit race's territory, and it could contain many hidden secrets yet to be discovered. You can't just expect me to blindly take an outsider into such an important place. The cultivation art you're offering is indeed extremely important to our Tianping race, but I still can't do something so irrational," Jinyu said in a serious manner. A contemplative look appeared on Han Li's face upon hearing this, but moments later he heaved a faint sigh and replied, "I know what you're worried about, but rest assured, I only want to enter the third level of the Earth Abyss as I have an agreement with the senior, which necessitates a trip to the third level. Once there, he'll be able to guide me into a separate space. This has nothing to do with the flying spirit race, so there's no conflict of interest whatsoever. That is the extent of what I'm willing to reveal." A thought occurred to Jinyu upon hearing this and her expression changed drastically. A separate space? You're already at the mid-holy race. Could it be that the senior you're referring to is? Okay, so it seems that after reaching the holy race, everything is split up into early, mid, and late again, rather than 9 tiers like the upper race. That's right, but please do keep this information to yourself. This senior has some ties with our human race, and it was thanks to him that I was able to escape from the demon monarchs during my last venture into the Earth Abyss. I was asked by this senior to return to meet him again, so if I'm unable to do so, perhaps he won't take very kindly to your race," Han Li said in a meaningful voice. "Are you threatening me?" Jin Yu's expression immediately darkened. "Definitely not. However, this senior has been residing in the Earth Abyss for countless years, and my trip to visit him is quite important to him as well. I'm sure you wouldn't want to make such a powerful enemy for your flying spirit race for no reason, right?" Han Li said with a hint of a smile. How do I know if you're telling the truth?" Jinyu harumphed coldly. "That's simple. You can take me to the third level of the Earth Abyss in person, then witness the process through which I depart. I'm sure that should erase all of your doubts and suspicions. If you feel like something is amiss, you can just prevent me from making my departure. I'm sure that would be a simple task for a late holy race being like you. Of course, if you're still feeling hesitant, then I have no objections if you bring along more people with you," Han Li replied. "This is indeed a good plan, but I'm still not convinced. Even several centuries ago, you were already far more powerful than your cultivation base suggested. Now that you've reached the mid-holy race, I'm not confident in my ability to keep you in check," Jinyu said in a wary manner. "Aren't you being a little too naive, fellow Daoist Jin? The cultivation art I'm giving you can enhance the power of your race's Kunping transformation by close to 50%. With this cultivation art, your Tianping race could become one of the most powerful branches of the flying spirit race in the next 10,000 years, yet you don't want to incur any risk at all for such an incredible opportunity?" Han Li said in a slightly mocking manner. Jin Yu's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and a cold light flashed through her eyes. "I'd advise you not to try anything silly, fellow Daoist Jin. You should be well aware that I only dared to come here alone as I'm confident in my ability to ensure my own safety. On top of that, I haven't recorded the second half of the cultivation art into a jade slip, and it exists only in my spiritual sense. If you try to obtain it through any other methods, I can destroy it in an instant and you can try to keep me here, but I'm not sure you have the means to do so." Han Li chuckled as he narrowed his eyes slightly. After considering the situation for a long while, Jin Yu finally sighed and conceded, "I wouldn't do that, fellow Daoist Han. You once did our race a great service, so I certainly wouldn't repay kindness with ingratitude. In that case, I'll find a way to take you to the 3rd level of the Earth Abyss. However, you'll have to wait for some time for us to prepare everything, so why don't you stay in our holy city during that time?" "You've made a wise decision, fellow Daoist Jin, but I still have some other matters to attend to, so I won't be staying in your holy city. I'll return in half a month. I'm sure that'll be enough time for you to prepare everything," Han Li said with a smile as he rose to his feet. It was quite clear that he didn't trust the Tianping race enough to stay in the holy city, and Jin Yu could only offer a wry smile. "In that case, I look forward to our meeting in half a month's time. Before you leave." Jin Yu suddenly turned toward the entrance of the hall and transmitted her voice outside. "Bring me the spirit tea that I asked for." Moments later, a servant hurriedly made her way into the hall before handing a yellow leather pouch over to Han Li. "Thank you for the gift." Han Li swept a sleeve over the leather pouch to accept it, then cupped his fist in a farewell salute toward Jin Yu before departing. Not long after that, a streak of azure light shot forth from the holy city, then vanished into the distance after just a few flashes. A while later, Han Li descended onto a nondescript mountain hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from the holy city. He then quickly erected a secret chamber under the mountain before setting up a profound concealment formation at the entrance. After making his way into the secret chamber, he took a seat on the ground with his legs crossed and thought back to what he had said and done during his visit to the holy city, assessing whether he had made any errors. After a long while, he heaved a faint sigh and the contemplative look in his eyes faded. On this occasion, he had intentionally revealed his Kun Ping transformation to attract the attention of the Tianping race. With his current level of mastery of the 12 awakening transformations, his Kun Ping transformation was naturally extremely powerful, far more so than the innate transformation that Tianping beings possessed. However, only Jin Yu could identify the specific disparities between the two transformations, which was why she had been so astonished at the sight of Han Li. Of course, Han Li only dared to do something like this as he was confident he would be able to protect himself, even if all of the Tianping race elders were to turn on him. He still couldn't defeat all of them at once, but no one could stop him if he were to escape. This was something that Jin Yu was naturally also well aware of. That, in conjunction with the vastly improved Kun Ping transformation that Han Li had displayed, was why she had acted so politely toward him in the beginning. As for the cultivation art that he had offered as part of the exchange, that was something that he had created after taking into account his knowledge of both the 12 awakening transformations and the Gu family's spirit blood refinement method. The cultivation art would indeed be extraordinarily effective to Tianping beings, which was why Jin Yu had been so interested. Now that he had made this agreement with Jin Yu, he should be able to access the Earth Abyss with no issues. Even though the Tianping race was one of the weaker branches of the flying spirit race, Jin Yu was still a late holy race being, so this really shouldn't be too difficult for her to arrange. Without her help, it would definitely be far more difficult for him to infiltrate the Earth Abyss. However, he still had to constantly be on his guard when he went back to meet Jin Yu again in case she did something hot-headed. Of course, after he had hinted at the fact that this matter was related to a Grand Ascension stage being, the possibility of that happening was naturally far smaller. With that in mind, Han Li set aside that train of thought and closed his eyes to enter a meditative state. Meanwhile, the elders of the Tianping race had just departed from a large hall in the holy city following a discussion with Jin Yu. Thus, Jin Yu was left by herself on the main seat within the hall, and she seemed to be pondering something with a contemplative look on her face. Half a month flew by in a flash, and on this day several streaks of light flew away from the holy city, traveling deeper into flying spirit race territory. Among these streaks of light was Han Li in his usual azure robes, the white-robed Jin Yu, and a young woman with arcs of lightning flashing around her body. The woman had a pair of large bright eyes, and she was none other than one of the Tianping race's two holy masters, Lei Lan. "Fellow Daoist Han, I'll be sending the Holy Master into one of the Earth Abyss's secret areas to cultivate her glacial baleful secret technique, and you'll pose as her guard. Under normal circumstances there shouldn't be issues, but you still have to be careful when undergoing checks. After all, the innate abilities that some of our high-grade flying spirit beings are extremely unpredictable. If the guards on duty are adept in detection secret techniques, then there could be some trouble, Jinyu said in a serious manner. Rest assured, fellow Daoist, I have some confidence in my own concealment techniques. As long as I don't encounter any of your race's Grand Ascension stage seniors, there shouldn't be any issues, Han Li said in a confident manner, and his confidence certainly wasn't baseless. He possessed the Tianping true blood within his body, and his thunderstorm wings had also been cultivated to the point where it was virtually a part of his body, so he would naturally have no trouble posing as a guard from the Tianping race. I'm glad you're so confident, fellow Daoist. Holy Master Lan will be counting on you, Jinyu replied with a nod before turning to the silver-robed woman beside her. Rest assured, Grand Elder, I really do have a type of secret technique that requires glacial baleful qi to cultivate, and I visited the Earth Abyss for this very same reason several decades ago, so the guard definitely won't suspect anything, the silver-robed woman replied in a respectful manner before her gaze strayed involuntarily toward Han Li again, and there was clearly a hint of astonishment in her eyes. Even though she had already been made aware prior to setting off that Han Li had become a mid-holy race being, she was still extremely stunned to see this for herself. Back when they were undertaking the Earth Abyss trials together, she could already tell that Han Li was far more powerful than his cultivation base suggested, but it was downright absurd that he had managed to progress to the mid-holy race after just several centuries. However, as the Holy Maiden, it would be unbefitting of her to let her astonishment get the better of herself, so she merely extended a respectful salute of gratitude toward Han Li for assisting her and Bai during the Earth Abyss trials, and repressed her curiosity thereafter. As for Bai himself, he was apparently cultivating some kind of secret technique in seclusion, so he was unable to meet Han Li. A faint smile appeared on Jinyu's face in response to Lei Lan's reassuring words, and she nodded before falling silent again. Thus, the three of them continued in their journey and quickly left the holy city behind. Several months later, Han Li's trio finally arrived at the giant city guarding the Earth Abyss, and from a distance, they could see a row of armored figures standing atop the city wall. Jinyu's eyes narrowed slightly, and she led Han Li and Lei Lan on a descent before flying toward a certain city gate. There were a dozen or so Earth Abyss guards with wings of different colors situated at the Azure City Gate, and they were appraising Han Li's trio with wary looks on their faces. The three of them landed in front of the guards, and at this point Han Li had already altered his own appearance. At the same time, he had restricted his own magic power to only around the spatial tempering stage. The leader of this group of guards was a mid-spatial tempering stage being, and he extended a salute toward Jinyu before asking, "Are you from the Tianping race, senior? May I ask why you've come here? It isn't time to change the guards yet." He was unable to glean Jinyu's exact cultivation base, but he knew that she was definitely a holy race being. As for Han Li and Lei Lan, they seemed to have been unconsciously ignored by him. It was no wonder that he held such an attitude. The guards here had been constantly fighting Earth Abyss demons for many years, so their powers far outstripped their peers of the same cultivation base. As such, they had all developed a hint of arrogance toward beings from other branches of the flying spirit race. Jinyu remained unbothered by this and merely smiled as she raised a hand, upon which a blue jade badge shot forth out of her sleeve before landing in the guard's hand. The guard was rather perplexed by this, but upon inspecting the jade badge, his expression immediately changed as he returned the badge respectful with both hands, then said, "Forgive me for my rudeness, Senior Jin, I didn't recognize you as the Grand Elder the Tianping race. According to the agreement signed by all the races, the Grand Elders have the right to access the Earth Abyss at any time, so I'm sure you'll have no issues granting me passage, right?" Jinyu said as she took the jade badge back from the guard. "Of course," the guard immediately replied before waving a hand, upon which all of the guards stepped away to the side, opening up a passageway for Han Li's trio. Jinyu merely nodded upon seeing this before leading Han Li and Lei Lan in through the city gate. On the other side of the city gate, Han Li was greeted by the sight of a series of cylindrical pavilions that were each around 300 to 400 feet tall. They were situated in dense clusters and spread over most of the city. However, there were very few people inside the city. Only a few groups of guards that were patrolling the entire city at low altitudes. "Let's go, there's no reason to delay here." Jin Yu transmitted her voice to Han Li and Lei Lan before rising up into the air and flying toward the city wall on the other side. Han Li and Lei Lan naturally followed along behind her. 2 hours later they arrived in front of another massive azure wall, and on one face of the wall, there was a giant shimmering silver formation that had been carved onto its surface. In front of the formation was another group of guards wearing suits of armor of different colors. However, what was rather strange was aside from these guards, there was also an azure-armored middle-aged man seated atop a futon with his eyes tightly shut. Han Li's heart immediately stirred at the sight of this man, and Jin Yu's pupils also abruptly contracted. This man was none other than the general of the guards of this place, Jin Feng. Han Li had met him once in the past and he knew that this man was a being at the pinnacle of the holy race. It appeared that he was guarding the entrance to the earth abyss in person. Jin Yu was slightly flustered by this unexpected occurrence, but her expression remained calm as she smiled and said, "I'm quite surprised to see you here, General Jin. It's been several centuries since we last met. How have you been?" The azure-armored slowly opened his eyes upon hearing Jin Yu's words before replying, "Ah, long time no see, Fairy Jin. Why have you come here rather than staying in the Tianping race to cultivate?" "I should be asking you that. Since when did the entrance to the earth abyss require General Jin to guard?" Jin Yu asked with a smile. "Under normal circumstances I naturally wouldn't be tasked with this duty, but a major event recently took place, so I had no choice but to take on this role," Jin Feng replied in a calm manner. "Major event?" Jin Yu was rather taken aback to hear this. "Around a month ago I received news that someone had robbed the warehouse on the deepest level of the earth abyss and plundered all of the precious or weed mine during the past few years. In the process he also killed and wounded many of the guards and he's quite a powerful being. I've already sent a large number of guards into the earth abyss to investigate. This is the only entrance and exit to the earth abyss, and normal guards wouldn't be able to stop that man if he were to try and escape, so I had to take on this role," Jin Feng explained with a smile. "I see. If I recall correctly, isn't Elder Qin situated on the deepest level of the earth abyss? Was the thief able to overpower even Elder Qin?" Jin Yu asked in an incredulous voice. The thief was very cunning and struck right when Elder Qin left the mine for half a day as he had some other matters to attend to. By the time he received news of what had happened, the thief had already fled the scene. "Now then, can you tell me why you've come here, Fairy Jin? Grand Elders do indeed have the right to access the earth abyss at will, but you have to have a legitimate reason," Jin Feng said as a serious look appeared on his face. "Holy Master Lei Lan of our race needs to draw upon glacial baleful qi to cultivate, so she has to enter the earth abyss," Jin Yu explained with a smile as she pointed to Lei Lan. Lei Lan immediately stepped forward in an obedient manner before extending a respectful curtsy toward Jin Feng. Lei Lan pays her respects to Senior Jin. "Ah yes, I've heard from my subordinates that there is indeed a precedent of Holy Master Lei entering the earth abyss for this purpose. In that case you'll naturally be granted passage. On top of that, with Fairy Jin in accompaniment, I'm sure your safety won't be an issue even with the current ongoing situation in the earth abyss. However, who is that man and why does he need to accompany you?" Jin Feng asked with furrowed brows as he turned his gaze to Han Li. "This is a junior of mine and he possesses outstanding aptitude as well. He's currently acting as Holy Master Lei Lan's personal guard, so he'll be accompanying us into the earth abyss," Jin Yu replied in a calm manner. "If Holy Master Lei already has you to accompany her, why would she still need a guard? I don't think there's any need for him to enter the abyss. With the current situation, it's best to have as few people enter the earth abyss as possible," Jin Feng said as he inspected Han Li through narrowed eyes. Lei Lan and Han Li's expressions both changed slightly upon hearing this, but Jin Yu wasn't panicked in the slightest as she shook her head and insisted, "I'm afraid that won't do. Junior Han may only be a guard, but he shares a very close bond with Holy Master Lei Lan, and he'll be very important for her cultivation, so he must accompany us into the earth abyss. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken him all the way here." "What do you mean by that, Fairy Jin? How could a guard like him be connected with Holy Master Lei's cultivation?" Jin Feng asked with a hint of disbelief in his voice. Jin Yu merely smiled before transmitting her voice directly to Jin Feng, and initially Jin Feng was rather perplexed, but an enlightened look quickly appeared on his face, followed by a meaningful smile. "I see. In that case it's not in my place to say anything. All three of you will be granted passage, Jin Feng said as he cast his gaze toward Han Li and Lei Lon with a peculiar look in his eyes. Han Li and Lei Lon didn't show it, but they were quite confused by this situation. However, seeing as they had been granted passage, the two of them naturally immediately expressed their gratitude toward Jin Feng. Thus, Jin Feng waved a hand, and some of the guards immediately stepped forward before purple wooden badges appeared in their hands amid flashes of spiritual light. The wooden badges glowed bright, and two purple pillars of light shot forth before vanishing into the center of the formation on the wall in a flash. A buzzing sound immediately rang out from the silver formation, following which a giant silver gate appeared on that section of the city wall. The gate was several hundred feet tall and gave off a very cold light, looking as if it had been constructed entirely from metal. Jin Feng then began to chant something before sweeping a sleeve toward the gate, and a burst of azure light erupted forth. As a result, the gate was slowly opened. "Thank you for your efforts, fellow Daoist," Jin Yu said with a smile. She then led Han Li and Lei Lon through the giant gate as three streaks of light, quickly vanishing into the world beyond the gate. Jin Feng stood in front of the giant gate and looked on as they disappeared from view. He had a contemplative look on his face, as if there were a nagging concern in his heart. "Perhaps I'm just being too paranoid. I did sense something slightly off about that guard, but there shouldn't be any issues. Jin Yu is the Grand Elder of the Tianping race, so she wouldn't do anything detrimental to the Flying Spirit race," Jin Feng murmured to himself before issuing an instruction to have the gate closed again. After that, he sat down at his original spot again before closing his eyes. On the other side, Han Li's trio was situated beneath a massive sea of mist, flying toward the entrance to the Earth Abyss. Back when Han Li had been a deity transformation cultivator, flying through these winds had been a slightly difficult task. However, now that he was at the mid-body integration stage, they naturally posed no impediment to him at all. Even when he encountered those black glacial winds at the end, they were all easily repelled as a layer of azure light flashed from his body. As for Lei Lon, she was being protected by Jin Yu, so her safety was naturally ensured. Not long after that, they were greeted by the sight of the Earth Abyss entrance, which resembled a gigantic funnel. Han Li looked down at the giant funnel through narrowed eyes before descending toward it without any hesitation. Jin Yu and Lei Lon exchanged a glance before also doing the same. After entering the Earth Abyss, Han Li was immediately buffeted by fierce winds from all directions, and everything was quite similar to when he had last entered the place. Around 10 minutes later, he suddenly stopped in his descent, and at this point he had finally entered the first level of the Earth Abyss. However, as he inspected his surroundings, his brows immediately furrowed slightly. He was situated in the air above a murky gray swamp. There was a faint layer of green mist over the swamp, and it was giving off a faint odor of decaying plant matter. It was quite clear that this wasn't the same place he had entered through last time. Han Li turned to Jin Yu and asked, "Fellow Daoist Jin, do you know where this place is and whether it's close to the entrance to the second level?" "According to the map, this place is around half a day of travel away from the entrance to the second level. I suggest you take some precautions, fellow Daoist. The poison from the swamp down below poses no threat to us, but there are special flowers that grow exclusively here, and they are home to swarms of poisonous hornets that are quite troublesome," Jin Yu replied as she looked down at the swamp below. Now that the entire Earth Abyss had been conquered by the Flying Spirit race, the map had become far clearer and more detailed than before, so Jin Yu was able to identify this place right away. "Hornets, eh?" Han Li merely smiled upon hearing this. Thus, after a brief discussion to determine the direction they should be progressing toward, they continued on their journey. Half a day later, Han Li's trio appeared in the air above a certain mountain range. After flying for close to 2 more hours, they arrived near a strange mountain at the center of the mountain range. This mountain was rather strange as the entire mountain was split into 2 halfway up, making it resemble a massive character. The entire mountain was of a bare and barren gray color, and according to the map, this was where the entrance to the second level was situated. Thus far, their journey had been very smooth. They did encounter some hornets over the swamp, but Han Li took care of them with ease with his swords, and after that they barely encountered any further obstacles, so they almost weren't delayed at all. It seemed that most of the low-grade demons on the first level had been wiped out. That made sense considering how those low-grade demons didn't have much value, so there was naturally no need for the flying spirit race to keep them around. Just as they were about to fly under the mountain, Han Li's expression suddenly changed momentarily before immediately returning to normal. In contrast, Jin Yu suddenly stopped right in front of the mountain and yelled with a dark expression, "Who's there? Show yourself." The space near the entrance of the mountain suddenly twisted and warped, following which a winged humanoid figure appeared out of thin air before extending a respectful bow toward Jin Yu. Mingzhen pays his respects to Grand Elder Jin and Holy Master Lei. This was a late spatial tempering stage man from the Tianping race, and he wore a suit of blue armor. The same scenes unfolded nearby as 5 more humanoid figures emerged one after another. However, these people merely extended salutes toward Jin Yu, but didn't say anything. Everyone in this group was at the spatial tempering stage. Jin Yu could sense astonishing baleful auras emanating from their bodies, and she said, "Greetings, Junior Mingzhen. If you're here, then that must mean they're all members of the law enforcement squad as well. Could it be that you're hiding here to ambush the person who robbed the mine warehouse? So you've already heard about what's happened. Indeed, we were ordered to guard this entrance, Grand Elder. Why have you and Holy Master Lei come here?" The male Tianping being asked in a slightly hesitant manner. "I heard about what happened from General Jin. As for why I'm here with Holy Master Lei Lan, that's because we have some important matters to attend to here in the Earth Abyss. We won't be staying here for too long," Jin Yu explained without going into any detail. "I see. In that case, I won't delay you any longer. If you encounter that thief on the lower levels, please detain him. The entire second level is being guarded by the law enforcement squad, so he should still be hiding on one of the lower levels," the male Tianping being said in a respectful manner. I'll be sure to step in if I encounter anyone suspicious. Make sure to guard this place well. I'll be leaving with Holy Master Lei Lan now." Jin Yu nodded before immediately continuing on toward the mountain, and soon Han Li's trio had vanished under the mountain. After Han Li's trio had departed, a gray-winged flying spirit being turned to Mingzhen and said, "Is that the Grand Elder of your race, Brother Mingzhen? She really is unfathomably powerful as the rumors suggest. With the presence of this Grand Elder Jin, your Tianping race won't have to worry about its survival for at least the next few tens of thousands of years. Come to think of it, who was that other man? He seems to have a similar cultivation base to ours, but I don't think I've ever seen him before." Grand Elder Jin is naturally an extremely important figure in our race, but the main reason behind why none of the other races have targeted our Tianping race is due to the existence of our 2 holy masters. As for the man who was accompanying them, I haven't seen him before either. However, that's not anything to be surprised about. Our Tianping race has always been one of the weaker branches of the flying spirit race, but our population still numbers in the hundreds of millions. Are you just going to be suspicious toward every single unfamiliar face you see?" Mingzhen replied with a slightly dark expression, clearly not impressed by the suspicions raised by the gray-winged being. I was only asking out of curiosity, Brother Zhen. I naturally have full trust in the Grand Elder and Holy Master of your race," the gray-winged man replied in a slightly sheepish manner. "All right, this is not the place to be having a chat. Don't forget that we're still on a mission. Hide yourselves right away," a woman with a pair of pristine white horns on her head and a pair of purple wings on her back suddenly said. Thus, the conversation was abruptly abandoned and everyone hurriedly nodded in response, seemingly quite wary of this woman. All 6 of the Tianping beings present made their own hand seals, and they all vanished into thin air again. Meanwhile, Han Li's trio was situated within a cloud of black mist, and they were flying in a downward direction. Looks like the warehouse robber really is quite powerful. Even an entrance like this one is being guarded by 6 great spirit generals. It seems that the thief is either a holy race being or possesses powers on that level, Jin Yu said as she flew, and there was a hint of mockery in her voice. "Oh. It sounds like you're not overly concerned about this mine," Han Li remarked. "Why should I care about it? The mine is supposedly there to benefit all of the branches in the flying spirit race, but in reality most of the ore mined from it are taken by the handful of the most powerful branches. Our Tianping race barely gets anything," Jin Yu chuckled coldly in response. "I see. It looks like even though your Tianping race managed to avoid being wiped out, your situation still isn't a very optimistic one," Han Li said in a contemplative manner. "If not for this, I wouldn't have agreed to this deal in exchange for that cultivation art. With that cultivation art up our sleeve, the Tianping race will definitely become a force to be reckoned with again in just a few tens of thousands of years. Speaking of which, you'd best make sure that there are no issues with that second half of the cultivation art, fellow Daoist Han, Jin Yu said in a meaningful voice. Rest assured, fellow Daoist Jin. Once we reach the agreed location, I'll issue the second half of the cultivation art to you right away for examination. If there are any issues, I'll take full accountability, Han Li replied with a smile. Good. Jin Yu gave a clipped response before falling silent. Moments later, the black mist began to thin out, and they finally arrived on the second level of the Earth Abyss. The second level was naturally far more perilous than the first one, but it still posed no threat to Han Li and the others. After checking the map to verify their location, they traveled west for 3 days and 3 nights in succession. Along the way, they slew some mid-grade demons and encountered several groups of law-enforcing cultivators. Even the weakest of these cultivators were at the deity transformation stage, and there were even some holy race beings among them. Jin Yu was the grand elder of the Tianping race, so these law-enforcing cultivators naturally granted her passage without much interrogation. However, Jin Yu was gradually becoming more and more unsettled by this. It was very strange that they had deployed so many people just to hunt down a single thief. Could it be that there were some hidden details involved in this matter? Jin Yu had been the grand elder of the Tianping race for many years, so she was naturally far more intelligent and sensitive than the average being. However, despite her growing suspicions, she made no outward displays of her emotions. Thus, the 3 of them found the entrance to the 3rd level quite easily, hidden beneath an underground river. After drifting with the flow of the water for several hours, Han Li's trio arrived on the 3rd level of the Earth Abyss. 3 days later, Han Li's trio was flying over a set of barren plains that was littered with rocks, when all of a sudden, they felt a disturbance in the world's origin chi in the distance. Immediately thereafter, a streak of silver light appeared in the distant sky, followed by a resounding boom that made the entire earth tremor violently. Han Li and Jin Yu's expressions both changed drastically as they exchanged a glance with one another. It seems like there are people fighting over there, fellow Daoist Jin. Should we go and have a look? Han Li asked after a brief hesitation. If there are any law enforcement squad members nearby, it would be apparent to them that we're hiding something if we don't go and investigate such a massive commotion, Jin Yu said. In that case, let's go and have a look. Han Li didn't want to have to take any detours, but he knew that Jin Yu was right, so he agreed with a quick nod. Lei Lan naturally had no objections either, so the 3 of them changed directions and flew toward the place where the silver lightning had just flashed from. After flying for close to 10,000 kilometers, they finally stopped and looked down at the carnage below with different expressions on their faces. A massive crater with a radius of several hundred feet had appeared on the ground below, and everything around the crater was completely charred black. There was a faint odor of scorched earth wafting through the air, and it seemed that this was the result of a lightning strike. All of a sudden, Han Li raised a hand before making a grabbing motion toward a certain spot on the edge of the giant crater. An item immediately flew out from under some rubble before landing in his grasp. He inspected the item to find that it was a damaged blue dagger. Even though there were cracks running all over its surface, it was still shimmering with spiritual light, indicating that it was quite a powerful treasure. Looks like everyone was reduced to dust by that bolt of lightning, and even their bonded treasures didn't manage to survive. It's quite incredible that just a single bolt of lightning was able to kill a group of deity transformation and spatial tempering cultivators. What are your thoughts, fellow Daoist Han? Jin Yu suddenly asked. Even from thousands of kilometers away, we could sense how ferocious this bolt of lightning was, so it's quite clear that the perpetrator is most likely extremely adept in lightning abilities. On top of that, I can sense a faint baleful aura from this dagger which still hasn't dissipated even following the death of its owner, so the victims should be members of the law enforcement squad, Han Li replied in an assured manner as he tossed the dagger aside. Jin Yu waved a hand through the air and several other damaged treasures flew out from under piles of rubble. After inspecting the treasures, she nodded in agreement. Indeed, I can sense the auras of 3 people who recently passed away here, and they were most likely killed by the mine warehouse thief. So that man is powerful enough to kill 3 law enforcement squad members at once? Lei Lan was quite alarmed to hear this. That's not all that remarkable. If he didn't have at least this much power, he wouldn't dare to do something so brazen. No one else has arrived on the scene aside from us, so it seems that there aren't any other members of the law enforcement squad nearby. However, the squad members have all cultivated a sensory secret technique. Someone will definitely be arriving soon. Let's get out of here before that, Jinyu said. Indeed, there are only several days of travel left until we reach our destination. The sooner we get there, the sooner we'll be able to breathe a sigh of relief, Hanli agreed. Lei Lan also nodded in a contemplative manner. Thus, the three of them rose up into the air and continued onward as streaks of light. Only after over half a day had passed did a dozen or so streaks of light arrive at the giant crater. At this point, Han Li's trio was already millions of kilometers away. 7 days later, Han Li was situated over a black undulating mountain range with a white disk in his hand. There were several tens of small azure swords flying around him, and they were shredding hordes of oncoming giant crow-like demon beasts, sending their blood cascading down from above. Standing beside Han Li was Jinyu, and she was holding a golden mirror, which was expelling bolts of golden lightning that were shredding the nearby demon beasts into pieces. As for Lei Lan, she was making a hand seal with a solemn look on her face, conjuring up a small net of silver lightning that had completely enveloped her entire body. Occasionally, a demonic bird would crash into the lightning net, only to be instantly reduced to dust amid a loud thunderclap. After flying onward for another hour, the black demonic birds finally began to thin out, and in the end, they dispersed and flew away after a few shrill cries. Han Li's trio naturally withdrew their treasures and abilities upon seeing this before continuing on their journey. For the rest of the journey, Han Li would occasionally glance down at the disc in his hand, which was clearly guiding him toward the correct location. All of a sudden, a buzzing sound rang out from the disc, and white light began to swirl around it as it activated on its own. "This is the place," Han Li said in an ecstatic manner as he hurriedly stopped on the spot. Jinyu and Lei Lan also stopped beside him. "Is this really the right place? The surrounding space is very stable and there doesn't seem to be any spatial nodes here," Jinyu said as she looked around with her brows furrowed in skepticism. "Rest assured, fellow Daoist Jin, that senior gave me these coordinates so they can't be wrong," Han Li replied with a smile. "All right, I'll trust your judgment then, fellow Daoist Han. Seeing as I brought you here as promised, isn't it time you gave me the second half of the cultivation art?" Jinyu asked with a serious look on her face. "Rest assured, fellow Daoist Jin, I wouldn't go back on my word. Here is the second half of the cultivation art," Han Li said with a smile as he turned a hand over to reveal a yellow jade slip, which he tossed to Jinyu with a flick of his wrist. Jinyu's eyes immediately lit up as she caught the jade slip, then immediately pressed it against her own forehead. Han Li then swept a sleeve through the air, and 5 colored formation flags flew out from within before revolving around him. The formation flags then transformed into 5 colored pillars of light that erupted into the heavens. He then made a hand seal before casting a dozen or so incantation seals in succession, all of which vanished into the pillars of light in a flash. Immediately thereafter, a 5-colored light formation appeared at the center of the pillars of light, and it was glowing with bright and piercing spiritual light. Han Li then began to chant something as one top-grade spirit stone after another flew out of his sleeve. Soon, over 100 such spirit stones had been released, and they all disappeared into the light formation. Immediately thereafter, he tossed the disc in his hand forward, and it hovered in front of him as he flicked his fingers toward it in quick succession, seemingly working to activate it. Lei Lan observed everything in silence, and as bright light began to glow from the disc, she couldn't help but turn to Jinyu with a hint of concern in her eyes. Jinyu's eyes were still closed at this point, but there was clearly an elated expression on her face, so it seemed that the second half of the cultivation art was authentic. Lei Lan naturally heaved a faint sigh of relief upon seeing this. All of a sudden, Han Li let loose a low cry before pointing a finger at the disc. At this point, it had transformed into a ball of white light, and it slowly hovered toward the center of the 5-colored light formation, then fused as one with the formation amid a dull thump. At this moment, Han Li stopped what he was doing and turned to Jinyu. "What do you think, fellow Daoist Jin? Is there anything you're dissatisfied with?" "Not at all. This is indeed the second half of the cultivation art, and I must thank you on behalf of our entire race for this precious gift," Jinyu replied in an extremely pleased manner as she finally withdrew her spiritual sense from the jade slip. "There's no need to thank me. This was a mutually beneficial trade after all." In that case I'll be taking my leave, Han Li said as he cupped his fist in a parting salute. Jin Yu returned his salute with a smile and said, I wish you the best of luck, fellow Daoist Han. Hehe, thank you for your kind words. Holy Master Lei, I wish you luck in progressing to the holy race soon. Han Li chuckled as he turned his gaze to Lei Lan. Thank you, Senior, I'll be sure to work hard, Lei Lan replied with a curtsy and a rather complex look on her face. All right, it's time for me to leave. Han Li gave the two women a quick nod before stepping into the five-colored light formation, following which a burst of chanting immediately rang out. A burst of loud rumbling then suddenly erupted from the light formation, and countless silver runes surged forth in a frenzy. The white ball of light at the center of the formation also swelled to several times its original size, taking up almost the entire light formation. The entire formation began to flash with silver runes and white light, and specks of starlight flashed within it to form a radiant galaxy. It was quite clear that the formation had been activated to the limit of its power. A solemn look appeared on Jin Yu's face upon seeing this, but in the next instant her expression abruptly changed as she yelled, Who's there? Show yourself. As soon as her voice trailed off, she extended a hand out of her sleeve before making a grabbing motion, and a burst of enormous invisible force erupted forth. The invisible force converged toward what was seemingly nothing more than thin air, but a ball of silver lightning suddenly exploded there, and a silver snake shot forth from within the lightning before pouncing toward the light formation. The silver snake was astonishingly fast and was completely immune to the influence of the tremendous force being exerted upon it. Jin Yu faltered slightly upon seeing this, and before she had a chance to react, the silver snake had plunged headfirst into the light formation. Almost at the exact same moment, a sharp piercing cry rang out from within the massive light formation, following which a pillar of white light erupted forth. The pillar of light tore through over 10,000 feet of space in an instant, then vanished into a black hole that emerged out of thin air. Only then did the five-colored light formation fade away, leaving only a shattered white disk behind. Lei Lan looked on in a flabbergasted manner, and only after a while did she return to her senses. Who was that Grand Elder? They seemed to have been teleported away along with Senior Han. I don't know, but that person was using an extremely remarkable lightning cultivation art that allowed them to disregard my powers. He's most likely the thief that the law enforcement squad is hunting for, Jin Yu replied with a dark expression. What? Will Senior Han be in danger then? Lei Lan drew a sharp breath upon hearing this. Rest assured, fellow Daoist Han's powers are most likely not inferior to mine. Even that thief won't be able to best fellow Daoist Han in battle. However, the fact that he was lurking nearby indicates that he's most likely been following us ever since we visited that giant crater several days ago, yet neither fellow Daoist Han nor I were able to sense him, so he must possess incredible concealment abilities. It's no wonder that even after deploying so many people, the law enforcement squad was still unable to hunt him down. However, Jin Yu's voice suddenly trailed off as a perplexed look appeared on her face. What is it? Lei Lan asked. That man's aura was rather strange. It seemed to have been intermingled with a beastly aura that resembles that of the lightning cloud falcon of the primordial world, but it's not exactly the same, Jin Yu explained in a hesitant manner. A beastly aura? Could it have belonged to a spirit beast that he owns? Lei Lan asked. I don't think so. The aura was completely integrated with his aura, and they seem more like constituent parts of a whole rather than two separate entities. In any case, we've achieved our objective, so let's leave this place right away. We came here under the guise that you were going to cultivate in the glacial baleful area, so we have to go there to avoid suspicion. That teleportation formation created quite a massive commotion just now, so there are most likely going to be people arriving on the scene soon, Jin Yu said. You're right, Grand Elder, Lei Lan agreed with a nod. Thus, Jin Yu swept a sleeve through the air to release a burst of light that scattered the remnant fluctuations left behind by the light formation, then flew away with Lei Lan as two streaks of light. Elsewhere, within a space that was filled with murky white mist, Han Li was standing mid-air, looking at the man who had barged his way into the teleportation formation with a peculiar look on his face. I'd meet you again, let alone under these circumstances. I presume you must the one who's been stealing from the mine warehouse, Han Li said. In the instant before he was teleported away, he had discovered that someone else had barged into the formation, but the teleportation had already commenced at that point, so he could only allow that person to be teleported into the infernal river with him. However, never did he think that this man would be someone that he recognized. "Oh. From the sounds of it, you seem to know who I am." Standing several hundred feet away from Han Li was a thin middle-aged man in a set of long blue robes. He wore a faint smile on his face and was quite calm and collected. "How has that lightning beast of yours been developing, fellow Daoist you? I'm sure it must have played a big role in your progression to the holy race," Han Li said as a cold smile appeared on his face. The man's calm expression instantly transformed into one of bewilderment upon hearing mention of the term lightning beast, and he yelled, "Who are you? How do you know about the lightning beast?" At the same time, his terrifying early body integration stage aura was released toward Han Li without any reservation. This man was none other than the shopkeeper with the Yu surname that Han Li had last met in the holy city of the Tianping race. 1. At the time, the shopkeeper had promised Han Li an azure shifting fruit in exchange for his services to help him tame a certain lightning beast. 2 other spatial tempering cultivators had also been recruited for the task, but in the end, after they had successfully helped the shopkeeper tame the lightning beast, the latter had turned on them and tried to kill them. Only after displaying his extraordinary powers did Han Li manage to survive that ordeal, and the shopkeeper had begrudgingly given him an azure shifting fruit core before they parted ways. At the time, he had already realized that this was a very mysterious figure who definitely wasn't an ordinary Tianping being. The fact that he had progressed to the early holy race after just several hundred years further vindicated Han Li's suspicions toward him. However, Han Li was now far more powerful than he had been in the past, and even though he had restricted his own aura to the mid-spatial tempering stage, that was still completely incomparable to his past cultivation base. On top of that, he had also altered his own appearance, so it was no wonder that the shopkeeper had been unable to recognize him. In the face of the astonishing spiritual pressure the man was releasing, Han Li's expression remained calm, and in the next instant he also released a burst of spiritual pressure that should only belong to holy race beings. A resounding boom rang out as the 2 bursts of spiritual pressure clashed, then nullified one another, indicating that they were evenly matched. "You're also an early holy race being?" Shopkeeper Yu's heart immediately jolted upon seeing this. He had been following Han Li's trio from afar, and after seeing that Han Li had a way to leave the Earth Abyss, he had barged into Han Li's teleportation formation without any hesitation. He had thought that Han Li was only at the spatial tempering stage, so he hadn't been overly wary of him. If he had known Han Li's true cultivation base in advance, he may not have followed through with his initial plan. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face upon hearing this, and in the next instant, the spiritual pressure he released became even more powerful. "You're a mid-holy race being. Who are you?" "There's no way I wouldn't recognize a mid-holy race being from the flying spirit race," Shopkeeper Yu exclaimed as his pupils contracted drastically. However, what was rather surprising was that he still seemed to be quite calm and wasn't displaying any signs of panic. "Who I am isn't important. You must have plundered a lot of precious ore from the mine warehouse, right? I'm not going to ask for anything excessive. Hand over all of the ore you stole and I'll let you go free. That will act as your payment for hitching a ride in my teleportation formation," Han Li replied in an indifferent manner, displaying no intention of revealing his own identity. "I see, so you want the materials that I took from the warehouse. Indeed, I was only able to escape from the Earth Abyss using your teleportation formation, so it's only right that I issued some payment to you." As opposed to being enraged by Han Li's demands, Shopkeeper Yu merely chuckled before flipping a hand over to reveal a blue storage bracelet, then tossed it to Han Li with a flick of his wrist. Han Li faltered slightly upon seeing this, but a thought then immediately occurred to him, and a cold look appeared in his eyes at the sight of the oncoming bracelet. He swept a sleeve through the air and golden light flashed as the bracelet was sliced in half. Instead of anything dropping out of the bracelet, a loud thunderclap erupted, and it transformed into a net of blue lightning that descended toward him. However, Han Li seemed to have anticipated this in advance. He abruptly flapped his wings and a thunderclap rang out, following which a silver net of lightning also erupted from behind him. The 2 nets of lightning clashed and the silver lightning transformed into a strange lightning formation. The blue lightning net was sucked into the lightning formation in an instant, and it was unable to unleash any of its power. Shopkeeper Yu's heart jolted upon seeing this, while Han Li merely pointed a finger at the lightning formation, and it vanished following a loud thunderclap. I can forgive you just this once. Here's a second chance, hand over the ore and I'll let you leave. Otherwise hee. Han Li chuckled coldly as killing intent flashed through his eyes. This shopkeeper you had tried to kill him several hundred years ago, and if it weren't for the fact that Han Li was more powerful than he had expected, he would most likely have tried to kill Han Li here as well. As such, Han Li naturally wasn't going to show him any kindness. In fact, he was already letting him off the hook by granting him freedom in exchange for the ore that he had stolen. Of course, if he didn't want to comply, then Han Li certainly wouldn't mind putting an end to his life. The man's ability to remain calm in this situation indicated that he had some trump cards up his sleeve, but with Han Li's current powers, he naturally wasn't going to be fearful of him. Looks like you know me quite well. In that case. After some contemplation, shopkeeper Yu feigned a resigned expression and seemed to be about to concede, but right at this moment, a dozen or so transparent thin needles suddenly appeared behind Han Li. These needles then shot forth toward Han Li as silver threads, and at the same time, a loud thunderclap erupted above him. A ball of lightning emerged out of thin air, consisting of 3 colors which were gold, silver and blue. Within the lightning was a half-human half-bird beast, and it opened its mouth to expel 3 thick bolts of lightning at once. 1. Han Li first meets this guy in chapter 1421, near the end of the chapter. A cold light flashed through Han Li's eyes and his body blurred, leaving only an afterimage for the silver threads to pierce through. Immediately thereafter, bright golden light erupted above his head, and a golden projection with 3 heads and 6 arms emerged. As soon as it appeared, the projection thrust all 6 of its palms forward at once, releasing 6 pillars of golden light. A string of resounding booms rang out, and despite the astonishing power imbued within the 3 bolts of lightning, they were still destroyed by the 6 pillars of light in the end. Before the strange beast up above could unleash another attack, Han Li flapped his wings and vanished on the spot. In the next instant, a loud thunderclap rang out over 200 feet away, and he re-emerged with a cold expression. So it seems you insist on a fight. In that case, I'll send you on your way and settle our differences once and for all. As soon as his voice trailed off, the golden projection behind him took on a substantial form and manifested into the Provenance golden body. After that, he quickly laid a hand onto the top of his own head, and an inky black nascent soul emerged, then disappeared into the golden body as a burst of black chi. The golden body immediately opened all 6 of its eyes at once, and it swung its 6 arms through the air, summoning a giant golden blade in each hand. The golden blades were then swung through the air in unison, and countless streaks of golden sword chi surged forth in a frenzy. After that, the golden body itself pounced directly toward the beast in the air above. The beast within the lightning let loose a roar of fury upon seeing this, and countless balls of silver lightning appeared around it. At the same time, it flapped its wings and countless feathers shot forth like arrows before transforming into bolts of blue lightning. The balls of silver lightning and bolts of blue lightning were all quite powerful, but they were instantly reduced to tatters by the countless streaks of devastating sword chi. The golden body appeared right before the beast in a flash, and its 6 blades transformed into wagon wheel-sized golden balls of light that hurtled directly toward the beast. A vicious light flashed through the beast's eyes upon seeing this, and light flashed from its 2 arms before they transformed into a hammer and an awl. Immediately thereafter, it let loose a loud screech and swung both the hammer and awl through the air. A halo of crimson light appeared around its body alongside arcs of golden lightning, and it flew directly toward the 6 balls of golden light without any fear or inhibitions. Streaks of sword chi instantly intertwined with bolts of lightning, and the 2 seemed to be evenly matched. Shopkeeper Yu was stunned to see that even the lightning beast was unable to take care of Han Li. He was more aware than anyone of just how powerful this lightning beast of his was. The lightning released by this beast appeared to be quite ordinary, but in reality, every single bolt was capable of killing a spatial tempering cultivator. The law enforcement squad members that had managed to chase him down on the 3rd level of the Earth Abyss had been slain by none other than this lightning beast. Despite his astonishment, he immediately made a hand seal with a hand that was hidden within his sleeve. At the same time, a dull thump rang out from behind him and a burst of 5-colored light erupted forth, then transformed into a giant peacock projection. You're a 5 light being. Han Li was rather taken aback to see this. Hee, why don't you come and see for yourself? Shopkeeper Yu chuckled coldly as the peacock projection transformed into a vibrant sea of five-colored light that surged toward Han Li from afar. The space in the wake of the sea of five-colored light twisted and warped violently, as if it were threatening to make the entire sky cave in. At the same time, the silver threads that had missed Han Li earlier shot forth again before vanishing into thin air in a flash. Han Li's expression darkened upon seeing this, and blue light flashed through his eyes, following which purple light erupted from his body. A vibrant green figure then separated itself from him before positioning itself right behind him. The dozen or so silver threads shot forth through the air and plunged straight into the green figure, but it was as if they had struck a dead log. At this moment, the spiritual light flashing from the green figure's body faded, revealing it to be a green-skinned Han Li, with purple patterns all over its body. This was naturally the spirit body that Han Li had cultivated using that immortal Zhou Xian. Having been regularly nourished by the green liquid from the mysterious small vial, the spirit body now possessed early body integration stage powers. Furthermore, it was at the pinnacle of the early body integration stage and was only one step away from progressing to the mid-body integration stage. On top of that, after reaching the body integration stage, this spirit body had attained several incredible abilities, so it was now one of Han Li's trump cards. Han Li immediately released a wisp of his spiritual sense to control the spirit body, and he was quite eager to see just what it was capable of in battle. After the silver threads had pierced into the spirit body, they revealed themselves to be a dozen or so silver needles. What was quite alarming was that the skin on the spirit body around the areas where the silver needles were embedded had turned completely black, and a repugnant odor was being emitted from the affected area. These silver needles were clearly all extremely poisonous, and they were squirming violently in an attempt to embed themselves even deeper into the spirit body's chest. However, the green-skinned Han Li merely harumphed coldly, and a layer of purple patterns suddenly appeared on its chest, causing the skin there to turn into a gray color. As a result, the needles were unable to advance any further, and it was as if they had been trapped in a wall of iron and steel. Immediately thereafter, the green-skinned Han Li lowered its head and blew out a burst of green light alongside a fragrant breath onto its own chest. An astonishing scene then ensued. As the green light swept over its chest, its blackened skin quickly returned to its normal green color, and the silver needles tremored before being plucked out one by one, then swallowed by the green-skinned Han Li. Shopkeeper Yu was truly becoming quite alarmed upon seeing this. However, even as a slightly panicked look flashed through his eyes, he gritted his teeth and rapidly made a series of hand seals to further increase the rate at which he was releasing his own magic power. With this new influx of magic power, the sea of five-colored light emitted a faint buzzing sound and countless runes appeared above it. These runes then formed layers of profound restrictions that crashed down toward Han Li. A hint of surprise appeared in Han Li's eyes upon seeing this. He had cultivated the 12 awakening transformations, and he also possessed five-colored peacock true blood, so he was naturally extremely familiar with the five light race's five-colored divine light ability. However, this sea of light was several times more powerful than the five-colored divine light that he was familiar with. If it weren't for the fact that he could sense the familiar aura of the five-colored peacock within the sea of light, he would have thought that this was an entirely different ability altogether. It was no wonder that Shopkeeper Yu still decided to attack him without any hesitation despite the disparity in their cultivation bases. Just this five-colored divine light alone would be enough to take down the average mid-body integration cultivator. If a normal body integration stage cultivator were to be swept up by this sea of light and trapped within the restrictions inside it, it would be quite difficult for them to free themselves. However, Han Li merely looked on at the sea of five-colored light with a cold smile on his face. All of a sudden, the spirit body beside him fused into his body again, vanishing like a projection. Han Li then suddenly rolled down onto the ground, and five-colored light flashed from his body as he transformed into a five-colored peacock that was several tens of feet in length. The sea of light crashed down onto the five-colored peacock and completely inundated its body, but the peacock merely flapped its wings and flew out of the sea of light with ease. The layers of restrictions imbued within the five-colored sea of light seemed to be completely ineffective against it. Even though he was unable to release five-colored divine light that was anywhere near as powerful as the opposing light in his five-colored peacock form, It was a simple task for him to withstand his opponent's divine light in this form. What? Are you a 5 light being as well? That can't be. There's no way I wouldn't recognize a holy race 5 light being. Could it be? So be it, I don't care if you were sent to hunt me down by those old bastards or not. I'm going to kill you even if it sets me back over 100 years in my cultivation. Shopkeeper Yu initially faltered slightly before his expression darkened even further, and his face became twisted with resentment and fury. As soon as his voice trailed off, he pointed a finger into the distance in a vicious manner, and an earth-shattering boom immediately rang out from within the sea of 5-colored light. The sea of light then converged toward the center and formed a gigantic ball of 5-colored light, which then immediately manifested into a peacock projection that was over 1,000 feet in length. The disparity between the sizes of Han Li's 5-colored peacock form and the projection was night and day. However, the giant peacock projection didn't immediately attack Han Li. Instead, it flapped its wings and abruptly vanished on the spot. In the next instant, 5-colored light surged beneath Shopkeeper Yu's feet, and the peacock projection reappeared. He then stomped a foot down onto the projection, then flicked his 10 fingers toward himself, sending streaks of light rushing into his own body. A peculiar scene then ensued. Shopkeeper Yu's body suddenly began to melt away, and within mere moments he had completely fused into the peacock projection beneath him. The peacock projection immediately let loose a clear cry, and 5-colored runes surged out of its body in a frenzy as it took on a substantial form. At the same time, a terrifying aura that belonged only to late-body integration cultivators erupted from its body in a frenzy. All of the world's origin chi within a radius of several tens of kilometers converged into the massive peacock's body as threads of light that were visible to the naked eye. The giant peacock's aura swelled once again, reaching the pinnacle of the late-body integration stage. After that, it flapped its wings and the space around it twisted and blurred. At the same time, countless runes appeared around it, and all of them seemed to be imbued with devastating power. Han Li couldn't help but draw a sharp breath upon seeing this. Not only was the 5-colored divine light that Shopkeeper Yu had released extremely powerful, now that he had fused as one with the peacock projection, his cultivation base had risen by 2 ranks. This was simply astounding. It appeared that this was why he had been able to remain so calm in the face of Han Li. If a normal mid-body integration cultivator were to encounter something like this, even self-preservation would become an issue, let alone killing Shopkeeper Yu. However, despite his astonishment, Han Li wasn't fearful in the slightest. Seeing as Shopkeeper Yu had displayed his trump card, he was naturally determined to kill Han Li, so even if Han Li were to propose a truce now, it would most definitely be rejected. I'm impressed. It seems that I also have to pull some tricks out of my sleeve to match you, fellow Daoist. A cold voice rang out as Han Li's peacock body was suddenly enveloped by a ball of golden light. Immediately thereafter, another enormous creature appeared in the place of the peacock following a flash of dazzling golden light. This was a giant golden ape with shimmering golden fur, and a pair of massive bright and piercing eyes. In the face of this fearsome opponent, Han Li had transformed into the giant mountain ape, which was his most powerful form among the 12 awakening transformations. In this giant ape form he had reached over 1,000 feet in height, and his limbs were like gargantuan pillars. He spread his hands open, and they resembled enormous canopies as they were swung viciously toward the 5-colored peacock down below. A pair of explosions rang out in succession, and the 2 giant palms crashed down with mountainous force. Shopkeeper Yu was naturally quite stunned by this, and 5-colored divine light immediately swirled around him, forming a light barrier that stood in the way of the giant palms. 5-colored divine light was extremely profound, and under normal circumstances, it should have been able to easily nullify a brute force attack such as this one. However, the enormous strength of the giant mountain ape was one of the ape's innate abilities to begin with, and it was far more tremendous than Shopkeeper Yu could imagine. Following a pair of resounding booms, the 5-colored light barrier tremored violently before 2 sections of it began to cave in unison. Following a few violent flashes of light, the barrier began to crumble. Shopkeeper Yu was quite startled by this, but he naturally wasn't going to just remain on the spot like a sitting duck, so he immediately flapped his wings without any hesitation. 5-colored runes instantly flashed around his giant peacock body, following which he instantly vanished on the spot. Blue light flashed through the giant golden ape's eyes upon seeing this, and it abruptly stomped down with both of its massive feet before also disappearing into thin air. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted several thousand feet away, and the peacock re-emerged. However, almost at the exact same moment, golden light flashed above it, and the giant ape also strode out of thin air before immediately sending both of its massive fists crashing downward in a vicious manner. Countless fist projections immediately appeared before raining down upon the five-colored peacock in a torrential downpour. The golden shockwaves released by the fist projections colored the surrounding space a golden color, and at the same time the space between the two giant beasts began to warp and tremor violently, as if it were on the brink of being torn apart. The five-colored peacock was extremely huge in stature, but it was able to react extraordinarily quickly. After letting loose a clear cry, five-colored spiritual light revolved around its body before forming countless vibrant light shields, each of which was only around a foot in size. These shields stacked on top of one another to protect the giant peacock, and the seemingly unstoppable golden fist projections were only able to shatter less than half of the shields before they fizzled out of existence. Immediately thereafter, the five-colored peacock let loose another sharp cry, and the remaining light shields transformed into countless five-colored flying swords, all of which appeared to be extremely sharp. As soon as these flying swords took shape, they immediately shot forth as streaks of sword chi toward the giant ape, and it seemed that the ape was in severe peril. A hint of fury appeared on the massive ape's face at the sight of its fist projections being thwarted, and its rage was only fueled even further by the sight of the oncoming wave of five-colored sword chi. It thumped its chest violently as it let loose a thunderous roar of fury, and with each thump of its chest, a metallic sound would ring out, while the golden light around its body became brighter and more pronounced. After 3 consecutive thumps, the giant ape's fur had all stood up on end like the spikes of a porcupine, and 3 layers of golden light had also been released from its body. Not only were these 3 layers of light extremely dense, there were countless golden runes distributed throughout their surfaces, creating quite a mystifying sight to behold. This was a powerful protective ability that Han Li had learned after reaching the mid-body integration stage. It could only be unleashed when he was in his giant mountain ape form, and it was no less powerful than legendary Buddhist secret technique Vajra Circle. As soon as the 3 layers of golden light took shape, they were assaulted by the streaks of five-colored sword chi. The golden light barriers immediately glowed even brighter, releasing scintillating light while also emitting bursts of buzzing sounds. The flying swords formed by the five-colored divine light were truly extraordinary. They were leaving long white trails in the space left in their wake, and upon reaching the golden light barriers, they were destroying the golden runes within the barriers at a rapid rate. Even though most of the sword chi was nullified by the light barriers, there were still over 100 streaks of five-colored sword chi that crashed through and slashed viciously into the giant ape's body. However, the scenes that unfolded next had the five-colored peacock completely flabbergasted. Another layer of golden light appeared over the giant golden ape's body, and it seemed to be an indestructible fortress, repelling or destroying all of the streaks of sword chi that struck it. As a result, the giant ape remained completely unscathed, and it harumphed coldly before swinging its furry arms through the air. All of a sudden, a small section of its arms vanished, and in the next instant spatial fluctuations erupted on either side of the five-colored peacock. Immediately thereafter, 2 huge golden hands reached out of thin air before grabbing toward the peacock's wings like lightning. The giant peacock's heart jolted upon seeing this, but it wasn't panicked in the slightest as it also let loose a cold harumph. It flapped its gigantic wings, which then transformed into a pair of five-colored giant blades amid a flash of spiritual light. The surfaces of the 2 blades were extremely bright, and they resembled peerlessly sharp divine weapons as they viciously lashed out toward the 2 giant golden hands in retaliation. The 2 hands seemed to be completely unfazed by the massive blades, and they balled up into tight fists before striking the giant blades in a flash. 2 resounding booms instantly rang out, and 2 balls of piercing light erupted as the giant blades clashed with the enormous fists. It was as if a pair of scintillating suns had appeared out of thin air. The five-colored peacock's body shuddered violently, and it shot back without any warning. Only after flying back for over 1,000 feet did it just barely manage to arrest its own momentum by spreading its wings. Even though it appeared to have remained largely unscathed, Its eyes were filled with astonishment. In contrast, the giant golden ape up above merely swayed slightly before stabilizing itself. It was quite clear that the ape had gained a decisive upper hand during that clash. However, that wasn't much of a surprise. Among all of the true spirits, the giant mountain ape was renowned for its powerful physical body and extraordinary strength. The five-colored peacock was no less renowned than the giant mountain ape, but it was more so known for its five-colored divine light. In a contest of pure strength, there was no way that it could match the giant mountain ape. Taking advantage of the peacock's unstable base, the giant ape let loose a low roar before hurtling toward it like lightning. However, the ape's body suddenly blurred along the way, and it abruptly vanished into thin air. The five-colored peacock had only just managed to find its footing, and a look of shock and fury immediately appeared in its eyes as countless five-colored runes erupted from its body once again. It seemed that the peacock was about to unleash some kind of powerful ability, but it was too late. Golden light flashed, and the giant golden ape appeared right in front of the five-colored peacock in a wraith-like manner. It swung one of its giant golden fists through the air, leaving a trail of afterimages in its wake, and the fist struck the peacock's body at an astonishing, unavoidable speed. A dull thump immediately rang out, and the five-colored light around the giant peacock's body managed to somewhat nullify the force of the punch, but an enormous burst of force still acted upon its body. It immediately let loose a pained cry, and it plummeted toward the ground like a shooting star. At the same time, the tremendous force had completely immobilized it by forcibly binding its limbs. The giant golden ape had no intention of affording the peacock any respite. It made a grabbing motion with both hands, and golden light flashed erratically as 36 small golden swords appeared in each of its hands. These small swords then instantly combined in each hand to form two giant golden swords that were both over 100 feet in length. A vicious look flashed through the giant ape's eyes, and it shot forth like lightning, leaving a trail of afterimages in its wake. Upon catching up to the plummeting five-colored peacock, it slashed the giant swords through the air, and countless huge sword projections surged forth to sweep up the five-colored peacock like a tornado. A resounding boom rang out, and the giant ape stopped in mid-air, while the five-colored peacock was slammed viciously into the ground by the devastating sword chi, creating a gargantuan crater. "I didn't want to have to do this, but you've forced my hand." Before Han Li even had a chance to see whether his attacks had been effective, "Shopkeeper, you let loose a thunderous roar of fury." Han Li faltered slightly upon hearing this before finally catching sight of the scenes within the crater down below. The five-colored peacock laid within the crater with its talons pointing up at the heavens, and its feathers were in a state of complete disarray, with many of them having been severed. However, it was quite clear that the peacock itself hadn't sustained much damage. In the next instant, it began to chant a complex incantation, and all of the five-colored runes revolving around it suddenly converged toward a single spot. Countless runes came together to form a five-colored light formation with a diameter of several thousand feet, and Buddhist chants rang out from within the formation, which was also radiating piercing five-colored light. A cold light flashed through Han Li's eyes upon seeing this, and he suddenly brought his palms together, upon which the two giant golden swords instantly combined as one amid a flash of golden light. The combined giant sword was around 300 to 400 feet in length, and it was flashing with golden light. There was faint azure wurm dancing and writhing within the sword, looking as if it could erupt out of the sword and rise up to the heavens at any moment. The giant ape then uttered the word, slash, in a cold voice and swung giant sword downward. A streak of azure sword chi immediately erupted from the blade, and it swelled to over 1,000 feet in size in a flash before striking the giant light formation in a vicious manner. The formation was torn apart without being able to offer any resistance, but it then immediately repaired itself, and it was as if the slash of the giant sword had been completely ineffective against the light formation. A hint of surprise flashed through the giant ape's eyes upon seeing this, but a cold smile then immediately appeared on its face as it slashed the giant sword downward again. With Han Li's wealth of battle experience, he was naturally aware that the light formation definitely wasn't truly indestructible. He would just have to attack it a few more times. The second streak of sword chi was even more devastating than the first one, but as soon as it left the giant sword, the five-colored peacock suddenly ceased its chanting, then pointed one of its talons toward a certain direction in a solemn manner. A pained roar immediately rang out from that direction, and Han Li's heart stirred slightly as he turned toward the source of the roar. There he discovered the lightning beast and Provenance golden body still engaged in a fierce battle, and the former wore an agonized expression on its face. A loud thunderclap rang out from its body, and bolts of lightning of 3 different colors erupted forth in a frenzy, covering its entire body in a dense lightning net. It then abruptly abandoned its battle against the golden body and transformed into a ball of 3-colored lightning, then hurtled directly toward the giant light formation. Han Li didn't know what the beast's intentions were, but he knew that it would be a bad idea to allow the lightning beast to get its way, so he immediately let loose a thunderous roar while launching a massive furry fist toward the ball of lightning in a vicious manner. At the same time, the Provenance golden body also let loose a long cry and gave chase as a ball of golden light. A resounding boom rang out, and even though the giant ape was over 1,000 feet away from the ball of lightning, its punch had created a golden fist projection the size of a pavilion, and it struck the ball of lightning with devastating speed and force. The lightning beast let loose a roar of fury, and despite its incredible powers, it was still unable to take a full-force strike from the giant ape head-on. The protective net of lightning around it was instantly torn apart by the fist projection, and its body was sent flying as well. During this split-second delay, the Provenance golden body caught up to the lightning beast, and the 6 golden blades in its hands suddenly transformed into 6 ancient golden mirrors, which released 6 golden pillars of light that surged toward the lightning beast with tremendous force. A string of explosions rang out in rapid succession, and the lightning beast was sent flying again by the pillars of light. At the same time, it let loose a pained roar, seemingly having sustained some minor injuries. An urgent look appeared on shopkeeper Yu's face upon seeing this, and he let loose a piercing long cry, as if he were desperately urging the lightning beast to do something. A sharp shrill cry rang out from the lightning beast's mouth in response, following which the lightning around its body became significantly brighter, and an astonishing scene then ensued. All of a sudden, 3 pairs of wings, 1 golden, 1 silver and 1 blue, appeared on the lightning beast's back. It flapped those wings in unison, and immediately disappeared on the spot amid a loud thunderclap. Thus, the next batch of pillars of light unleashed by the Provenance golden body struck nothing but empty air. Han Li's pupils contracted slightly upon seeing this, and he immediately turned toward the giant light formation down below. At the same time, black light flashed from his glabella, and a vertical black demonic eye appeared. A pillar of black light then erupted out of the eye, but immediately vanished into thin air. Another thunderclap rang out from above the giant light formation, and the lightning beast reappeared. At the same time, a pillar of black light that was as thick as a large bowl also erupted out of thin air. At such close quarters, there was no way for the lightning beast to evade, yet right as the black pillar of light was about to strike the lightning beast's body, a loud buzzing sound suddenly rang out from the giant light formation. Bright 5-colored spiritual light erupted forth, and the black pillar of light faltered momentarily before suddenly turning a corner and glancing right past the lightning beast. In the next instant the lightning beast flapped its wings without any hesitation, and flew headfirst into the light formation, much to Han Li's dismay. The process seemed to be quite complicated, but everything had actually taken place in the span of just a few breaths. The 5-colored peacock down below let loose an elated cry upon seeing this, and the 5-colored spiritual light around it surged forth in a frenzy toward the giant light formation around it. It then flapped its wings and even its body fused into the light formation as a ball of spiritual light. Moments later, there was nothing left down below aside from the light formation itself. However, the formation was beginning to undergo changes. Bursts of rumbling rang out from within it, and bright light radiated forth as several tens of thick 5-colored pillars of light erupted from within. Each pillar of light had a radius of around a foot, and all of them shot upward before vanishing into the white cloud and mist up above. Han Li quickly determined that there were 81 of these pillars of light in total, yet before he had a chance to do anything, countless 5-colored runes began to surge out of these pillars of light before rapidly revolving through the air. An even more massive 5-colored pillar of light immediately erupted upward from the center of the light formation, then vanished high up into the air in a flash. In the next instant, a burst of powerful spatial fluctuations abruptly surged forth from this pillar of light, following which a silver hole appeared out of thin air right above the light formation. In the beginning it was only around the size of a fist, but it then swelled to around 10 feet in size in a flash, and a burst of extremely pure spiritual qi surged forth from within in a frenzy. Han Li was struck by a sense of familiarity in the face of this pure spiritual qi, and after quickly searching through his own memories for an answer, he realized that this spiritual qi was extremely similar to the spiritual qi in the vast glacial realm. The whole was still expanding right before his eyes, and he was suddenly struck by a sense of foreboding. He immediately swung his giant golden sword through the air without any hesitation, and countless palm-sized streaks of golden sword qi surged toward the silver hole in a frenzy, desperately trying to destroy it. However, the events that unfolded next made Han Li's heart completely sink. Even as the torrential barrage of golden sword qi surged over the silver hole, it only made the nearby space warp slightly, but had no effect whatsoever on the silver hole itself. Not only that, but a resounding boom suddenly rang out from within the silver hole, following which a silver pillar of light erupted from within it, then plunged directly into the giant light formation down below. Scintillating light instantly erupted from the rumbling light formation, and runes of all different colors rose up while the entire light formation expanded in a frenzy. The silver pillar of light then abruptly vanished, as did the silver hole, and at this point, the light formation had swelled to over 10 times its original size. The 5-colored spiritual light emanating from it had spread over the entire sky, creating an extremely vibrant sight to behold. At the same time, the unsettling sobbing of women and children rang out from the center of the light formation, striking the listener with a sense of disorientation. Han Li's expression changed drastically upon hearing this, not because he had been affected by this strange sound, but instead due to the spine-chilling sense of peril he had suddenly been struck by. He was sensing a very real threat that could put an end to his life here. Crap. Han Li's heart sank even further, and the Provenance golden body immediately disappeared in a flash at his behest, then abruptly appeared beside him. It then raised all 6 of its arms in unison, and there was a golden ball of light in each of its 6 palms. The balls of golden light were brought together in front of its chest, forming a head-sized golden vortex. At the same time, the golden body's 3 heads began to chant 3 different types of incantations that stacked on top of one another, and Buddhist chants rang out from within the vortex alongside loud thunderclaps. The vortex then rapidly expanded to several times its original size, and began to revolve rapidly. Specks of spiritual light that resembled starlight could be seen within the vortex, and Han Li yelled, "Go!" The golden body immediately hurled the golden vortex viciously down toward the light formation below at his command, and as soon as the vortex left its hands, it swelled drastically once again, expanding to over 100 feet in size in the blink of an eye, and it showed no signs of stopping there. Right before it was about to make contact with the 5-colored light formation, the vortex had expanded into a golden sea with a radius of over 1,000 feet. A burst of enormous invisible force erupted from within the vortex, causing even the nearby space to twist and warp violently. This was the first time that Han Li had unleashed the revolving golden light using the full power of his Provenance golden body after he had reached the mid-body integration stage, and it was so powerful that it surprised even himself. Following an earth-shattering boom, the golden vortex struck the giant light formation with devastating force. In the instant that the two clashed, ripples surged over the surface of the enormous light formation, and its center also tremored violently as if it were about to be shattered at any moment. The light formation was indeed extremely profound, but even so, it was unable to withstand the power of the revolving golden light. A hint of elation appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, but his expression then quickly changed as in the next instant, the strange sobbing sound emanating from the center of the light formation suddenly became louder. Immediately thereafter, the 81 huge pillars of light tremored before crumbling away in unison. A terrifying aura that threatened to devour the entirety of heaven and earth then erupted from the light formation, and a giant silver hand reached out of the center of the formation amid violent flashes of 5-colored light. The silver hand then spread its 5 fingers and slowly raised up the golden vortex, completely unaffected by the enormous force emanating from within the vortex. Han Li's face immediately paled upon seeing this terrifying aura. Impossible. This aura belongs to a grand ascension stage being. There's no way such an absurdly powerful ability could exist in this realm. As soon as his voice trailed off, the sobs ringing out from within the light formation abruptly cut off, and the entire formation itself crumbled into nothingness like an illusion. At the center of where the formation had once stood, there now stood a gargantuan creature that was 3,000 to 4,000 feet in size. It had 2 heads and 8 wings with a humanoid upper body, yet the lower body of a bird. The 2 heads belonged to the lightning beast and shopkeeper Yu. The 8 wings on its back also consisted of the lightning beast's original 6 wings, as well as the wings of the 5-colored peacock. What was even more formidable was that bolts of 5-colored lightning were revolving around its body, and under the illumination of this lightning, the creature was made to look even more sinister and fearsome. The head that belonged to shopkeeper Yu cackled while the silver hand that was carrying the golden vortex abruptly released a torrent of 5-colored lightning. An earth-shattering thunderclap rang out, and the golden vortex was torn into shreds by countless bolts of 5-colored lightning. A panicked look suddenly appeared on the 3 faces of the Provenance golden body, immediately following which golden light flashed violently around its body, and it gave a muffled groan as it swayed unsteadily. It was quite clear that the destruction of the revolving golden light it had unleashed had inflicted backlash on the golden body. Thankfully, the backlash had only affected the golden body, and Han Li remained unscathed, but even so he was feeling even more astonished as he could now confirm that this gargantuan creature really did possess Grand Ascension stage powers. Otherwise, even a being at the pinnacle of the body integration stage wouldn't be able to tear the revolving golden light apart so easily. With that in mind, thoughts of fleeing the scene immediately crept into Han Li's mind. Even though he still had trump cards up his sleeve, he certainly wasn't naive enough to think that he would be able to oppose a Grand Ascension stage being. However, he abandoned the thought as soon as it appeared in his mind. This enormous creature had 8 pairs of wings and could control that strange 5-colored lightning, so it definitely possessed powerful movement techniques as well. As such, the chances of Han Li being able to outrun it were very slim. Before the giant beast's cackling had even cut off, Han Li had made his decision. He quickly made a hand seal and a loud thunderclap rang out behind him as a pair of translucent wings surfaced on his back. He flapped those wings, and balls of silver lightning began to appear beneath his giant 8 feet before exploding one after another. Silver arcs of lightning flashed and a giant lightning formation took shape. Han Li was enshrouded under countless bolts of lightning, and his giant ape body began to blur as he prepared to teleport himself away. However, in the next instant his expression changed drastically. The 2-headed creature down below suddenly let loose a loud cry, then flapped its 8 wings in unison, and an enormous burst of the power of laws erupted from its body, instantly encompassing a radius of close to 10 kilometers. Almost at the exact same moment, the light radiating from the lightning formation beneath the giant ape instantly faded, and the teleportation was cut off. Han Li immediately drew a sharp breath upon seeing this. At this moment, shopkeeper Yu's head turned to the giant ape with a cold mocking expression and scoffed, This lightning beast may not be the same as the lightning beasts of the true immortal realm, but after I injected my true spirit power into its body, it's still able to control some laws of lightning. You're just digging a grave for yourself if you try to use lightning in my presence. As soon as his voice trailed off, the giant beast's other head let loose a sharp piercing cry, and a resounding boom rang out from within the lightning formation. Immediately thereafter, a dozen or so thick bolts of lightning sprang forth like silver chains and bound the giant ape, catching it completely off guard. As soon as the lightning bound the giant ape's body, all of them exploded in unison, inundating the ape in a huge ball of lightning. The giant golden ape immediately let loose a thunderous roar, raising both of its fists up into the air while golden light erupted from its body in a frenzy. The silver lightning was instantly dispelled by the golden light, then vanished amid a loud thunderclap. As soon as the ape emerged from the lightning, it immediately shrank down and reverted back to its human form in the blink of an eye. Han Li then looked up at the 2-headed giant beast with an extremely dark expression on his face. In the next instant he took a deep breath, and a golden blade segment abruptly appeared in his hand. At the same time he swept the sleeve of his other arm through the air, and over 1,000 golden flowers surged forth from within. These were none other than his mutated gold-devouring beetles. When they first emerged they were each only around the size of a human thumb, but they quickly expanded to the size of human fists, and with over 1,000 of them clustered together, they created an extremely harrowing sight to behold. At this moment, A burst of black qi also suddenly flew out of the Provenance Golden Body's body and vanished into Han Li's body. Meanwhile, the Provenance Golden Body dissipated into specks of golden light amid a dull thump. In the next instant, golden light flashed from behind Han Li, and the Provenance True Devil projection appeared once again. At the same time, an azure figure and a ball of white light also abruptly emerged, separating from Han Li's body before revealing themselves to be that other green-skinned Han Li, and a beautiful woman in white. The former was Han Li's spirit body, while the other was his sentient puppet doll. Han Li brandished the golden blade segment before himself, then looked up at the giant two-headed beast in an expressionless manner. "Oh, so you possess mature gold-devouring beetles as well? You sure have quite a few trump cards up your sleeve, but do you really think a mere 1,000 such beetles can harm me? Perhaps if you had several tens of thousands of these beetles I would be somewhat fearful, but with what you have now, haha." Shopkeeper Yu's head guffawed in a mocking manner, but upon closer inspection, one would discover that despite his display of bravado and arrogance, he was staring intently at the golden blade segment in Han Li's hand. Even though Han Li hadn't yet injected his power into the profound heavenly blade segment, Shopkeeper Yu could still sense that it was no ordinary item due to his ability to sense the power of laws. Of course, none of this managed to escape Han Li's notice, and even though his expression remained unchanged, he was very disheartened to see this. He had originally planned to use this blade segment as a trump card to unleash a surprise attack, but now that his opponent was clearly displaying wariness toward it, the chances of that plan succeeding were significantly reduced. However, there was no way that his opponent could be aware that he really did have tens of thousands of gold-devouring beetles up his sleeve, as well as the profound heavenly spirit/sword that was sealed within his arm. If he were to use those two items at the right opportunities, there was a chance that he would be able to escape. After all, even though the giant creature before him possessed early Grand Ascension stage powers, it wasn't a true Grand Ascension stage being, so it was naturally significantly weaker than a true Grand Ascension stage being. Furthermore, if he were to use his profound heavenly treasure in battle, perhaps he would be able to attract the attention of Qin Yuanzi, who was also situated in this infernal river. If Qin Yuanzi could arrive on the scene to save him, then he wouldn't have anything to fear. With that in mind, Han Li raised his blade segment and prepared himself for a battle of life and death. The giant two-headed beast raised both of its head in unison, and one of its heads let loose a sharp piercing cry, while the other guffawed in a disdainful manner. The juxtaposition of high and low pitches struck the listener with a spine-chilling sensation. At the same time, the giant beast flapped its 8 wings viciously in unison, and all of its silver feathers stood up on end. Immediately thereafter, an earth-shattering boom rang out and countless bolts of 5-colored lightning erupted forth in all directions. When these bolts of lightning first left its body, they were only around as thick as human arms, but they quickly swelled to several thousand feet in thickness. Resounding thunderclaps erupted one after another, and the entire space was transformed into a realm of 5-colored lightning. The power of laws also surged throughout the area, and even though Han Li had seen many things during his tumultuous cultivation journey, he still couldn't help but be stunned by the scenes unfolding around him. A cold light flashed through his eyes, and he immediately prepared to use his profound heavenly blade segment. However, right at this moment something completely unexpected took place. Just as he had tightened his grip around the blade segment, the urgent and clear cry of an ape suddenly rang out from within his sleeve. Immediately thereafter, black light flashed and a black spirit beast bracelet shot forth, then barged into the domain of lightning up ahead in a flash. The two-headed giant beast was rather taken aback by this. In the next instant, the black spirit beast bracelet was struck by countless bolts of lightning at once and instantly exploded into a cloud of black qi. The black qi then absorbed all of the lightning it was being struck by, and remained completely unscathed. A hint of surprise flashed through the two-headed beast's eyes, but it then harumphed coldly before reaching out and making a grabbing motion toward the black qi with one of its silver hands. Countless bolts of lightning immediately intertwined to form a massive 5-colored hand above the cloud of black qi, and the enormous hand then grabbed onto the black qi at an astonishing speed with countless arcs of lightning crackling over its surface. The fingers of the giant hand tightened, and a scintillating flash of lightning erupted as it attempted to crush the cloud of black qi into oblivion. However, another enraged ape cry rang out from within the black qi, following which a streak of crimson light erupted forth and pierced through the massive five-colored hand in a flash. A peculiar scene then ensued. As soon as the crimson light flashed through the five-colored hand, the latter immediately crumbled away as if it had encountered the bane of its existence. Thus, the black chi regained its freedom, then immediately transformed into a small black monkey. It was none other than the Weeping Soul Beast. However, the current Weeping Soul Beast was clearly far different from how it normally was. It was staring up at the giant two-headed beast with excitement and elation on its face, and without even requiring any instructions from Han Li, it let loose a thunderous roar before expanding to over 300 feet tall amid a flash of black light. Crimson light then flashed within its eyes, and it thumped its mountainous chest with its massive fists. All of its fur immediately stood up on end, and strange horns appeared on its head. It then revealed its fangs in a menacing manner, and it had transformed into a giant three-eyed monster. The monster also had 3 inky black bone spikes on its back, and it was extremely terrifying to behold. Xing Beast. Shopkeeper Yu's head immediately let loose a shrill cry of horror at the sight of the giant monster, and all of the countless bolts of lightning in the surrounding area converged toward the two-headed beast to form a massive shield of lightning. The shield had an area of over 1,000 feet and was over 100 feet thick. The giant two-headed beast then flapped its 8 wings in unison, and 5-colored lightning surged forth from its enormous body in a frenzy, following which it abruptly vanished amid a loud thunderclap. In the next instant, the giant two-headed beast reappeared close to 10 kilometers away amid a flash of 5-colored lightning. It immediately flapped its wings again, and more arcs of lightning emerged from its body as it attempted to flee the scene. Right at this moment, the Weeping Soul Beast let loose a thunderous roar, seemingly enraged by the two-headed beast's escape. As it roared, its body expanded drastically and golden and silver runes appeared all around it. A pillar of crimson light then shot forth out of its third demonic eye, then vanished into thin air in a flash. Right as the giant two-headed bird had also disappeared amid a flash of lightning, the crimson pillar of light emerged nearby, then transformed into a crimson chain as it hurtled through the air. The chain shot forth through the air before forming a massive noose, and the loop of the noose vanished into thin air again. A loud buzzing sound rang out from the entire chain, and arcs of crimson lightning appeared over its surface. The chain then suddenly stretched taut, and an anguished cry immediately rang out, seemingly from nowhere. The arcs of crimson lightning around the chain intensified in brightness, and the giant two-headed beast was forcibly dragged out of thin air. Its 2 heads both wore expressions of shock and horror, and it was desperately flapping all 8 of its wings as it cried out in alarm, but the crimson chain refused to budge. The two-headed beast seemed to have somehow been rendered completely unable to use its lightning abilities, and the power of laws that it was releasing earlier had also ceased to exist. The Weeping Soul Beast cackled upon seeing this, and crimson light flashed from its glabella as it unleashed several more crimson chains that completely bound the two-headed beast. After that, the chains abruptly vanished along with the giant beast, immediately following which spatial fluctuations erupted several hundred feet in front of the Weeping Soul Beast, and the bound two-headed beast reappeared. Crimson light flashed from the Weeping Soul Beast's eyes, and it abruptly reached out with one of its huge furry hands before making a grabbing motion. One of the 3 black bone spikes protruding from its back then disappeared without any warning, only to reappear in its hand in the next instant amid a flash of black light. The Weeping Soul Beast began to chant an ancient unintelligible incantation, and rows of bright golden runes suddenly began to appear along the bone spear, creating quite a mystifying sight to behold. The bone spear then began to vibrate without any warning, and it also released a buzzing sound that was only growing louder and louder. Golden shockwaves erupted from the tip of the spear, and dazzling golden light immediately erupted forth. Some runes that were similar to the ones on the bone spear also began to appear in the surrounding air before dancing around the spear. As soon as these runes emerged, a devastating baleful aura erupted from the bone spear. The horror in the eyes of the two-headed beast was further exacerbated by the sight, and its cries immediately became louder and more desperate as it thrashed like a deranged madman within the crimson chains. However, no matter how much it struggled and thrashed, the chains remained completely firm and resolute. In the next instant, an explosive boom rang out, and the golden spear shot forth through the air as a streak of translucent light. The streak of light was extraordinarily fast, and it pierced through the bird head of the giant two-headed beast in a flash. A fist-sized hole was punched into the giant beast's glabella, and piercing golden light instantly poured out of the hole in a frenzy. The lightning beast's head instantly stiffened, and countless tiny golden cracks spread over its surface before it exploded with a dull thump. Strangely enough, as opposed to scraps of flesh, blood and bones flying in all directions, instead, the head exploded into balls of dazzling five-colored light. At the same time, the same golden cracks also appeared along the giant beast's severed neck, and they were quickly spreading to the rest of its body. The weeping soul beast harumphed coldly upon seeing this, and a burst of yellow light erupted out of its huge nostrils. Shopkeeper Yu's head remained completely unscathed, but it was completely petrified by this sudden turn of events, and in his desperation he opened his mouth to expel a short silver sword. The sword then unleashed a streak of sword chi that was over 100 feet in length that viciously slashed his own neck, and Shopkeeper Yu was decapitated amid a howl of agony. His severed head then toppled down from the body of the giant beast before vanishing as a streak of crimson light. Immediately thereafter, the giant beast's entire body exploded into more specks of five-colored light, which immediately attempted to escape the crimson chains, but to no avail. The yellow light swept forth, and the five-colored specks of light were easily gathered before surging into the weeping soul beast waiting gaping mouth. After devouring these specks of five-colored light, the weeping soul beast thumped its own chest again in a joyful manner with an extremely excited look on its face. Having lost their purpose, the crimson chains disintegrated into specks of spiritual light immediately thereafter. The bone spear also returned to the weeping soul beast's back amid a flash of golden light, and it turned completely black and lusterless again, as if that last attack had completely exhausted its power. Han Li was looking on in a completely flabbergasted manner, but he immediately returned to his senses when Shopkeeper Yu's head attempted to escape as a streak of crimson light. He immediately let loose a long cry and adopted his giant mountain ape form again, while the profound heavenly blade segment and gold-devouring beetles were instantly stowed away. Golden light flashed from the giant ape's body, and it took a step forward before abruptly vanishing into thin air. In the next instant, the giant ape's enormous body re-emerged several thousand feet away, right in front of the fleeing streak of crimson light, and it immediately launched its massive furry fist toward the streak of light. Before the fist had even struck the streak of crimson light, the latter was enveloped by a burst of tremendous power. A normal cultivator would have most likely been completely immobilized by that burst of enormous power, but the streak of crimson light managed to break free in an instant and before appearing 300 feet away. A cry of shock and fury then rang out from within the crimson light, and the light receded to reveal a humanoid figure. It was none other than Shopkeeper Yu. However, at this point his face was completely pale, and his aura had become significantly more feeble, to the point where he could barely even maintain an early body integration stage cultivation base. "If you're intent on killing me, then I'm going to make you pay for my life." Shopkeeper Yu roared with an expression of twisted fury and desperation. As soon as his voice trailed off, crimson light flashed from his body, and he transformed into a giant crimson peacock that was over 100 feet in size. The peacock flapped its wings and a gust of fierce winds immediately swept forth along with the pungent odor of blood and gore. Han Li's heart jolted upon seeing this, and he couldn't help but cast his gaze toward the weeping soul beast, only to find that it was joyfully playing with a head-sized crystalline core and had no intention of helping him at all. He tried to urge the weeping soul beast to come to his aid using his spiritual sense, but that proved to be completely ineffective. It seemed that the weeping soul beast had completely lost interest in Shopkeeper Yu after devouring the five-colored lightning. A wry smile appeared on Han Li's face, but as he turned his gaze back to Shopkeeper Yu, the wry smile had been replaced by a cold expression. The giant ape suddenly threw back its head and let loose a thunderous roar, then flipped both of its huge hands over to reveal a pair of small mountains. One of the mountains was black while the other was azure, and they were each over 100 feet tall. Golden light abruptly flashed from the giant ape's arms, and they swelled even further in size before hurling the two extreme mountains through the air as projectile weapons. As soon as the small mountains left the giant ape's hands, they swelled to several times their original size, expanding to 400 to 500 feet tall. The mountains then emerged above the crimson peacock in a flash before crashing down with devastating force. Even before they had reached the peacock, a sharp ringing sound had already begun to ring out in the nearby space, and invisible shockwaves also proliferated in all directions. The crimson peacock was immediately struck by a terrifying sense of asphyxiation, which was slightly alarming, but it didn't pay this sensation much heed as it flapped its wings violently upward. A burst of crimson light immediately swept forth before transforming into a gust of fierce winds, riding up into the air to oppose the two oncoming extreme mountains. The crimson light wasn't as versatile and profound as five-colored divine light, but it was extremely toxic and was especially potent when it came to eroding the spiritual nature of treasures. No matter how powerful a treasure was, it would be reduced to a dead object by the crimson light. However, there was naturally no way for shopkeeper Yu to know that these two mountains were refined using methods from the true immortal realm, and that even in that higher realm, they were two of the vastly renowned five extreme mountains. Furthermore, the power of this attack stemmed primarily from the extraordinary weight of the two extreme mountains, coupled with the tremendous strength of the giant ape, rather than any special powers that the two mountains possessed. Thus, the pair of mountains tore through the crimson light with ease and continued onward without any impediment. Arg! Shopkeeper Yu was extremely alarmed to see this, and he immediately tried to get out of the scope of the attack. However, the two giant mountains encompassed an area with a radius of over 1,000 feet, so there was no way for him to evade them in such a short time. An astonished look appeared in the crimson peacock's eyes, and in its desperation, it opened its beak to expel a scroll, which immediately unfurled as soon as it emerged. Bright light radiated in all directions as five-colored projections of buildings and pavilions instantly appeared from the scroll. The projections were all extremely vivid and vibrant, and struck the onlooker with a sense of intrigue and mystique. Judging from the violent spatial fluctuations triggered by the emergence of these projections, it was quite apparent that this was an extremely rare spatial treasure. In the eyes of shopkeeper Yu, this spatial treasure, which was his best life-saving treasure, would definitely be able to keep the two mountains at bay. After all, no matter how much force and momentum the two mountains possessed, all of that would be rendered completely null by the scroll's spatial powers. Of course, as a safety precaution, shopkeeper Yu continued to fly away from the scene, as opposed to lingering on the scene to appreciate his own handiwork. However, right at this moment, piercing light suddenly erupted from both mountains at once. One of them released gray light that cascaded downward like a waterfall, while the other released countless transparent streaks of sword chi that rained down in a torrential downpour. The two combined as one to strike the five-colored projections amid an earth-shattering boom, and all of the projections were torn apart before they could pose any obstacle to the pair of giant mountains. The crimson peacock didn't even get a chance to utter a single sound before it was struck by the black mountain, and its body was instantly pulverized into mincemeat. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, but his expression then immediately darkened again. The scraps of the crimson peacock's flesh and blood suddenly tremored beneath the mountain, following which all of it converged toward a single spot to form an extremely grotesque ball of blood and flesh. The ball then began to writhe rapidly as it quickly attempted to revert back to its original form. A cold light flashed through Han Li's eyes upon seeing this, and he immediately pointed a finger at the extreme essence-fused mountain from afar. The gray light emanating from the mountain immediately condensed before transforming into countless gray light threads that surged downward at once, instantly puncturing the ball of flesh and blood before instantly shredding into countless pieces again. The gray threads showed no signs of stopping there, and in the blink of an eye, those countless pieces of flesh and blood were reduced to a cloud of blood mist, so there was no chance for it to condense back together again. All of a sudden, a five-colored projection shot forth from within the blood mist. It was a miniature fist-sized peacock, and it was none other than shopkeeper Yu's nascent soul, which he had preserved through the use of a secret technique. However, Han Li naturally wasn't going to allow it to escape. He took a deep breath before opening his mouth to release a bolt of golden lightning that was as thick as a large bowl. The bolt of lightning covered a distance of several hundred feet in a flash, then struck the five-colored projection amid a resounding thunderclap. The miniature peacock let loose a howl of anguish and was erased off the face of this realm. The giant golden ape threw its head back and let loose an elated cry while thumping its own chest in an ecstatic manner, then quickly shrank down and reverted back to its human form amid a flash of golden light. After returning to his human form, Han Li heaved a sigh of relief before looking into the blood mist down below. After that he waved a hand through the air and 2 bracelets, one golden and one silver, landed in his hand. Han Li briefly inspected the 2 storage bracelets before stowing them away amid a flash of spiritual light, then turned his attention back to the lingering blood mist down below. All of a sudden he swept a sleeve downward and a ball of silver flames shot forth before striking the blood mist in a flash. The mist was instantly ignited as a result, and a faint pungent odor began to emanate from within it. Soon, it had transformed into a sea of silver flames, and Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he reached out and made a downward grabbing motion. The silver flames instantly surged upward as a fiery dragon, and the flames were stowed back up Han Li's sleeve, while an egg-sized ball of liquid that was emanating faint 5-colored light had appeared in his hand. Han Li looked down at the ball of liquid, and a hint of astonishment flashed through his eyes. I was able to secure such pure true spirit blood after nothing more than such a simple extraction process. As expected, that shopkeeper you really is no ordinary 5-light being. If this blood were a little purer, it could easily have come from a direct lineal descendant of the 5-colored peacock. Could it be that he really is somehow connected to the 5-colored peacock? So be it, none of that really matters at this point. Han Li shook his head to rid himself of that train of thought. He then flipped a hand over to produce a bright red vial, then began to chant something as he pointed at the ball of liquid hovering over his palm. The small vial shuddered before expelling a burst of white light that swept up the ball of liquid, then drew it into the vial in an instant. Spiritual light flashed as Han Li stowed the vial away, then made a hand seal to withdraw the 2 extreme mountains as well. The combination of the fearsome might of his extreme mountains and the incredible abilities of his giant mountain ape form had already become one of his trump cards in battle. If he could refine 1 or 2 more extreme mountains, he was confident that this trump card would become even more formidable. Azure light flashed from Han Li's body, and he immediately vanished on the spot. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted in front of the Weeping Soul Beast, and Han Li reappeared before carefully inspecting the Weeping Soul Beast with a complex look in his eyes. He knew that the Weeping Soul Beast would become unimaginably powerful after undergoing its transformation, but he was still extremely stunned that it had been able to slay a Grand Ascension stage beast so easily. Wasn't it only supposed to be effective against ghostly beings? Furthermore, he had checked on the Weeping Soul Beast a few days ago, and it had displayed no signs of awakening at all. As such, when it had jumped out on its own to battle the 2-headed beast, he was ecstatic, but had also been given a massive fright. On top of that, his current spiritual connection with the Weeping Soul Beast was extremely feeble, and he seemed to have lost control over it. This made him rather concerned, and he was at a loss for what to do as he appraised the beast with furrowed brows. After all, with the powers that the Weeping Soul Beast had just displayed, if it were to turn on him, he would be in even more trouble than when he was facing the 2-headed beast on his own. Right at this moment, the Weeping Soul Beast tossed the crystalline core in its hand up into the air, then opened its mouth and chewed on the core a few times before swallowing it. Only then did he turn to face Han Li, and there was also a peculiar look in its bright red eyes. "Are you worried, Master?" the Weeping Soul Beast suddenly asked. Han Li's heart stirred slightly, but his expression remained unchanged as he asked, "Worried? Why would I be worried? Have you attained a higher level of intelligence?" There are indeed many new things that have appeared in my mind. There's no need to lie to me, Master. Our spiritual connection has become weaker, but I can still sense your emotions, the Weeping Soul Beast said with a smile. Han Li faltered slightly upon hearing this before a wry smile appeared on his face. Many new things have appeared in your mind? What do you mean by that? And what are you? Are you actually a Xing beast? I'm not particularly sure of that myself. After awakening from my hibernation, I attained a lot of new knowledge. I seem to be similar to the Xing beast that they speak of, but also slightly different in some areas. However, you don't have to be concerned as I'll most likely be leaving this realm soon. The Weeping Soul Beast sighed, and Han Li was quite taken aback to hear this. A bewildered look appeared on Han Li's face. You're leaving this realm? What do you mean by that? Could it be? Indeed, Master. After I devoured the spiritual sense of that heavenly devilish sovereign in the Golden Devil Mountain ranges, massive changes have occurred within my body, and I can sense the call from the other realm. Hence, I had to hibernate in the Spirit Beast bracelet to protect myself. Just now, I was roused by that creature, and I was unable to control myself as I instinctively acted to absorb the heavenly lightning power within its body. Now my body is being completely rejected by the power of heaven and earth of this realm, and I'll most likely be teleported to the legendary true immortal realm soon, the weeping soul beast replied in a slightly forlorn manner. Han Li was rooted to the spot for a long while before a wry smile appeared on his face. Are you sure the forces summoning you are from the true immortal realm? He had embarked on this tumultuous cultivation journey all for the chance to ascend to that legendary realm someday, yet he was still far, far away from achieving that goal, but the weeping soul beast had already reached that objective seemingly with ease. This naturally struck him with a sense of indignation as well as some suspicion. I don't know why, but I can sense that it is indeed the power of the true immortal realm that's calling out to me. Among the many things that have appeared in my mind, many of them are related to the true immortal realm, the weeping soul beast replied. Han Li's heart immediately jolted upon hearing this. You have knowledge of the true immortal realm? Would you be able to tell me about it? Of course, I would be more than happy to. It's coming now. I don't have any time left. The weeping soul beast initially nodded in agreement, but its expression suddenly changed drastically, and an alarmed look appeared in its eyes. As soon as its voice trailed off, a dull rumbling sound suddenly rang out in the air above. The white mist overhead parted to reveal a vast expanse of five-colored light, which then transformed into a massive eyeball of light the size of a house. The pupil of the eyeball was of a translucent crimson color, and its gaze immediately settled on the weeping soul beast in an intent manner. A devastatingly terrifying aura then descended from the heavens, and a chill ran down Han Li's spine, following which he was completely immobilized. This wasn't due to a simple disparity in magic power. He had been rendered completely powerless as the eyeball was simply on a far higher plane of existence. He could sense that the eyeball could destroy his body and soul in an instant if it pleased, and his expression became extremely strained. It had been countless years since he had last been this powerless. He felt as if he had returned to his childhood and was facing Dr. Mo, who had been an insurmountable almighty figure in his eyes at the time. Under the scrutiny of this eyeball, sweat began to pour down the weeping soul beast's face, and its arm shuddered as it attempted to raise a hand, only for it to be forced to drop back down limply to its side. A hint of mockery appeared in the giant eyeball, and a burst of Buddhist chants rang out from within it. The eyeball then seemed to blink, following which an extraordinarily thick pillar of crimson light came crashing downward. The weeping soul beast was struck by the pillar of crimson light, and its body was instantly transported over 10,000 feet up into the air. Han Li was completely unable to move, but he could still see that the weeping soul beast had turned around with difficulty to take one final look at him from within the pillar of light. There was a very complex look on its face, and in the next instant, it disappeared into the giant eyeball. The Buddhist chants ceased and the eye fell shut before vanishing into nothingness. The white mist converged overhead once again, and following the disappearance of the giant eyeball, that devastating aura also vanished. Everything returned to normal, yet even though Han Li had regained his freedom, he still remained rooted to the spot, staring up into the heavens with a blank expression. After a long while, he finally heaved a faint sigh and lowered his head in a slightly dejected manner. The weeping soul beast had been with him ever since his days in the scattered star seas, and it had saved his life on countless occasions. Now that it had essentially been abducted, Han Li was naturally rather concerned for its future. However, that giant eyeball was clearly something from the true immortal realm, and he was completely powerless in its presence, so he couldn't do anything except look on helplessly as the weeping soul beast was taken away. However, it seemed to have been quite calm when it was taken, so it most likely wasn't in any danger. If he could ascend to the true immortal realm someday, perhaps they could be reunited. The only thing that he was rather disappointed about was that the weeping soul beast had ascended before it could disclose to him any information about the true immortal realm. Otherwise, that information may have benefited him in his future cultivation. All of a sudden, Han Li's expression changed slightly as he abruptly turned toward a certain direction. Faint golden light flashed from the distance in that direction, and a streak of golden light flew toward him before reaching him in just a few flashes. Han Li focused his gaze on the person within the streak of light, and a faint smile appeared on his face. The light faded to reveal an exquisite beauty with a lithe and graceful figure, and skin that was as fair as the finest jade. Long time no see, Fair Yuan. how have you been? Han Li greeted as he cupped his fist in a salute. Yuan Yao was wearing a green palatial dress, and she was looking back at Han Li with an elated expression. It really is you, brother Han. Han Li swept his spiritual sense toward her to ascertain her cultivation base, upon which a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. I see you've reached the late spatial tempering stage, Fairy Yuan. Looks like Senior Qin Yuanzi had expended much effort to nurture you in your cultivation. Yaoer is not just my disciple now, but also my foster daughter, so of course I do everything in my power to assist her in her cultivation. A cold harumph suddenly rang out. Immediately thereafter, 6 streaks of azure light flew out of one of Yuan Yao's sleeves, then converged to form a miniature azure humanoid figure. The humanoid figure wore a set of gray robes and had a small green sword on its back. It was only around a foot tall, but aside from the size disparity, it was completely identical to Qin Yuanzi. Nascent soul substantiation. Han Li couldn't help but exclaim at the sight of this miniature figure. Are you that surprised to see my nascent soul out of my body? Come to think of it, your surprise is justified. For those who've yet to reach the Grand Ascension stage, it would indeed be very dangerous for them to release their nascent soul out of their body for an extended period of time. However, I've been at the Grand Ascension stage for countless years and my nascent soul has been cultivated to a completely substantial form, so a physical body is no longer indispensable to me. You'll understand when you get to the Grand Ascension stage as well. Besides, this is only one of my 3 nascent souls, Qin Yuanzi chuckled. Your powers are truly unfathomable, Senior. Han Li said in a heartfelt manner as he extended a slight bow. This is nothing remarkable for Grand Ascension stage beings like us. In comparison, your progress is far more incredible. It's only been a few centuries since we last met, yet you're already at the body integration stage. Even I was progressing nowhere near as quickly at the same stage in my own cultivation journey. Looks like you've truly encountered some miraculous opportunities during these years, the miniature figure said with a hint of a smile on its face. You're far too kind, Senior. I was merely lucky and certainly can't be compared with someone of your prestige, Han Li said in a modest manner. I know full well whether my praise is warranted or not. By the way, were you involved in a battle before I came here? The residual aura here is very strange, Qin Yuanzi said with furrowed brows as he inspected his surroundings. Han Li was rather surprised to hear this. The devastating aura of the 5-colored giant eye should have been detectable to someone of Qin Yuanzi's powers, even if he were situated quite far away. However, it was quite clear that Qin Yuanzi had failed to sense anything. Could it be that the giant eye had unleashed some kind of ability that had masked its own aura? In that case, then the 5-colored giant eye would be even more fearsome than he had initially imagined. Even with these thoughts racing through his mind, Han Li maintained a calm expression and replied, I was indeed involved in a battle earlier. When I was teleporting to this place, one of my enemies hitched a ride, but I've taken care of him now. He stemmed from some rather special origins, so it's no surprise that his residual aura is also rather peculiar. I see, looks like I was just overthinking things then. Alright, let's not linger here any longer. Come with me and we'll talk further when we get back to my cave abode. It'll take around half a day to get back to my abode, and if it weren't for the fact that I just so happened to be testing a type of secret technique with Yaoer, I wouldn't have been able to get here so quickly, Qin Yuanzi said as he aimed a meaningful glance at Han Li. Before Han Li had a chance to respond, Qin Yuanzi flew away as a streak of azure light, and Han Li could only follow along behind him. As for Yuan Yao, she flew beside him within a streak of golden light with a smile on her face. I thought it would take a few more years before your return. After all, the items that Father asked you to search for are all extremely rare in the spirit realm, Yuan Yao transmitted her voice to Han Li as she flew alongside him. How are you so sure that I managed to gather the items Senior Jiang requested? Perhaps I returned for some other purpose? Han Li also transmitted his voice in response with a faint smile. I'm familiar with your personality, Brother Han. Without a sufficient incentive, there's no way you would go through the effort of returning to this place, and the only thing here that could currently be of interest to you would naturally be the divine infernal river elixir, Yuan Yao said with a gorgeous smile. You really do know me well, Fairy Yuan. I did indeed come here for the divine infernal river elixir, Han Li conceded with a wry smile. In that case, it's going to be slightly difficult for you to achieve your objective, Yuan Yao sighed in a forlorn manner. What do you mean by that, Fairy Yuan? Could it be that Senior Jiang changed his mind about the divine infernal river elixir? Han Li asked in a surprised manner. Of course not. Someone of father's status wouldn't go back on their word so easily. However, something outside of his control recently happened. I'm sure he'll explain everything to you once we get back, so I won't say too much about it. Having said that, things aren't entirely non-negotiable, so you needn't worry too much, Yuan Yao said in a meaningful voice. Yuan Yao's words presented more questions than answers, but Han Li merely nodded and fell silent. Yuan Yao knew that he was contemplating what she had just said, so she remained silent in a thoughtful gesture to avoid disrupting Han Li, and merely flew by his side with a smile on her face. Meanwhile, Qin Yuanzi was flying on ahead of them and didn't even turn his head to check on them once. Thus, the three streaks of light quickly vanished into the distance, leaving the battlefield between Han Li and shopkeeper Yu completely empty. Around half a day later, the trio finally returned to Qin Yuanzi's cave abode, and Han Li arrived in the hall that was still slightly familiar to him. The miniature azure figure stretched lazily, then suddenly expanded to the size of a normal human being. He sat down on the main seat in a casual manner, then said to Han Li, "You're already a body integration cultivator now, so there's no need for you to be too reserved and rigid in my presence. You can take a seat as well." "Thank you, Senior." Han Li immediately extended a respectful salute before taking a seat as he was told. Yuan Yao strode over to Qin Yuanzi's side before standing behind him in an obedient manner, and right at this moment, a white-robed young woman with a round face emerged into the hall, carrying a platter with several cups of spirit tea. She placed one of the cups onto the table in front of Han Li, then said with a smile, "Welcome, Brother Han. I didn't think that you would return to this place so soon." This woman was naturally none other than Yan Li. Han Li turned to her with a smile and said, "Long time no see, Fairy Yan. You look just as youthful and beautiful as ever." "I possess a half-ghost body, so my appearance naturally won't change. I can't seem to ascertain your exact cultivation base now. Could it be that you've already reached the body integration stage, Brother Han?" Yan Li initially had a smile on her face, but that smile quickly gave way to a stunned expression as she swept her spiritual sense toward Han Li. Yan Li was currently at the early spatial tempering stage, so it was naturally impossible for her to glean Han Li's current cultivation base. "Indeed, I was very fortunate and managed to progress to the mid-body integration stage," Han Li replied in a calm manner. "The mid-body integration stage?" Yan Li was completely rooted to the spot. A hint of impatience appeared on Qin Yuanzi's face and he said, "If you want to catch up with fellow Daoist Han, you can talk to him all you want after we're done with our discussion here." My apologies for my rudeness." Yan Li finally returned to her senses before offering the other cup of spirit tea on her platter to Qin Yuanzi, then situated herself beside Yuan Yao. "I also didn't think that you would come here so soon, and my main nascent soul is currently in seclusion cultivating a powerful ability, so I won't be able to greet you with my true body," Qin Yuanzi suddenly said to Han Li. "It's already a great honor for me to be graced by the presence of one of your nascent souls even though you're at a critical juncture in your cultivation, Senior," Han Li replied in a sincere manner. Qin Yuanzi nodded at the sight of Han Li's respectful display, then cut straight to the chase. "You returned to the infernal river using the treasure I gave you, so you must have gathered a lot of the materials I asked for, right? Roughly how many of the materials have you gathered?" "As we agreed, you only have to gather 2/3 of all the materials on the list to complete your mission." "All of the materials I've gathered are in this storage bracelet. Please inspect them for yourself, Senior." Instead of giving a direct reply, Han Li flipped a hand over to produce a green storage bracelet, then stood up and offered the bracelet to Qin Yuanzi with both hands. As opposed to being irked by Han Li's refusal to directly answer his question, a hint of elation flashed through his eyes and he said, "Hee, you seem very confident, fellow Daoist Han. Looks like you must have completed your mission with flying colors. Now then, let me inspect the fruits of your efforts." Thus he reached out to accept the storage bracelet, then closed his eyes and injected his spiritual sense into it. Yuan Yao and Yan Li both turned to appraise Qin Yuanzi in unison. They naturally couldn't inject their spiritual sense into the storage bracelet as well, but they could gauge Han Li's degree of success by inspecting Qin Yuanzi's reaction. In contrast with the slightly anxious looks on their faces, Han Li was very calm and collected. With Qin Yuanzi's immensely powerful spiritual sense as well as his vast wealth of knowledge and experience, It naturally wouldn't take him long to inspect all of the materials in the storage bracelet. Initially, he remained completely expressionless, but not long after that, a hint of astonishment had appeared on his face, and as more time passed, the astonishment gave way to shock and elation. Yuan Yao was quite relieved to see this, and at the same time she turned to Han Li with a curious look in her eyes. As Qing Yuanzi's foster daughter, she was naturally aware of what materials were on the list that had been given to Han Li. The quantity and rarity of the materials on that list had been truly astonishing to her, and she had always been concerned that Han Li wouldn't be able to complete this mission. However, judging from Qing Yuanzi's reaction, Han Li had to have gathered a very significant proportion of the materials on the list. Initially, Qing Yuanzi hadn't actually harbored very high hopes for Han Li. He had merely given Han Li a list of materials as it couldn't hurt to do so it was a low-risk endeavor for a potentially high reward, albeit only with very slim chances. These materials were very important to Qing Yuanzi to begin with, and the fact that he was unable to leave the infernal river made the materials even more precious to him. Yan Li was also staring at Han Li with an astonished look in her eyes, but that was also tinged with some other complex emotions. Very good. Aside from a few materials that even I wouldn't be confident in finding, you've found all of the materials on my list. You have truly surprised me, fellow Daoist Han. With these materials, I'll have a 20% better chance of transcending my next lightning tribulation, Qing Yuanzi said in an excited voice as he opened his eyes. These materials can only result in a 20% increase? Han Li was stunned to hear this. All of the materials that he had gathered were extremely difficult to find in the spirit realm, and he had only found some of them in the medicine garden within the vast glacial realm. In Han Li's opinion, many of those materials most likely couldn't even be found in the spirit realm anymore. Once someone reaches my cultivation base, normal methods are completely ineffective when it comes to increasing the chances of transcending a tribulation, and there are extremely limited external forces that can be drawn upon, so 20% is already an optimistic estimate. Alright, setting that aside for now, you delivered the materials I asked for, so I'll naturally give you some divine infernal river elixir in return. But before that, are you still planning to exchange these materials for the elixir? If you're open to alternatives, I can offer you items that are no less valuable than the elixir, Qing Yuanzi said with a smile as he carefully stowed the storage bracelet away. I'm sure you're aware of how important the elixir is to me now that I'm at the body integration stage, so I'll have to turn down any alternatives, Han Li replied without any hesitation. Yuan Yao had already hinted that there would be an issue with this exchange, so he was ready for such an offer. In that case, things could be a little troublesome. Qing Yuanzi's brows furrowed slightly as a contemplative look appeared on his face. You seem troubled, senior. Would you be able to tell me what the issue is? If I recall correctly, didn't you already have some divine infernal river elixir? Han Li asked. Truth be told, if you had come 100 years earlier or 200 to 300 years later, there would be no issues at all, but I recently lent my elixir to someone else who had an urgent need for it. If you wait another few centuries, perhaps I can source some more, Qing Yuanzi said in a resigned manner. You lent out the elixir? Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. Indeed. The one who borrowed the elixir is one of the grand elders of the Mayfly race and we're close acquaintances. He's one of the reasons I've been able to reside in the infernal river, so I couldn't turn him down, Qing Yuanzi revealed. Han Li's expression naturally became rather strained upon hearing this. However, Qing Yuanzi then suddenly smiled and said, But rest assured, fellow Daoist Han, if you really want the elixir, it's not impossible to obtain it. What do you mean by that, senior? Are there other avenues through which the elixir can be secured? Han Li immediately asked as an elated look appeared on his face. Of course. Divine infernal river elixir is very rare, and every time it's produced, I always make sure to get my hands on some. However, there are also several other tremendously powerful beings who inhabit this realm, and they'll also take a share each as well. Generally, half of the elixir produced is taken by the Mayfly race, while the rest is split among us. However, these people all have rather peculiar personalities and are no less powerful than I am. I have no ties or relations with them, and I'll have to pay them a visit in person to see if I can borrow some elixir from them. Rest assured, even if I'm unable to do so, I'll make sure to issue you satisfactory reparations for your efforts, Qing Yuanzi said in a confident manner. Han Li was feeling slightly more reassured by Qin Yuanzi's promise and he asked, "In that case I guess I'll just have to wait. Pardon me for asking, but roughly when would I be able to expect a response? I naturally can't send this second nascent soul of mine to visit those old geezers, so I'll have to visit them in person. My true body will be coming out of seclusion in around a month at the very least and around half a year at the most. You should be able to wait for that much time, right, fellow Daoist Han?" Qin Yuanzi replied in a calm manner. "Of course," Han Li replied with a rather sheepish smile. All of a sudden Qin Yuanzi smiled and asked, "By the way, how are your azure bamboo clouds worm sorts coming along? I'm sure you've already refined them again, right?" Han Li was rather taken aback by the sudden change in topic, but he still replied, "I did indeed refine all of the flying swords again following your instructions. I've cultivated the final azure coil sword formation as well. It's just that the sword art you passed down to me is truly profound, and I was only able to glean a small portion of it. In that case, would you like me to instruct you in the sword art? I developed some new insights regarding this sword art during the past years, and I'm sure those insights would be beneficial to you. On top of that, now that you're at the mid-body integration stage, I'm sure it'll only be a matter of time before you encounter your late-body integration stage bottleneck. I also have some insights on this area if you'd like to hear them as well." Han Li was naturally both surprised and ecstatic to hear this, and he hurriedly rose to his feet before extending a deep bow. "Thank you, Senior. It would be a vast honor for me to receive instructions from you." He was naturally aware that Qin Yuanzi was only willing to do this as he had gathered far more materials on the list than Qin Yuanzi had expected. "Alright, then you can stay here for now. I'll go organize these materials first. You can come directly to my secret chamber to find me tomorrow. In the meantime, Yao Yanli, please keep fellow Daoist Han company," Qin Yuanzi instructed as he turned to Yuan Yao with a smile. Yuan Yao and Yanli naturally hurriedly extended curtsies and the former replied, "Yes, father, we'll be sure to look after fellow Daoist Han." Qin Yuanzi nodded in response before giving Han Li a nod, then departed from the hall, leaving only Han Li, Yuan Yao and Yanli in the room. A faint blush appeared on Yuan Yao's face, and just as she is contemplating what she should say to Han Li, Yanli suddenly said in an intrigued manner, "I can't believe you've managed to progress to the mid-body integration stage in just a few centuries, brother Han. Your rate of progression truly puts us to shame." The two women shared quite a close bond with Han Li, so even though Han Li had far outstripped them in power, Yanli was still regarding him as an equal, much like good friends did. "You've done quite well for yourself, Fairy Yan. You've managed to remain by Senior Zhang's side and reach the spatial tempering stage after just a few centuries. I'm sure countless fellow Daoists would be envious of your situation. On top of that, I can see that a lot of the yin qi within your bodies has faded, so I presume you've found a way to revert back to human bodies. I must congratulate you on that as well," Han Li said with a smile. "Your powers are truly unfathomable, brother Han. I didn't think that you would be able to spot the changes we'd undergone right away. Indeed, Senior Jiang did find a way for us to return to our human forms. It's just that this method is extremely slow, and even after all this time, we've only displayed slight changes. At this rate, it'll probably take 2,000 to 3,000 more years until we complete our transformations," Yanli replied with a smile, and it was quite clear that she was also very pleased with this development. "Not only did the two of you come from the same human world as I did, you're also two of the very few good friends I have in the spirit realm, so I'm very glad to see that you're doing well," Han Li said with a smile. "Brother Han, if it's not too much trouble, would you be able to tell us about what you've been through these past years? Of course, you can omit the more sensitive details. The two of us have been trapped in this place ever since we ascended to the spirit realm, and we're very curious about your experiences," Yuan Yao finally said. "Indeed, I'm also quite interested to hear what you've been up to all these years, brother Han," Yanli chimed in an excited manner. Han Li chuckled in response and obliged with the request. "Hee, I've been to many places since we last met, including even another continent. If you'd like to hear about my experiences, then I'd be more than happy to give you a recount. Back when I left this place several hundred years ago, I first returned to the island I resided on prior to coming here and then went into seclusion for a while, progressing to the spatial tempering stage in the process." Thus, Han Li gave an account of his experiences to the two women, and even though he had omitted a lot of important details, it was still a spectacular story for the sheltered pair of sisters. Yuan Yao's eyes were sparkling as she listened to Han Li's tale, and Yenli also occasionally gave cries of surprise. After a long while, Hanli finally concluded his story, and he naturally inquired about how the women's cultivation had progressed during these past years. Thus, Yuan Yao and Yenli told him their stories as well, but compared to the spectacular tale Hanli had just told, their experiences were admittedly extremely drab and boring. Aside from cultivating and occasionally going out into the infernal river to gather items for Qin Yuanzi, there wasn't really anything else to speak of. Thus, Hanli continued to chat with the two women, and after they had had their fill of conversation, the two women organized a silent cultivation chamber within the cave abode for Hanli to stay in. He was left to rest on his own there, and after meditating for a night he was led to Qin Yuanzi's secret chamber by the two women the next morning. Time flew by and 3 months passed in a flash. On this day, a streak of golden light and a streak of azure light suddenly rose up into the air above Qin Yuanzi's cave abode before flying toward a certain direction. Within the streaks of light were a gray-robed elderly man, and an azure-robed young man who appeared to be in his 20s. They were naturally none other than Qin Yuanzi and Hanli. However, as opposed to Qin Yuanzi's nascent soul, this was Qin Yuanzi's true body that was flying alongside Hanli. He had finally emerged from seclusion the day before, and Hanli had benefited immensely in his cultivation from being instructed by the nascent soul for the past 3 months. At present, they were heading toward an obscure place in the infernal river to visit a certain mysterious individual. What Hanli found to be rather strange and perplexing was that Qin Yuanzi had asked Hanli to join him on this trip. After traveling for half a day, Hanli finally couldn't help but ask, "Would you be able to tell me who we're going to be visiting, senior? I'm taking you to one of the old geezers in here who is relatively easier to talk to, so there should be a greater chance that we'll be able to get some elixir from him. As for exactly who he is or what his origins are, I'm not particularly sure. However, what I can be sure of is that he definitely isn't a flying spirit being or mayfly being. Instead, it seems that his true form is some kind of powerful beast. In terms of experience and age, even I can't hold a candle to him. He'll be slightly easier to talk to than the others, but he has a rather peculiar personality as well, so make sure to be on your guard when we meet him," Qin Yuanzi said in a serious manner. "Thank you for the reminder, senior. I'll be sure to exercise caution," Hanli hurriedly answered. "There's no need for you to be too concerned. He owes me a favor from many years ago, so barring any mishaps, we should be able to achieve our objective for this trip," Qin Yuanzi chuckled in reassurance. "That would naturally be best," Hanli replied with a smile. Alright, let's focus on traveling now. That person resides in a very secluded corner of the infernal river, so even at our speed, it will take over 10 days to reach his abode," Qin Yuanzi said as golden light revolved around his body, and his speed abruptly doubled as he shot forth through the air as a golden thread. Hanli naturally also sped up upon seeing this, transforming into a rapid azure thread that followed closely behind Qin Yuanzi. 10 days later, Hanli and Qin Yuanzi arrived above a strange azure lake that was enshrouded under a vast expanse of faint gray mist. Not only was the entire lake enshrouded under mist, it was extremely massive, and the water within it was of a vibrant green color. Hanli released his spiritual sense toward the water down below, and was shocked to discover the vast abundance of spiritual qi within the lake. Countless giant fish were swimming through the lake, and all of them were demonic fish that possessed magic power and were giving off astonishing auras. However, these fish seemed to have been somehow restricted. Not only did not a single one of them float to the surface, even as Hanli and Qin Yuanzi flew over the lake, the fish displayed no interest toward them whatsoever. Hanli was slightly surprised to see this, and after flying for several tens of thousands of kilometers further, an island appeared on the surface of the lake. The island was very eye-catching as it was entirely of a shimmering golden color. On top of that, there was a giant radiant golden palace that took up roughly 2/3 of the area of the island, while the rest of the area had been reserved for all types of exotic flowers and plants. The island was as beautiful as an immortal paradise, but it was entirely enshrouded within a white light barrier, from which Hanli could sense powerful restriction fluctuations. "This is where that man lives. Come with me, fellow Daoist Han," Qin Yuanzi said with a smile as he stopped in front of the island. "This senior sure lives in a rather unique place." Hanli looked down at the dazzling golden island in a stunned manner. This is just one of his strange indulgences. You'll know what he's like when you meet him," Qin Yuanzi replied as a slightly peculiar look appeared in his eyes. I'm quite curious about this senior now, Han Li mused with a contemplative look on his face. Meanwhile, Qin Yuanzi swept his sleeve toward the white light barrier up ahead, and a burst of golden light immediately shot forth before transforming into a giant golden sword that was over 100 feet in length. The sword swept toward the light barrier without any hesitation, and a resounding boom rang out as ripples ran over the entire surface of the light barrier. Almost at the exact same moment, several roars of fury immediately rang out from the island. Who dares to attack our Golden Flame Island? Are you unaware that this is Master Golden Flame's abode? Several figures instantly appeared within the light barrier before revealing themselves to be 4 golden armored guards, all of whom immediately turned toward Qin Yuanzi and Han Li with furious expressions. However, upon catching sight of Qin Yuanzi, the 4 guards hurriedly extended respectful bows. It's Master Qin. It was quite clear that all of the guards recognized Qin Yuanzi, and their enraged expressions immediately faded. Han Li swept his spiritual sense toward these 4 guards and discovered that they were all at the spatial tempering stage. However, there were violent auras within all of their bodies, so they clearly weren't ordinary people. Golden Flame Baron, why don't you come out to meet your old friend? Qin Yuanzi called out toward the Golden Palace, paying no heed to the 4 golden armored guards. Even though his voice wasn't very loud, he had clearly used some kind of secret technique that made his voice audible over the entire island. Come in on your own, Qin Yuanzi. Are you asking me to come out to greet you? An indifferent male voice rang out from within the Golden Palace in response. It was coming from somewhere quite far away, but it was also very clearly audible to Han Li and Qin Yuanzi. Pardon my intrusion then. You can lead the way for me, Qin Yuanzi said to the 4 guards with a smile. The 4 golden armored guards hurriedly replied in a respectful manner. Yes, please come with us, senior. Thus, Han Li and Qin Yuanzi were led through the light barrier by the guards before descending toward the palace on the island. Not long after that, Qin Yuanzi was seated in a spacious hall in a casual manner, while Han Li was seated beside him in a more rigid and respectful posture. On the main seat in the hall sat a golden-robed middle-aged man with a golden dragon crown on his head, and a calm look on his face. I can see that this fellow Daoist is a mid-body integration cultivator. Could it be that you accepted him as your disciple, knowing that your life is about to come to an end soon? Someone of his powers at his age is indeed worthy of being your heir. However, last time I visited Old Man Yen, I recall he told me that you have a female disciple, the Golden Crown man said. This man had skin that was as fair as jade, and a very graceful and refined appearance. He was the owner of this place, a grand ascension stage being by the name of Golden Flame Baron. Almost every single inch of his body was adorned by shimmering golden accessories, and Han Li was left feeling rather speechless at the sight of him. At the same time, he finally understood what Qin Yuanzi had told him earlier. I'm afraid you're mistaken, fellow Daoist Jin. Fellow Daoist Han is just one of my acquaintances. I'm sure you recall an incident that took place several hundred years ago, where members of the Mayfly race hunted down a few people who tried to steal some divine infernal river elixir. It was during that time that I first met fellow Daoist Han. As for the female disciple you're referring to, she's already become my foster daughter, and even though she also possesses outstanding aptitude, she's still only at the spatial tempering stage at the moment, Qin Yuanzi explained with a smile. Oh, you must be the one who diverted the infernal lightning beast away for those who were attempting to steal the elixir. If I recall correctly, didn't everyone in that group get captured by the Mayfly race in the end? How did this fellow Daoist Han manage to escape? Could it be that you were the one who saved him? The Golden Crown man asked with a hint of befuddlement in his eyes. That's not exactly what happened, but it's close enough. I was indeed the one who sent fellow Daoist Han away from the infernal river, but please don't misunderstand. I only did this as fellow Daoist Han is from the same race as I am, and I also required his services to do something in my stead in the outside world, Qin Yuanzi said in a calm manner. I see. Come to think of it, it's been over 1,000 years since you last came to visit me. Now that you're here with fellow Daoist Han, I'm sure you haven't just come to me for a chat, right? Golden Flame Baron asked in a serious voice. I do indeed have something I need to discuss with you, fellow Daoist Jin, Qin Yuanzi admitted with a smile. If I knew it. We're slightly closer with one another than all of the other old geezers in the infernal river, but we're certainly not close enough for you to pay me a visit right after you come out of seclusion. What do you want to see me for? Golden Flame Baron asked in an expressionless manner. Qin Yuanzi was rather displeased by Golden Flame Baron's cold and forbidding demeanor, and his expression fell slightly as he said, I'm not here to force you into anything, fellow Daoist. I only want to propose a mutually beneficial exchange. If there's anything you're not satisfied with, I definitely won't force the issue. Golden Flame Baron took a meaningful glance at Qin Yuanzi before a smile appeared on his face. Forgive me, fellow Daoist. I haven't had company for a long time, and it seems that I've forgotten my manners. Now then, what would you like to propose? As long as it's not an exchange that's too lopsided, I would be happy to consider it. In that case, I'll get straight to the point. I recall during my last visit that you expressed an interest in my 9-eye bead, and that you were willing to exchange some treasures for it. However, at the time I required it for something else, so I turned down your offer. On this occasion, I've brought this bead along with me and would like to exchange it for something I need. What do you say, Brother Jin? Qin Yuanzi swept a sleeve over the table beside him as he spoke, and a vibrant green jade box appeared amid a flash of golden light. Golden Flame Baron's composed facade immediately cracked slightly upon hearing this, and he focused his gaze intently onto the box on the table. Only after seemingly expending a lot of effort did he finally manage to forcibly wrench his gaze away from the box. It was quite clear that he held this 9-eye bead in extremely high regard, and he said, seeing as you're being so straightforward, I won't waste any time either. What would you like for this treasure? As long as it's not one of my indispensable treasures, I can consider anything else. Han Li was quite elated to see this. Judging from the current situation, it seemed that there was a very good chance that he would be able to secure some divine infernal river elixir. Qin Yuanzi smiled and replied, I want 3 vials of divine infernal river elixir, and a chunk of self-creating soil. Absolutely not. This 9-eye bead does indeed have extraordinary abilities when it comes to tool refinement, but it's nowhere near valuable enough to exchange for those items. Setting aside the divine infernal river elixir for now, self-creating soil is one of the best earth attribute materials in existence, and there are almost no other earth attribute materials that can compare with it. I'm only in possession of a very small amount of this soil, and I'm planning to use it to refine a treasure for my next tribulation transcendence. I certainly can't give it away like this, Golden Flame Baron said as he shook his head vehemently. I'm naturally aware of this, but what if I throw in these 3 things as well? Qin Yuanzi wasn't surprised in the slightest by Golden Flame Baron's rejection, and a confident smile appeared on his face as he swept a sleeve over the table again, summoning 3 strange rhomboid items. These 3 items resembled fist-sized spearheads that were of a shimmering golden color. These items were covered in strange red runes and were quite mystifying to behold. Golden Flame Baron faltered slightly at the sight of these items, then carefully inspected them, but didn't seem to discover anything. Thus, he made a grabbing motion to draw one of the items into his grasp for closer inspection. Could this be? At the same time, Han Li was staring intently at the other 2 golden items on the table as he could sense an extremely familiar aura emanating from them. After inspecting the golden item in his hand for a while longer, Golden Flame Baron's expression began to change slightly. I can't be certain, but this seems to be the legendary Vajra Devil Vanquishing Divine Lightning, Golden Flame Baron said in a rather hesitant manner as he turned to Qin Yuanzi. You have an exceptional eye, fellow Daoist. I obtained some golden lightning bamboo leaves some years ago, and it took me several centuries to refine only 6 pieces of this lightning. I'm bringing out half of them at once, so I'm sure that's a sufficient show of my sincerity. Your next major heavenly tribulation won't be too far away, and Vajra Devil Vanquishing Divine Lightning is an exceptional weapon against extra-realm heavenly devils. Those devils can be extremely troublesome during tribulations, and normal treasures have very minimal effects on them. With this lightning, you'll be able to protect yourself against them far better than any treasure could protect you. If it weren't for the fact that I had managed to refine more than enough for myself, I definitely wouldn't be offering them to you, Qin Yuanzi said with a hint of a smile on his face. Golden Flame Baron seemed to have been quite tempted by this, and he fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, a peculiar look flashed through Han Li's eyes upon hearing the name, Vajra Devil Vanquishing Divine Lightning. It was no wonder that these 3 items had struck him with a sense of familiarity. They had been refined from the golden lightning bamboo leaves he had given to Qin Yuanzi as the main material. These leaves stemmed from the same source as the golden lightning bamboo cane, so their auras were naturally quite similar. Even though this lightning was supposed to be an effective weapon against extra-realm heavenly devils, those were heavenly devils that would only appear when one made a breakthrough attempt to the Grand Ascension stage or endured heavenly tribulations when at the Grand Ascension stage, so it wasn't something that he had to worry about for now. As for the refinement method for this lightning, Han Li had unintentionally stumbled upon that in the market of a certain foreign race, but he had been stunned by the vast amount of lightning attribute materials required to refine it. At the time, he knew that he wouldn't be able to gather all of the required materials and that he wouldn't be able to refine it anyway, so he reluctantly cast the matter aside. The fact that even Qin Yuanzi could only refine 6 pieces of this lightning in several centuries further confirmed to him that this was beyond his reach, and it seemed that there was no chance he would be able to refine this lightning before he reached the late body integration stage. 3 pieces of Vajra devil-vanquishing divine lightning is indeed enough to exchange for self-creating soil. But there's one thing I don't understand. Don't you have divine infernal river elixir yourself? Why did you come all the way here to exchange for some with me? Golden Flame Baron asked in a skeptical manner. All of my elixir was borrowed to someone else over 100 years ago, and fellow Daoist Han requires this item to break through his next body integration stage bottleneck. I owe him a favor due to an agreement we had made, so I could only come to you to try and secure some elixir, Qin Yuanzi explained. You promised him some divine infernal river elixir? Looks like you owe him quite a big favor indeed. Golden Flame Baron mused as he turned to Han Li with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Han Li extended a slight bow in a display of respect, and he refrained from saying something. I do indeed owe him a very big favor. Alright, I've told you everything I have to say. If you still can't make up your mind, then I'll have to go to someone else. Old Man Yen is about to face a lightning tribulation soon as well, and I'm sure he'd be more than happy to exchange with me, Qin Yuanzi said in a meaningful manner. Haha, I never said I was going to refuse, Brother Qin. Seeing as you're being sincere and I owe you a favor as well, I'll agree to this exchange. Golden Flame Baron chuckled after a brief moment of contemplation. You've made a wise decision, Brother Qin. This is definitely a mutually beneficial exchange for both of us, Qin Yuanzi replied in an elated voice. Golden Flame Baron smiled before suddenly opening his mouth to expel 4 balls of spiritual light, 3 of which were white while the other was yellow. They consisted of 3 small white jade vials and a yellow jade box. He swept a sleeve through the air, and the 4 items immediately flew toward Qin Yuanzi in unison. At the same time, he waved his other hand toward the green jade box on the table, as well as the other 2 pieces of Vajra devil-vanquishing divine lightning, and those items were all drawn into his grasp. Meanwhile, Qin Yuanzi had also drawn the small vials and yellow jade box into his own hand, and he immediately began to carefully inspect the items with his spiritual sense. After a while, a pleased look appeared on his face. I really must thank you, Brother Qin. Fellow Daoist Han, here's your divine infernal river elixir. Qin Yuanzi tossed the 3 small vials toward Han Li with a flick of his wrist as he spoke, and Han Li hurriedly accepted them in an elated and grateful manner. Qin Yuanzi had initially only agreed to give him 2 vials of this elixir, yet he was now giving him all 3 vials, clearly as an extra reward for all of the materials he had gathered. It seemed that he had made a wise decision in offering all of the materials he had collected, rather than withholding some of them. This divine infernal river elixir was extremely precious, but it wasn't very useful to Qin Yuanzi, so he naturally wasn't going to be stingy with it. Golden Flame Baron was clearly also very pleased with this exchange, and he began to make some small talk with Qin Yuanzi. They exchanged some obscure news about the spirit realm as well as some information regarding cultivation, and Han Li also benefited from listening to their conversation. Close to 2 hours flew by in the blink of an eye, and Qin Yuanzi finally stood up to take his leave. Golden Flame Baron didn't try to keep him, but he also rose to his feet to accompany Qin Yuanzi to the gate of his palace. Right at this moment, a resounding boom rang out in the air above the island, causing the entire palace to tremor. It seemed that something had struck the restriction over the island. The trio in the hall were all quite alarmed by this, and they exchanged slightly bewildered glances. This was blatant provocation. Qin Yuanzi had struck the restriction over the island with a seemingly powerful streak of sword qi, but it actually hadn't packed much power, whereas the massive commotion that had just rung out clearly stemmed from the restriction being completely broken. Golden Flame Baron quickly returned to his senses, and an enraged look appeared on his face as he made a hand seal to activate some kind of ability. However, in the next instant, a male voice suddenly rang out in the air above the hall. Golden Flame Qinyuanzi, are you in there? Hurry up and come out to greet me, you little brats. The voice was very rough and uncouth, and both Golden Flame Baron and Qinyuanzi's expressions changed slightly as they exchanged a wry smile. Why has no one come out to greet me yet? Do you want me to raise this place to the ground? The man outside seemed to have become rather impatient, and as soon as his voice trailed off, a string of resounding booms rang out in rapid succession outside the palace. Immediately thereafter, bursts of spatial fluctuations surged over the entire island, and golden light flashed from outside the hall as a panicked golden armored guard rushed into the hall. Master, the man outside is. I know who he is, you can go now. Brother Jiang, it looks like you won't be able to leave anytime soon. Let's go and greet this old monster together. Otherwise he really could destroy my entire island, Golden Flame Baron said with a wry smile. It seems I have no choice but to meet him. Judging from past experience, this is not going to be pleasant. Qin Yuanzi sighed in a resigned manner. Golden Flame Baron also heaved a resigned sigh before making a hand seal, and golden light flashed from his body as a layer of golden flames appeared to completely envelop him. A dull thump rang out, and the flames suddenly dispersed, while Golden Flame Baron also abruptly disappeared. This was an extremely rare fire movement technique. Meanwhile, Qin Yuanzi merely flew toward the entrance of the hall as a streak of golden light, but vanished into thin air along the way. Thus Han Li was the only one left in the hall. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of being could evoke such a wary response from a pair of Grand Ascension stage beings. He didn't want to meet this mighty figure, but a meeting seemed to be unavoidable. With that in mind, Han Li heaved a faint sigh, and a thunderclap rang out from behind him, following which a pair of translucent wings appeared on his back. He flapped those wings and vanished as an arc of azure and white lightning. In the air over 10,000 feet above the island, Qin Yuanzi and Golden Flame Baron were facing a gargantuan creature that was over 1,000 feet in length, and both of them had respectful looks on their faces. The giant creature was a glossy inky black beetle, and standing atop the head of the beetle was a thin elderly man. The man appeared to be around 60 years of age with a pair of deep-set eyes and large nostrils. He wore a set of colorful robes and a necklace of shimmering silver beads around his neck. Each bead was around the size of an egg, and the necklace was extremely eye-catching. What was quite alarming was that not only was the white light barrier above the island nowhere to be seen, the other 3 golden armored guards had all been bound tightly by a white thread that had been expelled from the beetle's mouth. These guards were spinning uncontrollably in midair, being made to look like complete fools. When Han Li arrived behind Qin Yuanzi as an azure and white arc of lightning, Golden Flame Baron was appraising the elderly man standing atop the beetle with a forced smile on his face, paying no heed to his 3 bound subordinates. Brother Void Spirit, it's very rare that you have time to visit me. Please come down to my palace for a seat. Hehe, you say that, but you're actually hoping that I never come to visit you, right? The elderly man chuckled in a forthright manner. I wouldn't dare to think that. By the way, how did you know that Brother Jiang had also come to visit me? Golden Flame Baron's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly changed the topic of conversation, directing it toward Qin Yuanzi. Qin Yuanzi was naturally cursing Golden Flame Baron internally for throwing him to the wolves, but he could only force a smile onto his face as he said, I was also wondering how you knew that I was with Brother Jean. Could it be that you've already visited my cave abode? Ha, I didn't just visit your cave abode, I visited everyone in this infernal river. 2 of them were in seclusion and didn't want to see me, but they came out to meet me after I wrecked their abodes. They should have just complied from the very beginning, the elderly man guffawed in a smug manner. Not only did Golden Flame Baron and Qin Yuanzi exchange a wry smile upon hearing this, Han Li was also quite stunned by what he had just heard. I have something that I need to speak to the 2 of you about, so I'll come take a seat in your palace. Golden Flame, your green spirit wine is pretty good. Get me 8 flagons, the elderly man said in a nonchalant manner. 8 flagons? Surely you jest, Brother Void Spirit. Each flagon of green spirit wine takes several centuries to brew, and I only have 4 flagons in total. Golden Flame Baron said with a wry smile. Ha, 4 flagons will suffice then. That'll be enough for one sitting, the elderly man chortled. After that, he made a hand seal, and the giant beetle beneath his feet abruptly vanished as a plume of black smoke. The black smoke then swept upward and disappeared up his sleeve like a spirit snake. The elderly man flew down toward the palace as a streak of black light, and Golden Flame Baron could only heave a resigned sigh as he made a grabbing motion toward the distance. The 3 golden armored guards being suspended in midair immediately stopped spinning, and the white thread around them crumbled away. They were still feeling very dizzy, but as soon as they stabilized themselves, they immediately extended deep bows toward Golden Flame Baron with shameful looks on their faces. Thank you for saving us, Master. Our incompetence has brought shame upon you. It's not your fault. That man's powers are far beyond even my own. Just make sure to repair the restriction, Golden Flame Baron said with a shake of his head, then descended toward the palace as a streak of golden light. Come with me, fellow Daoist Han. Make sure to be on your guard as that old monster is very difficult to please. Xianxia sighed before he vanished into thin air as a streak of golden light. Han Li paused momentarily on the spot with a contemplative look on his face before also flying down toward the palace. Moments later, everyone arrived in the same hall and took their seats. However, the main seat was now being occupied by Void Spirit rather than Golden Flame Baron. As soon as everyone had taken a seat, Golden Flame Baron clapped his hands together, and 4 beautiful servants clothed in golden veil dresses immediately strode into the hall before placing some precious spirit fruits down onto the tables beside everyone. Where's the green spirit wine? You're not trying to swindle me with this stuff, are you, Golden Flame? Void Spirit scoffed as he rolled his eyes at the spirit fruits. Golden Flame Baron forcibly repressed his rage and explained, Rest assured, Brother Void Spirit, green spirit wine can only be brewed in myriad-year profound ice, and I've already sent someone to retrieve it. Alright, but you better not keep me waiting for too long. Void Spirit nodded before picking up a red peach-like spirit fruit, then gobbled it down with just a few bites, not even bothering to spit out the core of the fruit. Han Li was struck by a sense of speechlessness upon seeing this. Right at this moment, the elderly man took a glance at him before a hint of intrigue appeared in his eyes. I can see that your bone age is only just over 2,000 years, yet you've already reached the mid-body integration stage. That's quite impressive. Are you a junior from the same race as Xianxia? Not only was Han Li not flattered by the elderly man's words of praise, a chill immediately ran down his spine, and he hurriedly rose to his feet before extending a respectful bow. Junior Han pays his respects to Senior Void Spirit. Indeed, I'm from the same race as Senior Jiang. Even a Grand Ascension stage being like Xianxia was extremely wary of this man, so he naturally had to give this man the utmost respect. It was quite incredible that he was able to determine Han Li's age with just a single glance, and Han Li could only hope that the elderly man would only take a fleeting interest in him before moving on. However, things didn't progress as he hoped they would. The elderly man's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he clicked his tongue with wonder before continuing, Your level of aptitude is extremely good, even in the context of the entire spirit realm. Xianxia, I recall that your human race seems to be nothing more than an insignificant minor race, right? Why is it that not only does the human race have a Grand Ascension stage being like yourself, there's also someone of this Han brat's aptitude among their ranks? Could it be that you intentionally lied to me about the power of the human race? Xianxia's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and he hurriedly explained, I wouldn't dare to do that, Brother Void Spirit. Our human race really is just a minor race. I did indeed come from the human race, but without the opportunities one encountered thereafter, there's no way I would have been able to reach my current cultivation base. However, as a result, I'm no longer purely a human. As for fellow Daoist Han's astonishing aptitude, that's not all that strange, as every race has a supremely talented prodigy or two. It's just that you happen to encounter him, Brother Void Spirit. Of course, there's no way our human race could compare with your race. Is that so? Our Mayfly race is indeed quite powerful, but I've never seen anyone from our race reach such a cultivation base at such a young age. So how about it, fellow Daoist Han? Are you interested in joining our Mayfly race? As long as you're willing to become a guest elder of our race, we'll supply you with everything you need in your future cultivation, the elderly man said as he turned to Han Li with a hint of a smile on his face. Qin Yuanzi's expression changed drastically upon hearing this, and he opened his mouth to say something, but refrained from doing so in the end. Han Li was also very surprised by this offer, but he immediately gave a euphemistic rejection. I'm extremely flattered by your kind offer, Senior, but our human race is about to face a major tribulation. My powers aren't all that significant, but I'm bound by duty to help our human race transcend this tribulation. The elderly man's expression immediately darkened upon hearing this, and he accused, Tribulation? Are you using an excuse to placate me? At the same time, a burst of invisible pressure erupted from his body before hurtling directly toward Han Li. I definitely have no such intentions, Senior. Han Li was aware that this man had a very eccentric personality, but never did he think that void spirit would attack him without any inhibitions. In response to the pressure weighing down upon him, he hurriedly conjured up a protective layer of golden light around his own body. A resounding boom rang out, and a burst of enormous force crashed down onto his shoulders, forcing him to stoop down slightly, and the protective golden light around him flashed violently as if it were about to shatter. At the same time, a string of cracks and pops rang out from all of the joints within his body in rapid succession. If a normal body integration cultivator were standing in Han Li's place, they would at least sustain severe injuries from this and could easily be killed on the spot. Interesting, the elderly man mused as the dark expression on his face was replaced by one of intrigue again. Immediately thereafter he abruptly rose to his feet, and the pressure weighing down upon Han Li became even more intense. Han Li's shoulders swayed and his face paled slightly, but he remained firmly seated. However, the wooden chair beneath him had already been reduced to dust amid a dull thump. Please spare him, Brother Void Spirit. Qin Yuanzi finally stepped in as he swept a sleeve through the air with furrowed brows, sending a burst of golden light surging forth from within his sleeve. A dull thump rang out and two bursts of enormous force clashed in front of Han Li, canceling each other out in the end. The pressure on Han Li's shoulders was immediately alleviated, leaving him feeling as light as air. He heaved an internal sigh of relief, but at the same time he was extremely stunned by this void spirit's powers. It was no wonder that even Qin Yuanzi and Golden Flame Baron were so wary of him. His powers were indeed far superior in comparison. As opposed to being enraged by Qin Yuanzi's intervention, Void Spirit's eyes immediately lit up and he said, "Oh? Do you want to spar with me, Qin Yuanzi? I would certainly welcome a sparring match. It's been several thousand years since we last fought, and I heard you recently cultivated a new ability. I would love to see it." Thus he paid no further heed to Han Li, who was at a slight loss for what to do. He didn't know if this man really did have such a strong yearning for battle or was simply putting on an act. Some kind of recollection seemed to have surfaced in Qin Yuanzi's mind, and his expression changed slightly as he forced a smile onto his face. "Of course not, Brother Void Spirit. I wouldn't dare to challenge you. I was only hoping that you would spare fellow Daoist Han, as he's a junior from my human race after all." A hint of disappointment flashed through the elderly man's eyes, and he seemed to have become significantly deflated. "So you don't want to? That's rather disappointing. So be it, I'll let him off the hook seeing as you've stepped in to intervene. Alright, let's cut straight to the chase then. Brother Void Spirit, I heard that you had been in cultivation for over 1,000 years in preparation to ascend to the true immortal realm. What brings you here today? You mentioned that you'd visited everyone else in the Infernal River as well. Is there something important you have to discuss with us?" Golden Flame Baron asked in a curious manner. "Of course I do. Do you think I would make the effort to break into this realm because I'm bored and have nothing to do? I'll cut the chit-chat. Give me all of your divine Infernal River elixir. I brought 5 origin pills and eggs of myriad universe insects in exchange," the elderly man said in a straightforward manner. "What? You want divine Infernal River elixir? What use do you have for divine Infernal River elixir, Brother Void Spirit?" Qin Yuanzi and Golden Flame Baron were both quite surprised to hear this, as was Han Li. "What's with this reaction? I'm only asking for your divine Infernal River elixir. Do you think my 5 origin pills and myriad universe insect eggs aren't worth your elixir?" The elderly man's expression darkened slightly once again. "Of course not. It's just that I traded all of my elixir to fellow Daoist Jiang just now," Golden Flame Baron hurriedly explained. "Is that true, Qin Yuanzi?" The elderly man turned to Qin Yuanzi with a hint of surprise in his eyes. I did indeed just exchange for fellow Daoist Golden Flame's Divine Infernal River Elixir for some other items. Isn't this elixir completely ineffective for you at your cultivation base, Brother Void Spirit? On top of that, doesn't your Mayfly race have a huge reserve of this elixir? Other people in your Mayfly race may not have access to it, but wouldn't it be a simple matter for you to access those reserves? Qin Yuanzi was also quite surprised. Firstly, I'm sourcing this elixir for a purpose other than my own consumption. Secondly, there's a lot of routine expenditure of Divine Infernal River Elixir in our Mayfly race, so our reserves are nowhere near as abundant as you think. I've already used up all of the remaining elixir in our Mayfly race. Otherwise, I wouldn't be turning to you in Golden Flame. I managed to secure some elixir from the others, but it's still not enough. Hence, I don't care what you need the elixir for. I'm willing to exchange for it using something worth twice its value, the elderly man said in a serious manner. Qin Yuanzi's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and he fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, Han Li's expression remained unchanged, but his heart was thumping in his chest. In contrast, Golden Flame Baron crossed his arms and appraised the unfolding situation with a smile, assured in the knowledge that this matter no longer concerned him. It wouldn't be right of me to turn down an offer like this, but unfortunately I've already given the elixir to fellow Daoist Han, so I can't offer it to you even if I wanted to, Qin Yuanzi finally sighed with a shake of his head. You gave it to him? The elderly man furrowed his brows slightly in a display of displeasure. Indeed. I owe fellow Daoist Han a big favor, and I promised him Divine Infernal River Elixir as compensation. If you want to forcibly take the elixir from fellow Daoist Han, I'm afraid I'll have to step in, Qin Yuanzi said in a solemn manner. Oh. Looks like you really do owe this brat quite a big favor. It's very uncharacteristic of you to say something like this to me. I may have a short temper, but I wouldn't stoop to robbing juniors. However, if he's willing to hand over the elixir to me, you wouldn't intervene, would you? The elderly man asked. Of course. As long as fellow Daoist Han is willing to hand over the elixir, I naturally won't stick my nose into this matter, Qin Yuanzi replied in an affirmative manner. Good. Thus, the elderly man nodded with a pleased expression before turning to Han Li with a smile. Han Li's heart jolted at the sight of the smiling void spirit, and he hurriedly cupped his fist in a salute as he tried to offer an explanation. Senior, the elixir. There's no need to say anything. I do indeed have a domineering personality, but I won't bully juniors for my own gain. If I want your elixir, then I'll make it so that you'll willingly hand it over to me. The elderly man cut him off in a confident manner. Immediately thereafter, he swept a sleeve over the table beside him, and a dozen or so jade vials of different sizes appeared amid a flash of black light. These are some pills that I've collected over the years that can enhance the cultivation of a body integration cultivator, and this quantity of pills exceeds the value of 1 vial of Divine Infernal River Elixir. How many vials of elixir do you have? I'll give you a corresponding amount of pills in return, the elderly man chuckled. Even though Qin Yuanzi and Golden Flame Baron no longer had any use for these pills, they were still quite stunned by the sight of them. Any single vial of these pills would be enough to start a war between body integration stage beings in the outside world, and such a large quantity of these pills was definitely higher in value than a single vial of Divine Infernal River Elixir. The elderly man had nonchalantly brought out several tens of vials of these pills at once, and both Qin Yuanzi and Golden Flame Baron couldn't help but turn toward Han Li to gauge his reaction. Han Li also faltered momentarily at the sight of these pills, but instead of being elated by the sight of them, a rather peculiar look appeared on his face. After a brief hesitation, he raised an arm before making a grabbing motion, and one of the small vials was drawn into his grasp. He removed the lid, then tipped out an azure pill and began to inspect it in a careful manner. This Azure Shadow Pill is considered to be the sacred pill of the Azure Sea race. Just a single pill will produce an effect equivalent to around a month of arduous cultivation for you, and this pill is only slightly above average among all of the pills that I've brought out here, Void Spirit declared in a proud manner. It was quite clear that he was very confident in the pills he had to offer. These pills are indeed all extremely precious, but I'm afraid I can't offer my elixir in exchange for them, Han Li said with a wry smile. The elderly man faltered slightly before immediately flying into a thunderous rage. Why is that? Do you think I'm providing you with fake pills? Qin Yuanzi and Golden Flame Baron also exchanged a slightly bewildered glance. Of course not, Senior, it's just that I already have many pills that can enhance my cultivation base, so these pills aren't very useful to me, Han Li hurriedly explained. You already have some pills? What kind of pills are you using? Are you saying they're better than mine? The elderly man asked in a skeptical manner. Han Li could only heave a resigned internal sigh before continuing. If you don't believe me, then I can only show you my pills, Senior. He flipped a hand over as he spoke, and a small white jade vial appeared in his hand amid a flash of spiritual light. He tossed the vial toward the elderly man who was still quite skeptical, but was beginning to believe Han Li judging from the calmness he was displaying. He caught the vial before removing the lid, and a pleasant fragrance immediately wafted toward him. His expression changed slightly, and instead of immediately tipping a pill out of the vial, he brought the opening of the vial to his nose and inhaled deeply, following which a slightly bewildered look appeared on his face. Brother Void Spirit, you're an accomplished pill refinement master. What do you think of fellow Daoist Han's pills? Golden Flame Baron asked. He had no inhibitions as this had nothing to do with him anyway. There are no issues with the pills, but they have a rather peculiar fragrance. The elderly man tipped a thumb-sized pill out of the vial as he spoke. The pill was of a fiery red color with golden patterns all over its surface, as well as spiritual light swirling all around it, making it resemble a living creature. This is a corrosive immortal pill. There's no mistaking it. You managed to find corrosive poison weed? That's an immortal plant that's long extinct in the spirit realm. As expected of an old monster like Void Spirit, he was able to identify this pill after just a rough glance. What? This pill was refined using corrosive poison weed? Golden Flame Baron immediately rose to his feet with a stunned expression upon hearing this, and a hint of astonishment also flashed through Qin Yuanzi's eyes. The elderly man didn't say anything further. After carefully inspecting the pill in his hand, he carefully placed it back into the vial, then tossed the vial back to Han Li. Corrosive immortal pills are indeed far more potent than the pills I have here, so you weren't lying. However, the fact that you were able to find corrosive poison weed and refine these pills shows me that you're a man of great fortune. After all, corrosive poison weed can be very useful even to Grand Ascension stage beings, the elderly man said in a meaningful voice. Han Li's heart stirred slightly and he extended a respectful salute as he said, I only knew that this plant could be used to refine body integration stage pills. I didn't know that they could be useful to Grand Ascension stage beings as well. Would you be able to enlighten me further on this subject, Senior? Void Spirit replied with a smile. Sure, this isn't really a secret. If a Grand Ascension stage being can extract the poison out of corrosive poison weed, then directly consume this poison, they could use the stimulus to create a chance for themselves to break through a bottleneck. However, this is naturally extremely dangerous and someone who pursues this method could easily be killed by the poison. On top of that, regardless of whether they succeed or not, their body would be severely ravaged, so it's a desperate self-mutilating bid at further advancement. Despite how perilous the method is, the chances of success are extremely slim, so there's a massive imbalance between risk and reward. As such, only someone who has no hope of breaking through a bottleneck through conventional means and won't be able to transcend their next major heavenly tribulation would attempt something like this. Furthermore, extracting the poison out of corrosive poison weed is an extremely difficult process as well, and even back when the plant wasn't extinct in the spirit realm, very few people have managed to accomplish this. Qin Yuanzi displayed no reaction to this, but there was an indecisive look of contemplation in Golden Flame Baron's eyes. Alright, seeing as you're not in need of pills, I'll offer you some treasures. You can pick any 3 treasures you like from this selection. Void Spirit swept a sleeve through the air as he spoke, and spiritual light flashed erratically, following which his sleeve abruptly expanded to several times its original size. A faint buzzing sound then rang out, and hundreds of treasures surged out of his sleeve in a frenzy. Some of them were releasing dazzling light, some of them were emitting sharp ringing sounds, and some were flickering in and out of existence as if they had been constructed from illusionary smoke. The one common trait among this diverse smorgasbord of treasures was that all of them were giving off extremely powerful auras. All of them seemed to be top-grade spirit treasures, and there were even a few that were giving off spiritual pressure no less powerful than that of Han Li's silver ruler. Han Li was naturally greatly astonished to see this, and he was at a loss for words. Golden Flame Baron and Qin Yuanzi exchanged a smile upon seeing this, and the former suddenly chuckled. Brother Void Spirit, fellow Daoist Han is clearly a very wealthy individual, so perhaps he may even have a few treasures on the chaotic myriad spirit roll. If you want his elixir, then these treasures most likely won't be enough to tempt him. How about you bring out some good stuff so Brother Qin and I can broaden our horizons as well? You want to see some good stuff? You sure dare to talk, Golden Flame. I do indeed have a few treasures that are on the chaotic myriad spirit roll, and they're even more valuable than divine spirit treasures. But do you think I'll be willing to exchange those for divine infernal river elixir? The elderly man chuckled coldly, turning down Golden Flame Baron's request without any hesitation. I see. I had heard that you had obtained quite a powerful treasure that seems to be related to profound heavenly treasures prior to your seclusion, and I really wanted to see it, Golden Flame Baron said in a slightly disappointed manner. A profound heavenly treasure? Qin Yuanzi's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. Void Spirit inspected Golden Flame Baron and Qin Yuanzi through narrowed eyes for a moment before suddenly smiling as he agreed. You sure seem to know a lot about what I've been up to recently. The treasure that I obtained was only a fragment of a profound heavenly treasure, not a true profound heavenly treasure. Seeing as you've already mentioned it, it would be stingy of me not to show you. In that case, Brother Qin and I are truly in for a treat. This is the first time I've ever seen a profound heavenly treasure, Golden Flame Baron said in an ecstatic manner. I managed to witness the power of a profound heavenly treasure many years ago, but my cultivation base was far lower at the time, and I was situated quite far away, so I never saw what the profound heavenly treasure truly looked like. Speaking of which, as one of the major races of the Tian Yuan continent, the Mayfly race should be in possession of a profound heavenly treasure, right? A hint of excitement also flashed through Qin Yuanzi's eyes as he spoke. As for Han Li, his heart stirred slightly upon hearing the mention of profound heavenly treasure, and he withdrew his gaze from the multitude of treasures in the air before turning his attention to the elderly man as well. Our race does indeed have a profound heavenly treasure, but it was given to Master Insect of our Mayfly race countless years ago, and even I've only ever seen illustrations of the treasure before. There are only a dozen or so true profound heavenly treasures in the spirit realm, and they are the most powerful treasures this realm is capable of producing, the elderly man said as he rubbed his hands together, and a dull thump rang out as a ball of red light appeared between his hands. Within the red light was an object that resembled an incense burner. Its surface was riddled with pits and bumps, and there were a few golden runes inscribed upon it. At the same time, there were diagrams of unknown beasts on top of the burner. Some of these beasts had falcon heads and horse bodies, some had pig heads and dragon bodies, but all of them were damaged and missing limbs. Han Li's trio naturally focused their eyes on the item with different expressions on their faces. This is a profound heavenly treasure fragment? Golden Flame Baron asked with a hint of skepticism in his eyes. Qin Yuanzi's brows also furrowed slightly, but as opposed to being enraged by their suspicion, Void Spirit chuckled. I had thought that beings of your powers would have learned not to judge a book by its cover. He gently flicked a finger toward the incense burner as he spoke, and a crisp clang rang out, following which the burner tremored slightly, and the golden runes on its surface immediately lit up. The beastly diagrams on the top of the burner also began to glow with red light, and this red light manifested into the missing sections of the diagrams. He then flicked his finger toward the incense burner a second time, and the golden runes on its surface disintegrated into countless specks of golden light that enveloped the entire burner. Under the illumination of the red light, the beastly diagrams also sprang to life, and it looked as if they were going to spring out of the burner at any moment. At the same time, an enormous burst of the world's origin chi proliferated forth from the burner, transforming into an enormous invisible force that enveloped the entire hull. Han Li had risen to his feet earlier, and the terrifying pressure made his body sway as his expression changed ever so slightly. Qin Yuanzi and Golden Flame Baron were still seated firmly in their chairs, but they also couldn't help but be amazed by the phenomena stemming from the incense burner. This profound heavenly treasure fragment was something I unintentionally stumbled upon in an ancient battlefield deep within the primordial world. What I just displayed was only around 10% of the full power of this treasure. If I were to unleash the entirety of its power, it would definitely be no less powerful than the top 10 treasures on the chaotic myriad spirit roll. the elderly man said in a smug manner as he withdrew his hand seal before drawing the incense burner back into his grasp. Even just a fragment is capable of unleashing such power. I wonder just how fearsome a true profound heavenly treasure would be. I really do envy your fortune, Brother Void Spirit. With this treasure, you should have a greater chance of transcending your future tribulation, Qin Yuanzi praised. I certainly hope so. However, the Ascension tribulation is certainly not that easy to transcend. All beings from our spirit realm that have attempted to transcend this tribulation were extremely cautious and only dared to take on this monumental task after taking every single precaution they could, yet there are still only very few who make it in the end. If it weren't for the fact that I'm not confident in my ability to transcend my next major heavenly tribulation, I wouldn't be taking a risk to attempt ascension either. If I had a true profound heavenly treasure in my possession, perhaps I would have a decent chance. But unfortunately, Master Holy Insect has already refined our race's profound heavenly treasure to become a part of his body, so there's no way for me to borrow it. Void Spirit sighed in a wistful manner. All of a sudden, Qin Yuanzi said something that made Han Li's heart skip a beat. I've heard that a new profound heavenly treasure seems to have appeared in our spirit realms several hundred years ago. Is that true? Why have I never heard of this? Golden Flame Baron exclaimed in an incredulous manner. I received this news too from Elder Hua of my race. He told me that a profound heavenly treasure had appeared on the chaotic myriad spirit roll over 100 years ago, and it created a massive stir. Even the Jiaoqi race had traveled all the way to our continent in search of the treasure, and I had heard that they even performed a blood sacrifice to find the treasure, but to no avail. After that, no further news emerged of this treasure. No one knows if it developed intelligence of its own and hid itself, or was obtained by a mighty figure who used some kind of concealment technique to hide it. In any case, no one has any leads of where it may be. The elders in our race who were adept in divination expended an astonishing price to try and find the treasure, but they ultimately failed as well, so they could only give up, Void Spirit said in a solemn voice. I see, but how could a profound heavenly treasure be concealed even from divination? Could it be that it's fallen into the hands of a true spirit being? Golden Flame Baron said as he shook his head in shock and disbelief. It's rather unlikely that the treasure fell into the hands of a true spirit being. Most true spirit beings are born in realms lower than the true immortal realm, but once they come of age, the majority of them would ascend to higher realms or create their own abode by opening up an alternate space. Hence, there's virtually no chance that they'd come into contact with a profound heavenly treasure. If you ask me, I think this profound heavenly treasure has something to do with a profound spirit artifact that was born in an alternate realm. If that really were the case, then divination may work on it once or twice, but once this profound heavenly treasure develops intelligence and awareness, it won't be strange for it to develop the ability to conceal itself from divination. Void Spirit mused in a solemn manner, and his hypothesis wasn't far from the truth. That does make more sense. Perhaps that really is what happened. Otherwise, all of the major races would still be searching for it. After all, no one is going to search aimlessly for something throughout the entirety of the vast spirit realm. I really am in awe of your vast base of knowledge and experience, Brother Void Spirit, Golden Flame Baron said in an admiring voice. Qin Yuanzi also nodded with an expression of approval. I didn't think of all this myself. The elders of our race arrived at this verdict. Alright, you've had some time to think now. Have you picked the treasures you want, fellow Daoist Han? Voidspurt chuckled before suddenly turning toward Han Li, almost as if he had forgotten about him. Han Li's heart immediately jolted upon hearing this, and a peculiar look appeared on his face as he mustered up his courage and said, These treasures are indeed quite extraordinary, Senior, but I would still rather keep my divine infernal river elixir. Much to Han Li's surprise, the elderly man didn't immediately become enraged upon hearing this. Instead, his expression darkened slightly and he said in a rather menacing voice, None of them caught your eye? Could it be that you have a divine spirit treasure on the chaotic myriad spirit roll? In that case, I won't force the issue, but if you don't, I'll take this as a sign of disrespect, and I may have to punish you for it. Han Li knew that there wasn't any point in saying anything further. Thus, he merely flipped his hand over and silver light flashed as a shimmering silver ruler appeared in his grasp. He gently waved the ruler through the air, and an astonishing aura erupted forth. At the same spiritual light flashed as countless silver ruler projections appeared, creating quite a mystifying sight to behold. That really is a divine spirit treasures on the chaotic myriad spirit roll. It looks to be one of the lowest ranked treasures, but it fits the criterion nonetheless. A hint of surprise initially appeared on Golden Flame Baron's face, followed by a gloating smile. He was clearly taking pleasure in Void Spirit's misfortune. In contrast, Qin Yuanzi could only offer a wry smile. Now that he had failed on 2 separate occasions to work out a deal, Void Spirit was growing rather impatient and frustrated. He glowered at Han Li for a while before a cold smile appeared on his face. It seems that your wealth belies your cultivation base. Seeing as you're not in need of any pills or treasures, I'll show you something that you definitely won't be able to refuse. Something I definitely won't refuse? Han Li faltered slightly upon hearing this. Qin Yuanzi and Golden Flame Baron exchanged a glance, and both of them seemed to have guessed something. Instead of directly telling Han Li what he was going to offer next, Void Spirit said something that was rather cryptic and ambiguous. At this point, you should already know that I'm a Grand Elder of the Mayfly race. Our Mayfly race may not be able to match up against the super races like the Jiaoqi race and Sea Monarch race, but in some areas, we are peerless even in the context of the entire spirit realm. He then reached out and made a grabbing motion, upon which all of the treasures suspended in the air flew back into his sleeve as specks of spiritual light. Han Li's heart jolted upon hearing this and he exclaimed, "Are you referring to insect control techniques, Senior?" "Ah, that's right. Our race's insect control techniques are definitely unmatched in the spirit realm. Even if some of the other super races can compare with us in this field, they're definitely still somewhat lacking. What I'm offering you now are 2 of the 81 types of spirit insects that I've painstakingly nurtured. With these spirit insects up your sleeve, you'll be able to stand at the very pinnacle of the body integration stage," Void Spirit said in a proud manner, then pointed 2 of his fingers forward, and 2 thumb-sized spirit insects, 1 purple and 1 green, emerged onto the table. One of these spirit insects had arcs of lightning flashing around its body, while the other had a miniature WRM head. "That's a purple lightning insect and earth WRYM insect. How could you be willing to offer these 2 spirit insects for exchange?" Golden Flame Baron immediately exclaimed upon catching sight of the 2 spirit insects. A bewildered look also appeared on Qin Yuanzi's face. You don't know anything. In the past, Divine Infernal River Elixir naturally wouldn't be worth this much in my eyes, but now it's indispensable to me. Fellow Daoist Han, both of these spirit insects have been carefully nurtured by me for tens of thousands of years, and they can each take on an early body integration cultivator. As long as you're willing to give me your elixir, I'll destroy the master recognition marks in their bodies right away and help you tame them. Even in the Mayfly race, I'm most likely the only one capable of this, Void Spirit harumphed coldly, and it was quite clear that he was very reluctant to part with these 2 spirit insects. Han Li drew a sharp breath upon hearing this and for a moment he was tempted by this offer. However, he then recalled that he still had tens of thousands of gold-devouring beetles that he was still yet to be able to fully control, and he immediately made his decision. Even though a single gold-devouring beetle wasn't as powerful as either of these spirit insects, if he were to release hundreds or even thousands of them at once, these 2 spirit insects would stand no chance. In the face of Void Spirit's stern gaze, Han Li could only muster his courage and said, "Your spirit insects are indeed quite exceptional, Senior, but I already have spirit insects of my own." "What did you say? Are you saying you have spirit insects that can compare with mine? My patience is nearing its limit. Don't try to placate me with nonsense or you're going to regret it." A furious look appeared on Void Spirit's face. Han Li's heart jolted upon seeing this, yet before he had a chance to explain anything, Qin Yuanzi suddenly said, "Brother Void Spirit, I can personally vouch for fellow Daoist Han's claims. He really does possess a type of extremely powerful spirit insects, even more so than the spirit insects you possess. I know you're trying to protect him, but do you really think you can convince me with such a horrible alibi? He's just a mid-body integration cultivator. What kind of spirit insects could he possess that are superior to mine? On top of that, the only people to have seen the most powerful spirit insects I possess are already dead, so how would you know about them?" Void Spirit said in a cold voice. Perhaps you really do possess more powerful spirit insects than these 2, but I'm sure you wouldn't be willing to offer them up for exchange. In that case, what you're offering really can't compare with fellow Daoist Han's spirit insects, Qin Yuanzi said with a smile. Is that so? As I said earlier, I've nurtured 81 types of spirit insects. Aside from the few bonded spirit insects I've completely refined, I'm willing to offer any of them for the divine infernal river elixir. Take a good look. As soon as his voice trailed off, a layer of black chi appeared around him, inundating most of his body. He then made a hand seal and began to chant something, and all types of buzzing and screeching sounds rang out as hundreds of spirit insects appeared around him. The largest of these spirit insects were comparable to the size of human heads, while the smallest were as diminutive as peas. They were all of different colors and appearances, but the common trait between all of them was their terrifying and ferocious auras. Void Spirit pointed at the spirit insects before him and introduced them one by one. This golden-spotted insect is the Vajra insect. Its body is extraordinarily hard, and even spirit treasures won't be able to harm it in the slightest. The one enshrouded within the five-colored light is a baleful silkworm. Its forte lies in its ability to devour baleful chi, and it possesses such a powerful life force that it's virtually unkillable. Even if you tear into pieces, it can regenerate in an instant. This crimson praying mantis is the vastly renowned ghost mantis. Its aura isn't all that powerful, but it hunts in swarms and is one of the most vicious and violent types of spirit insects. They can devour an entire WM in a day, and at the height of their bloodlust, even I would have trouble containing them. These spirit insects were indeed all extremely rare in the spirit realm, and some of them were ones that Hanli had only ever heard for the first time. What made them even more alluring was that they had all been nurtured to the point of maturity, so they would immediately be powerful allies in battle. How about it? How many types of these spirit insects have you seen in the past? I'll make an exception for you, fellow Daoist Han. I'll allow you to exchange each vial of elixir you have for one type of spirit insect. That should be enough, right? If you turn me down again and don't provide me with a satisfactory reason, then don't blame me for turning on you, Void Spirit said in a slow voice, just as Hanli was inspecting the spirit insects before him with awe and wonder in his eyes. Hanli's eyelids twitched upon hearing this and he turned to Qin Yuanzi for help. After a brief hesitation, Qin Yuanzi said in a serious manner, "Show Brother Void Spirit your spirit insects, fellow Daoist Han. I'm sure he'll understand once he sees them." Senior. Hanli was quite reluctant to comply with this instruction, but there was no way he could refuse. Thus he rustled a sleeve, tipping out a dozen or so thumb-sized golden flowers amid a faint buzzing sound. As soon as these golden flowers emerged, they immediately expanded to become fist-sized golden beetles amid a flash of spiritual light, and they looked as if they had been constructed from pure gold. Mature gold-devouring beetles. Golden Flame Baron exclaimed as he stared intently at the golden beetles with a stunned look in his eyes. Void Spirit shuddered at the sight of these gold-devouring beetles, and an extremely peculiar look appeared on his face. Qin Yuanzi's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing Void Spirit's reaction. This was not the reaction he had expected. Even though he felt this to be rather strange, he still said, "I'm sure you recognize gold-devouring beetles, Brother Void Spirit. You have to admit that these spirit insects are more powerful than the ones you offered. So fellow Daoist Han isn't trying to irk you, he simply has no reason to accept the exchange. Of course, if you can bring out better spirit insects than gold-devouring beetles, then I won't say anything further about this matter." Much to everyone's surprise, Void Spirit suddenly threw his head back and chortled, "This is fantastic." His voice was filled with elation and Hanli was left feeling rather perplexed. Meanwhile, Golden Flame Baron was appraising Hanli with a complex look in his eyes. "Brother Void Spirit, you. Say no more, Brother Qing. Let me show you another spirit insect of mine that I have never shown to anyone else." As soon as his voice trailed off, he swept both sleeves through the air, and all of the spirit insects around him immediately flew back up his sleeves. He then opened his mouth to expel a shimmering silver gourd, which then abruptly tipped itself over while its lid was removed on its own. A burst of buzzing rang out, and specks of golden light emerged from within the gourd before hovering in the air. "Impossible." Golden Flame Baron and Qin Yuanzi exclaimed almost in complete unison upon identifying exactly what these specks of golden light were, and Hanli was also completely flabbergasted. These specks of golden light also contained golden beetles that were identical to Hanli's gold-devouring beetles, and they were also buzzing in a menacing manner. Only after a long while did Han Li manage to repress his own astonishment, and he exhaled as he said, "So you possess mature gold-devouring beetles as well, senior." "Indeed. Even I've forgotten how many years it's been since I first began to nurture them, and they only reached full maturity several hundred years ago, so you can imagine how much time and effort I spent on them. They're also the reason why I'm searching for so much divine infernal river elixir," Void Spirit said. "Divine infernal river elixir works on gold-devouring beetles as well?" Han Li asked in a surprised manner. "You can say it's useful, but you can also say it's useless. It depends on the intentions of the owner of the spirit insects," Void Spirit said with a smile. A hint of puzzlement flashed through Han Li's eyes upon hearing this. If you only want to nurture mature gold-devouring beetles, then divine infernal river elixir naturally won't have much effect. But if you want them to advance a step further, then divine infernal river elixir becomes indispensable, Void Spirit explained in a meaningful voice. Advance a step further? A thought immediately occurred to Han Li upon hearing this, and a stunned look appeared on his face. "That's right. I'll tell you about the specific details later. I didn't think that you would possess mature gold-devouring beetles as well. In that case, this divine infernal river elixir isn't all that important to me. I would like to negotiate a deal with you, but this is a rather secretive matter, so we have to discuss things in private." "Golden Flame, Xianxia, you don't mind, do you?" Void Spirit asked in an indifferent manner. His expression seemed to be quite calm, but the tone in his voice suggested that he wasn't going to take no for an answer. Xianxia's heart stirred at the sight of the cold look in Void Spirit's eyes, and he said, "I naturally won't mind as long as you're not going to hard sell fellow Daoist Han." "I certainly don't mind. Go ahead, brother Void Spirit," Golden Flame Baron also said with a smile. "Good. In that case, please excuse me." Void Spirit nodded in a pleased manner before opening his mouth to expel a miniature pavilion that was around half a foot tall and shimmering with black light. The pavilion was entirely black in color, and its surface was riddled with runes of different colors. On top of that, the entirety of the structure was enshrouded within a layer of faint black qi, giving it quite a mysterious appearance. Void Spirit made a hand seal, and the pavilion immediately expanded to around 10 feet tall as he said, "Fellow Daoist Han, bring along your gold-devouring beetles and come for a chat here in my Black Wind Pavilion." He then didn't even bother to wait for Han Li's response as he stowed away his own gold-devouring beetles, then quickly shrank down to only around an inch in height before vanishing into the pavilion in a flash. "I'll also have to excuse myself then." Han Li was feeling very uneasy, but he knew he had no choice in the matter, so he could only bid farewell to Xianxia and Golden Flame Baron with a wry smile. "Rest assured, fellow Daoist Han, Brother Void Spirit has a rather eccentric personality, but he wouldn't stoop to doing something unbefitting of his status. Having said that, I suggest you agree to the exchange he offers as long as the conditions aren't too heavily weighed against your favor," Xianxia said with slightly furrowed brows. "Thank you, Senior Qing. I know what I have to do," Han Li replied with a solemn voice, then stowed away his gold-devouring beetles and vanished into the pavilion as an azure thread. In the instant that he entered the pavilion, all ties to the outside world were immediately cut off. All of a sudden, Golden Flame Baron transmitted his voice to Xianxia. "Are you really not concerned, Brother Qing? Not only is that old geezer extremely erratic, his powers are well beyond ours. If he tries something against fellow Daoist Han in there, neither of us will be able to stop him in time." "I think you're overthinking things, fellow Daoist. That old monster is indeed quite domineering, but he's never done anything unbefitting of his status before, so we need not worry. Besides, I owe fellow Daoist Han quite a big favor and I want to protect him as best as I can, but if possible I really don't want to offend that old monster. Otherwise, there won't be any place for me here in the Infernal River," Xianxia replied. "That's true. With his powers he'd most likely be able to defend himself even against a true spirit, so it's not like our concerns will amount to anything anyway. However, why did he display such a strong reaction to those gold-devouring beetles? I understand that they're exceedingly rare, but doesn't he possess the same type of spirit insect as well? Can you deduce anything from that, Brother Qing?" Golden Flame Baron asked. "You think far too highly of me, fellow Daoist. I can only assume that fellow Daoist Han's gold-devouring beetles are going to be useful to him somehow," Xianxia replied in an intentionally ambiguous manner. "Is that so?" Golden Flame Baron clearly wasn't convinced, but Qin Yuanzi merely smiled and refused to comment further on this matter. Meanwhile, Han Li and Void Spirit were conversing in their miniature forms within the hall of the Black Pavilion. Take a seat, fellow Daoist Han. This Black Wind Pavilion of mine counts as half a spatial treasure. Not only can I adjust its size at will, it can keep out all spiritual sense, so there's no danger of our conversation being overheard by anyone else. Void Spirit said with a smile as he sat casually down onto the main seat. Thank you, Senior. Han Li extended a respectful salute before also taking a seat. Prior to discussing our deal, I have to verify one thing first. Fellow Daoist Han, roughly how many mature gold-devouring beetles do you have? Would you be able to tell me an exact number? Void Spirit asked with irrepressible excitement in his voice. An exact number? A hesitant look appeared on Han Li's face upon hearing this. Void Spirit immediately realized his mistake and said, forgive me, I was too direct there. The main thing that makes gold-devouring beetles fearsome is their numbers, so it would be taboo of me to inquire about how many you have. How about this? All you have to tell me is whether you have over 5,000 such spirit insects. A slightly nervous look appeared in Void Spirit's eyes as he spoke. Many thoughts raced through Han Li's mind at once, but in the end he still gave a truthful response, even though he would have much rather lied through his teeth. Who knew if this Void Spirit would turn on him if an unsatisfactory response were given? After all, lies were extremely brittle in the face of powerful cultivators, and perhaps Void Spirit would forcibly examine the number of gold-devouring beetles Han Li possessed for himself. So you do have over 5,000, that's fantastic. In that case we can make a deal with one another, Void Spirit said in an elated manner. Could it be that this deal you propose has something to do with the number of gold-devouring beetles I have, Senior? Void Spirit rubbed his hands together with a pair of glowing eyes and said, Of course. I only want 5,000 mature gold-devouring beetles from you. As for what I'm willing to offer in exchange, you can ask for anything you want. As long as I have it, it's yours. 5,000 gold-devouring beetles? Even though Han Li had already guessed that this would be the case, he was still rather surprised to hear this. You've put me in a really rough spot, Senior. I naturally have more than 5,000 mature gold-devouring beetles, but that number definitely accounts for the majority of all my beetles. I was hoping to use them as a trump card if I could reach the Grand Ascension stage someday. Void Spirit's smile faded and a cold look appeared on his face as he said, Indeed, 5,000 mature gold-devouring beetles are extremely valuable, but as long as value can be assigned to something, it can be exchanged. Setting aside everything else, there are a few types of spirit insects in my possession that I haven't yet shown you, and they're all at least as powerful as your gold-devouring beetles. On top of that, the damaged profound heavenly treasure I have is surely worth more than 5,000 gold-devouring beetles. That may be the case, but those spirit insects must be your bonded spirit insects, and as for that damaged profound heavenly treasure, I definitely wouldn't dare to ask for it. I'm sure that it'll only bring me misfortune. How about this? Would you be able to disclose to me why you'd like so many gold-devouring beetles, Senior? I'm rather perplexed as these gold-devouring beetles have recognized me as their master for many years, so even if you do take them, you won't be able to use them in battle. On top of that, 5,000 is a very specific number, which makes things even more perplexing to me, Han Li said after a brief moment of contemplation. You dare to pry into my matters? The cold expression on Void Spirit's face grew even more pronounced. Please forgive me, Senior. I invested countless time and effort into nurturing these gold-devouring beetles to maturity, and they're almost as important as my own life. If I don't know what they're going to be used for, I'll be very reluctant to hand them over, Han Li said in a resolute, unyielding manner. That's reasonable. All right, I can tell you what I intend to with these gold-devouring beetles. But after you hear my plans, you can't refuse this exchange. Otherwise. A menacing smile appeared on Void Spirit's face as he spoke. Han Li contemplated this for a short while before finally heaving a resigned sigh. All right, I'll agree to the exchange. You've made a wise decision, fellow Daoist Han. Now then, I want your gold-devouring beetles as I plan to nurture a legendary gold-devouring beetle monarch. In order to nurture this beetle monarch, a large number of mature gold-devouring beetles is required. As for why I specifically requested 5,000, that's because I already have another 5,000 mature gold-devouring beetles, and 10,000 should be more than enough for me to nurture a beetle monarch. Hence, Any more than that would simply be superfluous, Void Spirit explained, and Han Li's heart immediately jolted upon hearing this. Then why were you collecting Divine Infernal River Elixir, Senior? Han Li asked. A large amount of Divine Infernal River Elixir is one of the other methods to nurture a beetle monarch. However, if I come into possession of a sufficient number of mature gold-devouring beetles, then the elixir doesn't really matter, Void Spirit replied. I see. Does that mean nurturing a beetle monarch requires a large number of gold-devouring beetles to devour one another? Han Li asked with a contemplative look in his eyes. You sure are a smart man, fellow Daoist. That's not the entire process, but it's not far from it. However, aside from the Grand Elders of our Mayfly race, very few people in the outside world are aware of the existence of gold-devouring beetle monarchs. Judging from your reaction just now, it seems that you've already heard of gold-devouring beetle monarchs. Qing Yuanzi was the one who told you, right? He's quite friendly with one of the other Grand Elders of our race, so I'm sure he knows about this as well. Void Spirit chuckled coldly. After a brief silence, Han Li replied, I did indeed hear about this from Senior Qing. He told me that once a gold-devouring beetle monarch is born, even a true immortal would be fearful of it. Is that true? That's a slight exaggeration, but gold-devouring beetle monarchs are indeed extremely powerful. At the very least, I certainly wouldn't want to face one in battle, Void Spirit chuckled. Han Li nodded before asking, I see. May I ask how much of a chance you think you'd have at nurturing a gold-devouring beetle monarchs after obtaining my gold-devouring beetles, Senior? Void Spirit narrowed his eyes and thought about this for a moment before holding up 2 fingers. 20%? That's not very high, Han Li mused as his expression changed slightly. What do you take gold-devouring beetle monarchs for? I can only claim a 20% chance of success as I've been studying insect nurturing techniques for many years and have many tricks up my sleeve. If someone else without my knowledge were to attempt this, they wouldn't even have a 10% chance. Alright, I've already answered all of your questions. It's time for you to fulfill your end of our agreement. You can state what you want for your gold-devouring beetles now, Void Spirit said as a cold expression reappeared on his face. Han Li seemed to have already made his decision, and upon being prompted by Void Spirit he immediately replied, I'll naturally fulfill my end of the agreement. And as for what I want for my gold-devouring beetles, there are 2 things. Go on then, Void Spirit said as his expression eased slightly. Firstly, I don't require any treasures. Instead, I would like some more Divine Infernal River Elixir. As you just said, with sufficient gold-devouring beetles, the elixir won't matter to you, so I'm sure I'm not asking for too much here. Secondly, I also have some knowledge in insect nurturing techniques, and I have some gold-devouring beetles left over as well. Hence, I would also like to try my hand at nurturing a gold-devouring beetle monarch. I don't know how many years it'll take before I can gather enough mature gold-devouring beetles again, but I still want to give it a try. As such, I would like a copy of the gold-devouring beetle monarch nurturing secret technique, Han Li said in a serious manner. Void Spirit's pupils contracted slightly upon hearing this, and he fell into deep thought. After a while, Void Spirit finally said with furrowed brows, The first condition is easy to fulfill. I can't give you all of my elixir, but I can spare you 4 or 5 vials. However, the second condition is going to be a little troublesome. The secret technique you're asking for is an extremely closely guarded one in our Mayfly race, and not even all of the elders of our race have seen it. Hence, it would not be right of me to disclose this information to an outsider. If it's only a little troublesome, then I'm sure you'll still be able to do it, right, Senior? Compared to one of your bonded spirit insects or that damaged profound heavenly treasure, the conditions I've proposed are far more lenient, Han Li countered with a smile. Hee, that's true. Alright, I can agree to these conditions, but you have to swear a vow on your inner demons to not disclose the secret technique to anyone else. At your cultivation base, inner demons become extremely fearsome, and if you go back on your word, there's a very good chance that you'll perish during your future tribulation. If you're willing to swear this vow, then I can give you the secret technique, Void Spirit said with a smile. Of course, that's a very reasonable request. Han Li was elated to hear this, and he adopted a serious expression before swearing a vow that was satisfactory to Void Spirit. Alright, let's begin our exchange then. Here are a few vials of Divine Infernal River Elixir. Void Spirit nodded in a pleased manner before sweeping a sleeve through the air, sending 5 small green vials flying directly toward Han Li. Han Li raised a hand to draw the 5 small vials into his grasp, then removed their lids one by one, using his spiritual sense to examine their contents. An elated look quickly appeared in his eyes, and produced a spirit beast bracelet before also tossing it toward Void Spirit with a flick of his wrist. Here are 5,000 mature gold-devouring beetles, Senior. Void Spirit drew the bracelet into his grasp, yet instead of releasing the spirit insects within it, he closed his eyes and directed his spiritual sense into the bracelet. Moments later, an excited look appeared on his face. These are all indeed completely mature gold-devouring beetles, and they've developed even better than I had anticipated. Take this jade slip and don't show it to anyone else, Void Spirit warned. As soon as his voice trailed off, a jade slip that he had already prepared flew out of his sleeve, then reached Han Li after just a few flashes. I won't, Senior, Han Li replied in a respectful manner as he gleefully caught the jade slip, then pressed it against his own forehead. In an instant, the ancient text within the jade slip appeared in his mind like a series of vivid images. Void Spirit stowed away the spirit beast bracelet containing the gold-devouring beetles, then turned to appraise Han Li with a hint of a smile on his face, seemingly very interested in Han Li. After a while, Han Li removed the jade slip from his forehead and withdrew his spiritual sense. So, there are no issues with the secret technique I gave you, right? Void Spirit asked with a smile. Not at all, Senior. The secret technique you gave me is extremely profound, and it's answered many of the questions I had when it came to insect nurturing, Han Li replied in a respectful manner as he stowed the jade slip up his sleeve. Oh. You must be adept in insect nurturing if you got that much from inspecting the secret technique for a short time. However, I should caution you that even though gold-devouring beetle monarchs are extremely powerful, both luck and effort are indispensable if you want to successfully nurture one, so I'd advise you to exercise caution in this endeavor, Void Spirit said with a meaningful look in his eyes. Thank you, Senior, I'll be sure to do so, Han Li replied. All right, seeing as our exchange has concluded, you can leave the Black Wind Pavilion now and I'll come out after you. Don't keep Golden Flame and Qin Yuanzi waiting out there for too long, Void Spirit said. Yes, Senior. I'll be going on ahead then. Han Li naturally offered no objections, and after extending a parting salute, he flew out of the hall as a streak of azure light, quickly vanishing into the black chi outside. Hee, a mere body integration cultivator dares to think about nurturing a gold-devouring beetle monarch? How laughable. If it really was that easy to nurture beings that are comparable to true spirits, then our mayfly race would be ruling over the entire spirit realm already. Even in the entire history of our mayfly race, no one has actually succeeded in nurturing a gold-devouring beetle monarch. It's a pity I had to hand over those vials of divine infernal elixir, though. However, with these 5,000 gold-devouring insects, there should be a very good chance that I'll be able to refine a myriad spirit umbrella that'll assist me in my tribulation transcendence. Mature gold-devouring beetles are virtually indestructible to begin with, so a myriad spirit umbrella refined using them should also have the same quality. Looks like I'll have a greater chance of transcending that ascension tribulation. Void Spirit chuckled coldly as soon as Han Li departed. After that, he flipped a hand over to produce the spirit beast bracelet containing the gold-devouring beetles, then made a hand seal before pointing a finger at the bracelet. Spiritual light flashed and a burst of black light surged out of his fingertip, swirling around the bracelet and freezing it into a chunk of black profound ice. He then instantly plastered several shimmering blue talismans onto the chunk of ice before stowing it away. Around an hour later, 2 streaks of light, one golden and one azure, flew out of the white light barrier over the island, then traveled toward a certain direction. The 2 streaks of light naturally contained none other than Qin Yuanzi and Han Li. Golden Flame Baron and Qin Yuanzi seemed to have a tacit understanding with one another, and neither of them asked Han Li or Void Spirit about the details surrounding their deal. After chatting about some other things and sampling some of the exceptional spirit wine brewed by Golden Flame Baron, everyone departed from his island. Along the way, neither of them said much, and the 2 headed directly toward Qin Yuanzi's cave abode. Around half a month later, the familiar tall mountain finally appeared in the distance. All of a sudden, Qin Yuanzi abruptly stopped and Han Li was slightly taken aback by this, but he naturally also stopped. Fellow Daoist Han, you've gotten what you want, so I've repaid the favor I owe you. As such, this is where we'll part ways. After I get back, I'm going to seal the mountain right away so I can focus on transcending my next major heavenly tribulation. Yaoer will only be able to assist me in the process once she reaches the body integration stage, so she'll be going into seclusion together with me. I've prepared all of the pills she needs to successfully break through her bottleneck, and I won't be letting her go anywhere until she reaches the body integration stage. Do you understand what I'm saying, fellow Daoist Han? Qin Yuanzi asked in a meaningful voice. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and he heaved a faint sigh before extending a salute toward Qin Yuanzi. Of course. Please bid farewell to Fairy Yuan and Fairy Yen in my stead, Senior. I'll be taking my leave now. Seeing as Han Li was so willing to comply, Qin Yuanzi's expression eased slightly and he explained, please don't blame for being inhospitable, fellow Daoist Han. It's just that it would be very detrimental for Yaoer to interact with you excessively during this critical juncture. If you stay with her for too long, it'll most likely be very difficult for her to overcome her inner demons when she attempts to make a breakthrough, so I must take the necessary precautions. You misunderstand, Senior. I see Fairy Yuan only as a close friend of mine, Han Li said with a wry smile, unsure of exactly how to explain the situation. You may only see her as a close friend, but that may not necessarily be what she thinks, Qin Yuanzi said with a hint of a smile on his face. I don't know how to explain myself, Senior, and I'm sure you don't want to hear my explanation anyway. In any case, it was all thanks to your support that I was able to obtain the divine infernal river elixir, and I'll definitely remember your kindness. Hopefully, the next time we meet, you'll have already successfully transcended your tribulation, Senior, Han Li said as he extended a parting salute. I also wish you luck in progressing to the Grand Ascension stage, fellow Daoist Han. Qin Yuanzi returned Han Li's salute. Han Li nodded upon seeing this and he flew away as a streak of azure light, heading directly toward the spatial rift through which he had departed last time. His cultivation base had been lacking in the past, so he could only depart through the spatial rift with Qin Yuanzi's assistance. However, now that he was at the mid-body integration stage, he no longer required such assistance. Qin Yuanzi hovered in mid-air, and only after the streak of azure light had completely vanished into the distance did he heave a faint sigh. That Han brat has certainly made some rapid progress. Now that he's obtained so much divine infernal river elixir, it shouldn't be an issue at all for him to reach the late body integration stage in the future. However, it'll be quite unlikely for him to progress to the Grand Ascension stage unless he encounters some opportunities. Then again, he possesses quite a vast array of powerful treasures and secrets, so it may not be impossible for him. I've assisted him to the best of my abilities here. If he does happen to become a Grand Ascension cultivator someday, perhaps he'll return the favor. After that, Qin Yuanzi withdrew his gaze and flew back toward his cave abode. Over half a day later, violent spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted in the air above a certain nameless mountain in the infernal river, following which a giant black rift appeared out of thin air. An earth-shattering boom rang out as a five-colored pillar of light erupted from the summit of the mountain, then vanished into the rift in a flash. The spatial fluctuations then began to subside, and the giant rift also slowly sealed over. Soon it was as if nothing had ever happened. Time flew by and over 300 years passed in the blink of an eye. To normal mortals, several generations had passed during this time, yet in the context of the entire spirit realm, this was only a tiny fleeting passage. To the almighty beings standing at the pinnacle of the entire spirit realm, 300 years was not a negligible period of time. Some powerful sects and major families could use this time to nurture several generations of brethren and disciples. And during these 300 years, massive changes had taken place in the entire human race. At present, groups of armored guards were a common sight in the three human regions, and all of the major cities had been transformed into fortresses. At the centers of these cities were a series of formations and restrictions that sprawled over the ground like cobwebs, stacking on top of one another and striking despair into the hearts of all potential enemies who were plotting against the human cities. Several hundred years ago, core formation and nascent soul cultivators were very rare in normal cities, yet they were now frequently appearing before mortals. Some of the luckier mortals could even occasionally catch sight of a deity transformation cultivator. On top of that, during the past few centuries, the number of mortal body refinement warriors had spiked dramatically to over 10 times the original population. Furthermore, they had all been equipped with far more powerful weapons and spirit tools than in the past. As for the mortals who weren't even able to cultivate body refinement techniques, they would also train in martial arts to strengthen their bodies and learn some self-preservation skills. Almost all of these tasks were being willingly undertaken by the mortals, as everyone had now been made aware of the news that the next devilish tribulation was imminent. Over 100 years ago, envoys from the Holy Island had appeared at all of the major cities, and announced that the devilish tribulation would commence within 200 years. On top of that, they stated that this devilish tribulation was going to be far more perilous than previous ones, and that the human race was truly at risk of being wiped out should it fail to address the situation seriously. Thus, the entire human race was thrown into a state of urgency, and all of the preparations were being made at several times the original speed. All of the materials and ingredients in the major markets were quickly sold out, and only some private medicine gardens belonging to powerful sects and major families still had some spirit medicines planted. Even so, these spirit medicines were different from the precious spirit medicines planted in these gardens in the past. Most of the current ones were spirit medicines with short maturation periods, and were also very commonly used. On top of that, all of the things that the major powers had been doing their best to hide in the past were now quickly being revealed. Some of the major powers had even begun frequently exchanging some secret techniques and cultivation arts that they required, hoping to take themselves up another level using these new assets. Of course, the most prominent powers within the human race were still Deep Heaven City and the 3 sovereign cities. There were countless elite human and demon cultivators, as well as 10 body integration cultivators situated in Deep Heaven City, so it was virtually an impregnable fortress. As for the 3 sovereign cities, they were guarded by the 3 human sovereigns and all of the high-grade cultivators from the 3 regions, so they also seemed to be very secure. The powers who ranked directly below these were naturally the likes of the top 10 human sects, and the true spirit families. They also attracted many mortals and vagrant cultivators who flocked to them for protection, and in just the past few centuries, their numbers had multiplied by more than 10-fold, almost reaching their maximal capacity in the process. Not only were the humans doing everything they could to prepare for the upcoming devilish tribulation, the demon race and the nearby foreign races had also mobilized in huge numbers. During the past 300 years, all of the races had frequently sent out envoys to exchange important information surrounding the imminent tribulation. Under this tense atmosphere, there were a few hundred cultivators gathered on a mountain within a mountain range not far away from Deep Heaven City. There was a white-robed woman sitting on a giant rock at the very center of the group, and everyone was listening to her explain a certain complex cultivation art. The woman appeared to be only 17 to 18 years of age, and her body was enveloped within layers of white lotus flower projections. There was also a deep blue lotus flower insignia on her glabella, which gave her a pure and ethereal appearance, almost as if she were a celestial maiden who had descended from the heavens. There were cultivators of both genders and all ages listening to her pass on her knowledge, but most of them wore Daoist robe, while the rest wore blue robes with swords on their backs. They seemed to be from the same sect. However, none of them possessed exceptional cultivation bases. There were only a few core formation cultivators among them, while the majority consisted of foundation establishment cultivators. 2 hours later, the woman finally concluded her lecture, then said in a calm voice, "All right, that'll be all for today. The next lecture will be held 3 months from now, and the Tao of the 5 elements will be discussed. You can all leave now." As senior, all of the cultivators extended respectful bows toward the woman upon hearing this before departing from the mountain on their treasures and spirit tools. The white-robed woman looked on as these people departed, and all of a sudden, her brows furrowed slightly as she turned toward a certain large tree. "Senior Martial Brother Hai, these disciples belong to you and Senior Martial Brother Qilingzi, yet you're forcing me to teach them. Don't you think that's unfair?" White light flashed at the foot of the tree, and a handsome man in a set of blue robes appeared with a smile on his face. "I never wanted to take any disciples. I was swindled by our Senior Martial Brother and ended up with this troublesome task before I even knew what was going on. Besides, your lectures are 100 times better than what the 2 of us can deliver. Otherwise, these people wouldn't have been able to make such astonishing progress in just a few centuries. There are even a few core formation cultivators among their ranks now. I can't be credited for the progress that these disciples have made. Most of this is due to the leftover pills that Master gave to us. We no longer have any need for these pills, so your disciples are benefiting from them now. Speaking of which, why did you get involved in this? Senior Martial Brother Qilingzi took these disciples so he could take the Mist-Sea Daoist temple to greater heights. What role do you play in this? The white-robed woman complained. Hey, you can't blame me here. Qilingzi goaded me into doing this, the blue-robed man said in an indignant manner. Spiritual light flashed as a yellow-robed Daoist priest abruptly appeared beside another tree and he chuckled. Hee, you're not telling the truth there, Junior Martial Brother. You were smiling from ear to ear when all of those disciples referred to you as Master. This trio was none other than Han Li's three in-name disciples, Bai Guo, Qilingzi and Hai Yuetian. Their physical appearances hadn't changed at all during the past 3 centuries, but their auras and dispositions had undergone drastic transformations. Bai Guo and Hai Yuetian were both at the early nascent soul stage, while Qilingzi was already a mid-nascent soul cultivator. By the way, Junior Martial Sister, speaking of Master, he immediately went into seclusion again after returning from the primordial world 200 years ago. Is he really planning to stay in seclusion until he makes a breakthrough to the late body integration stage? I'm not particularly sure about that either. Currently, the place where Master is in seclusion is surrounded by layers of restrictions, and even Senior Ice Phoenix isn't able to approach the secret chamber. It seems that Master is either preparing to make a breakthrough to the late body integration stage or cultivating some kind of powerful ability, and he doesn't want us to disrupt him, Bai Guo replied. Master took only about 300 years to progress from the early body integration stage to the mid-body integration stage. If he can successfully progress to the late body integration stage in such a short time, that would simply be unheard of. Hai Yuetian exclaimed. If Master really can make a breakthrough, then that would be vastly fortunate both for the 3 of us and for the entire human race, but it's probably very unlikely. After all, under normal circumstances, it would take 1,000 to 2,000 years of arduous cultivation just to accumulate the enormous magic power required to progress from the mid-body integration stage to the late body integration stage. It's simply unrealistic to attain that much magic power in just a few centuries, Qilingzi mused as he stroked his chin in deep thought. Why are you talking about normal circumstances, Senior Martial Brother? When has our Master ever been bound by normal circumstances? If you ask me, Master must have been quite confident in his ability to make a breakthrough prior to the commencement of the devilish tribulation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone into seclusion in the first place. During these past few centuries, Deep Heaven City and the 3 sovereigns have regularly sent people to visit Master, and we passed on all of this information, but haven't received any response from Master. This shows us that Master is focusing wholeheartedly in his cultivation and doesn't want to be distracted by anything else, Bai Guo countered. Looks like Junior Martial Sister Bai is the one who has the most confidence in Master among the 3 of us. However, all of our analysis is futile. The truth will be revealed once Master emerges from seclusion. The devilish tribulation is about to commence in a few more decades, so Master will have to come out of seclusion before that no matter what, Qilingzi said. That's true. It's quite a pity. If the tribulation could be delayed a little, Master would at least be able to make some significant improvements, if not achieve that breakthrough, Hai Yuetian said in a slightly forlorn manner. All right, Master's cultivation is not something for us disciples to discuss as we please. All we can do now is ensure that we survive this devilish tribulation. By the way, Junior Martial Sister, why don't you join Deep Heaven City as well? After all, Deep Heaven City will be one of the only places in the entire human race that'll be relatively safe once the tribulation commences. With your status as Master's disciple, I'm sure the elders of the city will look after you, Qilingzi suggested in a serious manner. Senior Martial Brother Qilingzi is right. We've already decided to move all of our disciples to Deep Heaven City once the devilish tribulation commences. Even though they'll only be guards of the lowest level with us there to look after them, they won't be used as cannon fodder at the very least. If you can come with us, then that would naturally be even better, Hai Yuetian said with a smile. Deep Heaven City? Bai Guo's brows furrowed slightly as a contemplative look appeared on her face. Do you have some other plans, Junior Martial Sister? It would be best to make your decision as soon as possible. After all, Master already told us prior to going into seclusion that he'll be leaving the human race to do something once the devilish tribulation begins, so there's no way he'll be able to keep all three of us around, Xianxia said in a concerned manner. After some consideration, Bai Guo finally made her decision. Truth be told, I received a letter from my father not long ago, telling me that my entire family has moved to Xianwu City. My father wants me to go there as well, and I only have a few loved ones left in this world, so I want to be with them in such a tumultuous time. I see. It would indeed be rather worrisome to be separated from family at a time like this. Thankfully, Xianwu City is quite safe as well, so I'm sure you'll be fine there, Haiyuetian said. If you're going to Xianwu City, I suggest you take Lu Feng and Fu Yun with you. Those two are core formation cultivators, so I'm sure they'll be useful to you, Xianxia suddenly said. I can't take them. Those two are your most prized disciples, senior martial brother. Rest assured, I have a few personal mates and they've been with me for some time. They still haven't reached the core formation stage yet, but they're all foundation establishment cultivators, so they'll suffice, Bai Guo said with a smile. Haha, in that case. Xianxia smiled and was just about to say something when a resounding boom suddenly rang out in the air nearby. Immediately thereafter, heaven and earth tremored, and the mountain beneath their feet began to quake. The three of them were all nascent soul cultivators, so these tremors naturally weren't enough to harm them, but their expressions all changed drastically as they looked up in unison. A massive gray mark had appeared in the air overhead, and it was quickly spreading. At the same time, powerful spatial fluctuations were emanating from within it and proliferating in all directions. Within moments, the mark had swelled to several times its original size, and the entire sky dimmed as if it were being rapidly devoured by the vast expanse of murky grayness. That's a devilish mark, the phenomenon that heralds the arrival of the devilish tribulation. Haiyuetian exclaimed as his face paled considerably. Bai Guo and Xianxia were also staring intently up into the murky gray heavens with strained looks on their faces. This is indeed a devilish mark. The devilish tribulation is arriving earlier than anticipated, Bai Guo murmured. It may not be a true devilish mark. Perhaps it's just a similar phenomenon. We'll have to get people from Deep Heaven City to officially verify it, Xianxia said in a hopeful manner. What's there to verify? If this really is a devilish mark, then this won't be the only one that appears, Haiyuetian countered with a shake of his head. That's true, everyone in the three regions have most likely already been alerted to this, Xianxia replied. There's no need to be overly concerned, senior martial brother. The emergence of the devilish mark only indicates that the Elder Devil realm is just beginning to overlap with our spirit realm, and this process is an extremely slow one. According to past records, it'll be at least half a year before the Elder Devil race will actually be able to infiltrate our spirit realm, so we still have ample time to make preparations, Bai Guo reassured. That is indeed true, but the Elder Devil race can also gather their troops at the devilish marks, so the first few waves of attacks will be particularly ferocious. I wonder how many cities will survive, Xianxia said with a wry smile. Bai Guo and Haiyuetian's expressions darkened even further upon hearing this. Right at this moment, light flashed in the distant sky, and a golden flying arc traveled toward them. There were a dozen or so azure-armored guards standing atop the arc, which was over 100 feet in length, and all of the guards wore solemn expressions. The arc stopped under the giant gray mark, and all of the armored guards rose up into the air, then brought out formation flags and formation plates, as well as some strangely shaped treasures, before activating all of them in unison. Spiritual light of different colors immediately erupted in the air, creating a very eye-catching sight to behold, and there were even more streaks of light approaching this place from all directions. Let's go. The patrolling guards from Deep Heaven City have arrived. We have to inform Master of this right away, Xianxia said in a solemn voice. Bai Guo and Haiyuan naturally had no objections to this, and three of them all flew toward a certain mountain. At the center of a secret chamber that was shimmering with faint white light, there was a huge azure cauldron that was around the same height as a grown man hovering in midair. There were 3 Han Lis seated around the cauldron atop futons, and all of them were completely still with their eyes tightly shut. Among the 3 Han Lis, one was shimmering with golden light and had black qi revolving around his body, one had green skin and was glowing with purple light, and the final one had a golden halo behind him that was constantly fluctuating in size, and contained countless surging golden runes. At the center of the halo, there were 72 azure swords pursuing one another. All of a sudden, the three Hanlis opened their eyes in unison, then raised their arms in complete synchronicity before thrusting their hands toward the giant cauldron. A dull clang rang out as the lid of the cauldron flew up into the air, following which countless white threads shot forth out of the cauldron. The three Hanlis then each pointed a finger toward the air above the cauldron, and the white threads seemed to have encountered an invisible barrier that forced them to abruptly halt in midair. Right at this moment, a loud buzzing sound rang out from within the cauldron, and a dozen or so balls of golden light emerged. These were 13 fist-sized golden beetles, and all of them had purple patterns all over their bodies. Furthermore, their abdomens were as translucent as elixir, and as soon as they emerged from the cauldron, they immediately engaged in a fierce brawl, trying to devour their companions. Bursts of astonishing baleful qi erupted forth as the buzzing sound grew even louder, and the three Hanlis immediately let loose a collective loud cry upon seeing this. Spiritual light flashed from their fingers, and they cast a series of incantation seals toward the beetles. All of the beetles let loose pained cries upon being struck by these incantation seals, and they instantly separated. Immediately thereafter, the three Hanlis began to chant something while making a series of different hand seals. The golden beetles seemed to have fallen under the control of some kind of restriction, and even though they were very reluctant to do so, they were forced to fly toward the white threads that had emerged before them, then set about devouring these white threads. They did so at an astonishing rate, and the countless white threads that had erupted from the cauldron were quickly completely devoured. The green-skinned Hanli suddenly opened his mouth upon seeing this, and countless specks of silver light emerged. These were only possessed specks of light, but when they fell into the giant cauldron, they quickly transformed into several tens of palm-sized silver flowers. The petals of the flowers were shimmering with silver light, and they all had crimson patterns running along them. The 13 beetles let loose cries of elation at the sight of these silver flowers, and they immediately flew toward the flowers before quickly devouring them. However, as soon as one flower disappeared, another one would emerge to take its place. After a while, the beetles had consumed thousands of these silver flowers, and their bodies seemed to have expanded slightly in size. At this moment, the shimmering golden Hanli abruptly opened his eyes, and balls of black flames erupted out of his crimson eyeballs. After just a few flashes, they transformed into a seal of black flames that swept up all of the beetles within the cauldron. A peculiar scene then ensued. All of the spirit insects immediately began to devour the black flames as well, and it didn't take long before all of the flames disappeared. At this moment, the final Hanli let loose a loud cry before waving both of his sleeves through the air. A pair of loud thunderclaps rang out, and golden light flashed as two thick golden arcs of lightning erupted forth. They then transformed into two nets of golden lightning that fell one after another, completely encompassing the 13 beetles beneath them. A string of rumbling booms then rang out, and the lightning nets transformed into countless thin arcs of lightning that inundated all of the beetles. The arcs of lightning struck the beetles, causing the purple patterns on their bodies to flash erratically, but upon closer inspection, one would discover that they were extending their limbs as much as possible. In doing so, they were allowing the most amount of lightning to strike their bodies, and not only did they remain completely unscathed, they were clearly thoroughly enjoying this process. After a long while, the golden lightning finally gradually dissipated, and the Hanli with the golden halo behind him also opened his eyes. The 72 azure swords within the halo tremored before flying through the air as countless azure threads that reached the beetles in an instant. Clang, clang, clang. A string of loud clangs rang out as these azure threads struck the beetles, sending them flying through the air, but the beetles remained completely unscathed as if they were constructed from indestructible metal. However, the beetles were all extremely enraged by these sudden attacks, and they all let loose sharp piercing cries as they spread their wings, then flashed through the air at an astonishing speed to evade the azure threads. The azure threads were as fast as lightning, but they were unable to keep up with the beetles and therefore unable to strike them. The Hanli who had released the azure threads seemed to be rather displeased by this, and he made a hand seal before flicking a finger toward the giant azure cauldron. A dull clang rang out and countless runes appeared over the surface of the giant cauldron. At the same time, a burst of enormous invisible power surged out from within it. All of the beetles that were evading the azure threads immediately slowed down significantly, and the dazzling golden light shimmering from their bodies also completely dimmed. In contrast, not only were the azure threads not slowed down in the slightest by this burst of invisible force, their speed was enhanced, and they formed an azure light barrier over the entire cauldron. Thus, the 13 beetles were reduced to sitting ducks, and they were struck by hundreds of azure threads at once. The clang of metal striking metal came as thick and fast as raindrops during a torrential downpour, and dazzling azure light erupted from the bodies of the golden beetles. The sharp screeching sound they were emitting also became extremely loud and piercing. The 3 Han Li's expressions remained completely unchanged, and 2 of them were rapidly making hand seals, injecting their magic power into the cauldron in a frenzy, while the final one was controlling the azure sword threads. Thus, the entire secret chamber was filled with the sound of sword threads flying through the air, intermingled with booms and explosions. After an indeterminate period of time had passed, the Han Li that had released the azure sword threads suddenly waved a hand through the air, and the azure threads immediately stopped cold in their tracks, then reverted back into 72 azure swords that flew back in a flash. The golden halo above his head rotated on the spot, and all of the flying swords abruptly vanished. The halo itself then also disappeared amid a dull thump. At the same time, the other 2 Han Li ceased making hand seals, and the golden beetles that had been inundated by azure light were naturally revealed again. Even after being ravaged by sword threads for so long, they still remained completely unscathed. However, their fury had been building this entire time, and as soon as the restriction stemming from the giant cauldron was lifted, they immediately flew toward the 3 Han Lis in a ferocious manner. Despite this, the 3 Han Lis remained completely unflustered, and they all uttered the same word in unison. Stop. All of the golden beetles immediately faltered in mid-air, following which a burst of white light erupted from the azure cauldron, sweeping up the beetles and carrying them back into the cauldron in a flash. The beetles were naturally very reluctant to return to the cauldron, but they were powerless to resist. The Han Li that had just released the flying swords heaved a faint sigh of relief, and his expression eased slightly as he murmured to himself, "They're becoming more and more difficult to control. Looks like the secret technique wasn't lying. Once they grow to this extent, the original control method no longer works. I'll have to conduct another master recognition ceremony." However, at this point all of the beetles possess similar levels of power. It's very difficult for them to keep devouring one another, so it's not very plausible to try and nurture a beetle monarch. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly as he fell into deep thought. Ever since he had departed from the infernal river, he had cultivated while picking up all of the rare materials that he encountered, and after over 100 years he had finally returned to the human race. At that point he knew that the devilish tribulation was imminent, so he immediately gathered all 3 of his disciples to issue them some instructions, then went into cultivation again. He had 2 objectives for this period of seclusion, the first of which was to use the divine infernal river elixir to enhance his own physical constitution, striving to reach the pinnacle of the mid-body integration stage before attempting a breakthrough. As for the second objective, that was to try and nurture a beetle monarch using the secret technique he had obtained from Void Spirit. If he could successfully nurture a gold-devouring beetle monarch prior to the commencement of the devilish tribulation, although that still may not be enough for him to travel through the elder devil realm without any qualms, it would at least ensure his survival. As such, even though he knew that there was something fishy about how easily Void Spirit had handed over the secret technique to him, he still decided to give it a try. He had been back in the human race for over 100 years, and during this time he had studied this secret technique countless times. Furthermore, he had integrated his own insect nurturing experiences, as well as some unique advantages that he had, and developed his own method of nurturing a beetle monarch. This method was largely identical to the mayfly race's secret technique, but there were minor differences. For example, in the mayfly race's secret technique, there were certain spirit medicines that were to be fed to the gold-devouring beetles, but due to how rare they were, the spirit medicines were only to be fed once to the beetles. However, with the mysterious small vial that Han Li had up his sleeve, he was able to mass-produce these rare spirit medicines, thereby allowing him to regularly feed them to his gold-devouring beetles. Furthermore, there were some types of lightning stipulated in the mayfly race's secret technique that could be used to refine the bodies of the beetles, and he had chosen to substitute these types of lightning with his divine Devilbane lightning. Of course, only the heavens would know whether these changes would prove to be effective. However, in Han Li's eyes, This new method should have a far greater chance of success than the Mayfly race's secret technique. During these past years, Han Li had kept close to 10,000 mature gold-devouring beetles that hadn't mutated in reserve, while all of the mutated gold-devouring beetles were placed together. He then employed special methods to stimulate them into devouring one another over and over again. In order to control these new gold-devouring beetles, which had become far more powerful after devouring so many of their brethren, Han Li had to purchase this massive azure cauldron for an enormous price. This cauldron wasn't going to be very useful in battle, but it could drastically enhance his ability to control his gold-devouring beetles. Thus, after making all of the required preparations and painstakingly nurturing these beetles for close to 200 years, the tens of thousands of gold-devouring beetles had been whittled down to these final 13 purple-striped gold-devouring beetles. These new gold-devouring beetles were all going to be candidates to become a gold-devouring beetle monarch, and with their combined powers, they could even oppose a normal mid-body integration cultivator. However, as Han Li attempted to stimulate these 13 beetles into continuing to devour one another, he encountered an insurmountable problem. Due to how evenly matched in power these beetles were, none of them were able to kill the others. However, in order to produce a beetle monarch, these beetles had to continue to devour one another. This naturally made Han Li quite frustrated, yet he was unable to find a suitable solution, so he could only employ all types of methods to refine the bodies of these beetles for now. In doing so, he would be able to gradually improve their powers, thereby increasing the possibility of a beetle monarch being nurtured in the long run. Furthermore, even though he hadn't managed to nurture a beetle monarch, it was now a simple task for him to control these 13 purple-striped gold-devouring beetles with his spiritual sense. As such, they became a far more feasible option to be used in battle than tens of thousands of gold-devouring beetles, and they were a new addition to his collection of trump cards. During these past years, Han Li had also exhausted most of his supply of divine infernal river elixir, and his physical constitution had undergone some profound changes. The most prominent of these changes was that the rate at which he could convert the world's origin qi into magic power during cultivation had sped up by over 30%. 30% didn't seem to be all that incredible, but this essentially meant that he was able to achieve the same effect in his cultivation as he had in the past in around 3/4 of the original time. On top of that, Qin Yuanzi had told him with great confidence that cleansing one's body with divine infernal river elixir would benefit one immensely when it came to breaking through body integration stage bottlenecks. Otherwise, the 4 demon monarchs of the Earth Abyss wouldn't have taken such a massive risk to try and obtain some of the elixir. Furthermore, Han Li had also been constantly consuming all types of pills that could enhance his cultivation base, so his magic power was progressing at a rapid rate. At this point, he had already reached the pinnacle of the mid-body integration stage, and he would only require less than 20 more years of preparation before he could begin to attempt making a breakthrough. With that in mind, Han Li heaved a faint sigh and closed his eyes to cultivate again. However, right at this moment, white spiritual light suddenly flashed from the door of the secret chamber, following which a semi-transparent burst of light rippled throughout the chamber. Han Li faltered slightly upon seeing this before immediately sweeping a sleeve toward the door, which instantly opened amid a flash of spiritual light. A fireball then instantly shot forth into the chamber before quickly flying into Han Li's grasp, and he looked down at the fireball before injecting his spiritual sense into it, following which his expression changed drastically. His fingers abruptly came together and the fireball was crushed amid a dull thump. Under the illumination of its red light, an extremely dark expression had appeared on Han Li's face. "I didn't think the devilish mark would appear so soon. Looks like I have no choice but to come out of seclusion," he murmured to himself as spiritual light erupted from his body. The other 2 Han Lis turned toward him in an expressionless manner upon seeing this, then flew toward him as a pair of projections. The 3 combined as one amid a pair of dull thumps, and Han Li's aura abruptly swelled drastically as he rose to his feet. He waved a hand toward the giant azure cauldron, and it rapidly shrank down to the size of a human fist, then vanished up Han Li's sleeve amid a flash of azure light. After that, Han Li raised his head, and he suddenly arrived in front of the entrance to the secret chamber, covering a distance of over 100 feet in a flash. After that, he strode out of the chamber and vanished on the spot. At the foot of a giant mountain deep within a certain mountain range in the primordial world, there was a white-robed young man engaged in a tense standoff with 3 enormous primordial beasts. One of the three beasts was a two-headed giant that was over 1,000 feet tall. It had an extremely vicious appearance that was only accentuated by its head of disheveled yellow hair, and it was holding a massive black club in one hand. The other two beasts consisted of a pair of giant crimson pythons, one of which was larger than the other. The larger of the two pythons was over 3,000 feet in length, and the smaller one was around 700 to 800 feet in length. Both of them were expelling red mist out of their mouths that appeared to be extremely toxic, and all three of the primordial beasts were staring intently at the comparatively tiny young man with wariness in their eyes. The white-robed young man had peculiar golden and silver runes on his face, and he said in a frosty voice, "Hee, I already issued a warning a few days ago for all of the powerful living beings in this place to leave. All of the smart ones have left and only the three of you have refused to do so. Do you really think you can oppose me by banding together? How naive. In that case you don't have to go anymore. I'll take your souls and inner cores and make this your final resting place." The three primordial beasts seemed to have developed some level of intelligence, and as soon as they heard this, the two-headed giant gnashed its sharp teeth together before thumping a huge fist violently onto its own chest, then threw its head back and let loose a furious snarl. The two crimson pythons also had cold looks in their eyes, and they began to flick their forked tongues with increased urgency as their hissing grew louder and more menacing. A cold smile appeared on the white-robed young man's face upon seeing this, and he made a hand seal before abruptly tumbling to the ground. A dull thump rang out as a burst of white glacial chi erupted forth, covering an area of several acres in the blink of an eye. Immediately thereafter, countless glittering and translucent egg-sized snowflakes appeared in the air, and all of them began to shimmer with dazzling light under the sun. A peculiar sharp cry abruptly erupted from within the white chi, and a pristine white centipede that resembled an ice statue rushed out. The centipede had 6 wings on its back and a pair of bright red eyes. When it first emerged from the white glacial chi, it was only around 70 to 80 feet in length, but it then rapidly elongated to over 1,000 feet in length in a flash. It then opened its mouth without any hesitation to expel a burst of white glacial flames, which surged toward the three beasts as a white glacial sea. The three beasts' hearts jolted upon seeing this, and they immediately unleashed their own defensive techniques, clearly well aware of how fearsome this glacial chi was. The two-headed giant gripped onto its black club with both hands before violently swinging it through the air in front of itself a few times in rapid succession. A string of explosive booms rang out, and a gust of fierce wind was swept up before hurtling directly toward the glacial chi in the distance. Meanwhile, the two giant pythons opened their cavernous mouths to expel a huge burst of red mist that transformed into scorching flames, which formed a barrier around their bodies. However, in the face of the white glacial sea, the fierce wind and scorching flames were all instantly vanquished, much to the shock and horror of the three giant beasts. Before they even had a chance to react, they were frozen into a trio of ice statues. The massive centipede circled around in the air above the three beasts, then flapped its 6 wings to release 6 streaks of white light. The streaks of light revolved around the 3 ice statues a few times like lightning, following which a resounding boom rang out, and the statues crumbled into piles of ice flakes. Light flashed, and the 3 giant beast souls emerged before immediately attempting to flee the scene in a panicked manner. But the 6-winged centipede opened its mouth again to expel a burst of invisible suction force that instantly encompassed the entire area down below. The shards of the 3 giant beasts' frozen remains and their souls were all swept up before being devoured by the massive centipede. Immediately thereafter, white light flashed and the 6-winged centipede vanished, only for the white-robed young man to reappear in its place. He looked down with a cold expression, and after verifying that he hadn't missed anything, he turned his gaze toward the giant mountain up ahead with a fanatical gleam in his eyes. His body swayed and he instantly flew through the air as a streak of white light, vanishing into the mountain after just a few flashes. A short while later, the white-robed young man appeared within a natural cave that was situated countless feet beneath the mountain. He was staring at a certain rugged reddish-purple stone wall within the cave with a look of excitement on his face. "Haha, I found a purple inner mine. Looks like I'll be attaining a true spirit body even sooner than I anticipated." As soon as his voice trailed off, he immediately tumbled to the ground and adopted his centipede form again. On this occasion, the centipede was only several tens of feet in size, and it expelled a burst of light that encompassed the entire stone wall. The reddish-purple stone wall then slowly disappeared amid flashes of white spiritual light, and a giant gaping black hole was left in its wake. After that, the six-winged centipede immediately flapped its wings and vanished into the hole as a streak of black light, following which a string of rumbling booms rang out from within. Within a certain secret chamber in a deep-sea palace, there was a giant cocoon suspended in mid-air. The cocoon was enshrouded within countless crimson threads, and was writhing incessantly. Immediately thereafter, countless crimson runes appeared over its surface, and it began to expand at an incredible rate. Within just the span of a single breath, the entire spacious secret chamber was entirely filled by the expanding giant cocoon, following which a faint black shadow within the cocoon moved ever so slightly. The cocoon immediately exploded amid an earth-shattering boom, and a naked young man appeared in mid-air within the secret chamber. The young man had skin that was as fair as jade, and a set of extremely handsome facial features. There was a shimmering golden lotus flower diagram inscribed both on the front of his body as well as on his back. The flowers were several feet in size and extremely vivid and lifelike. They had spread over virtually the entirety of the young man's body, and strangely enough, just the mere sight of them struck one with a sense of dizziness. The naked young man's eyes were tightly shut, and his expression was calm and placid as he hovered in mid-air in a completely stationary manner. After a long while, faint golden light flashed from his body, and the golden lotus flower diagrams began to twist and flash as if they had sprung to life. The young man slowly opened his eyes to reveal a pair of remarkably bright pupils that seemed to contain some kind of mysterious power. A pair dull thumps rang out, and two balls of flames were suddenly ignited within the young man's eyes. One of the fireballs was golden, while the other was silver, and they flashed incessantly as the young man moved his head. All of a sudden, his gaze settled upon a certain item situated in a corner of the secret chamber, and a very peculiar look appeared on his face. This item was a crystal ball that had been placed on a short jade table. The ball was around the size of a human fist, and its surface was shimmering with faint spiritual light, illuminating a clear image within it. The image depicted a shimmering silver lotus seed pod, and it was extremely lifelike and realistic. The golden and silver flames within the young man's eyes flickered incessantly, but there was a noticeable glacial aura emanating from his body. All of a sudden he made a hand seal and a layer of golden spiritual flames erupted from his body, which then transformed into a lavish golden robe that covered his entire body. He then made a grabbing motion toward the crystal ball from afar, and it flew over to him before vanishing into his body in a flash. The young man raised his head before murmuring to himself, "I almost died for that treasure in the true immortal realm. How dare you take it away? I don't care who you are, I'm going to hunt you down to the ends of this realm and erase you from existence. But before that I have to get out of this place." Judging from the contents of his words, he should have been extremely angry, but his face remained completely expressionless, which created a very peculiar contrast. In the next instant he rubbed his hands together and golden light flashed before he raised his palms up into the air. A ball of golden light emerged, and in the beginning it was only around the size of a human fist, but it then swelled dramatically in size, while a buzzing sound erupted throughout the entire secret chamber. Within the span of just a few breaths, a few dull thumps rang out within this mysterious palace, following which several golden pillars of light erupted in all directions from it. A string of loud rumbling booms then erupted as more golden light surged out of the palace in a frenzy, and the entire building completely crumbled and collapsed. The entire area was inundated by this golden light, and when the light faded, the golden-robed young man was revealed again, standing on the original site of the palace in an expressionless manner. He withdrew his raised arms, and moments later, a streak of golden light flew out of the ocean. After that, the streak of golden light chose a certain direction to travel toward, and it was heading directly for the Tianyuan continent. On the territory of the Tianyuan continent's Wat tribe, there was a barefoot woman in a white dress hovering gracefully over an enormous lush tree that was over 100,000 feet tall. Standing before her was an azure-robed elderly man, and they were engaged in a tense standoff. Over 1,000 feet below the woman, there was a hideous burly man in a suit of black armor, surrounded by a middle-aged man and woman. The burly man had his arms crossed, and he was glowering at the middle-aged duo with a ferocious look in his eyes. In contrast, the middle-aged pair were both quite refined in appearance, and the woman was appraising the burly man with a wary look in her eyes. "I don't know who you are or where you came from, but you infiltrated the holy land of our Wood tribe and picked over 10 of our black spirit flowers. Do you really think our tribe doesn't have any grand ascension stage beings to oppose you?" The azure-robed man said in a cold voice as he glowered at the woman before him. "I wouldn't infiltrate a place without doing sufficient research beforehand. You're a grand elder of the Wood tribe, right? Don't be so stingy, fellow Daoist Wu. There's no need to get so worked up over a few black spirit flowers," the woman said in an unflustered manner, seemingly completely unfazed by the powerful foe standing before her. You make it sound like no big deal, but black spirit flowers possess extraordinary effects, and our entire tribe can only produce just over 100 such flowers per 10,000 years. You've taken close to half of them at once and you think you'll simply be allowed to go free?" The elderly man's expression darkened as he spoke. This grand elder of the Wood tribe had been cultivating within a certain secret area nearby, and if it weren't for the fact that he had to come out of seclusion to attend to some matters, he wouldn't even have noticed that someone had infiltrated their tribe's holy land before taking so many black spirit flowers. As soon as he discovered this, he immediately confronted the perpetrators, but the woman standing before him possessed unfathomable powers, even to a grand ascension stage being like him, which was why he hadn't attacked her right away. "I've already done your tribe a favor by not taking all of your black spirit flowers. You're quite powerful, but you're still no match for me, so what are you going to do?" The woman scoffed, and the azure-robed elderly man was greatly enraged by her words. At the height of his fury, the elderly man burst into incredulous laughter. Seeing as you have no respect or regard for our Wood tribe, I'll have to test out your abilities to see if you can truly back up your words. If you really are more powerful than me, then I'll command the entire Wood tribe to stand down and allow you to leave. If you're no match for me, then other beings of your Wood tribe would simply be asking for death if they were to challenge me. However, do you really want to fight here?" the woman asked with a smile as she glanced at the giant tree down below. The woman was already a peerless beauty, and her smile only further accentuated her allure. Even the elderly man couldn't help but be momentarily entranced by her stunning elegance, but he immediately returned to his senses, upon which his expression darkened even further. "The two of us would raze my tribe's holy land to the ground if we were to battle here. Come with me, fellow Daoist." As soon as his voice trailed off, the elderly man abruptly swept a sleeve upward, and a pillar of azure light erupted forth. The pillar of azure light then transformed into a gargantuan sword that was over 1,000 feet in length before slashing through the air. A resounding boom rang out as the giant sword struck the empty air amid a flash of white light. A burst of powerful spatial fluctuations erupted forth, and a spatial rift that was over 100 feet in length appeared. This grand elder of the Wood tribe had smashed open a spatial rift with just a single attack. He stepped into the spatial rift without any hesitation, completely disregarding the hazards within the rift. A faint smile that was tinged with a hint of derision and disdain appeared on the woman's face, and she turned to the burly man down below before issuing an instruction. "You stay here for now, I'll be back soon." "Yes, sacred ancestor." The burly man was very ferocious in appearance, but he was acting extremely respectfully toward the woman. The woman gently tapped a foot into the air, and a pink flower emerged beneath her feet before slowly carrying her into the spatial rift as well. Moments later, a string of rumbling booms and astonishing explosions erupted within the spatial rift, accompanied by flashes of dazzling light. It was as if doomsday had befallen the space within the rift. The two middle-aged Wood tribe cultivators both exchanged a shocked glance upon seeing this. As for the burly man, he turned back to the middle-aged duo as the vicious look reappeared on his face, seemingly completely unconcerned about the woman in white. The commotion taking place within the rift didn't last too long. Around 10 minutes later, all of the light faded, and nothing more than complete silence could be heard within the spatial rift. The middle-aged duo turned toward the rift with nervous looks on their faces, while the burly man merely appraised them with a cold sneer on his face. Moments later, azure light flashed from within the spatial rift, and a humanoid figure emerged from within. It was none other than the azure-robed elderly man. He appeared to be completely physically unscathed, but his face was clearly paler than before. As soon as he emerged from the spatial rift, he turned back toward it with a hint of fear in his eyes. Only then did the woman in white also exit the spatial rift, and her expression was just as calm and collected as when she had first strode into the rift. The concern on the faces of the middle-aged duo from the Wood tribe was only exacerbated upon seeing this. As soon as the woman in white emerged, she asked, "Can I leave now, fellow Daoist?" The Wood tribe Grand Elder wore an extremely strained expression as instructed through gritted teeth. "Mu Jun Mu Jiao, issue this order of mine. No one from the Wood tribe is permitted to attack these two, and they are to be allowed to leave our territory as they please." The middle-aged man immediately tried to dispute the order. "But Grand Elder, those black spirit flowers are—" "Shut up. Are you doubting my words?" the elderly man yelled as a cold look appeared on his face. "I wouldn't dare, Senior. I'll pass on your orders right away." The middle-aged man hurriedly replied with a respectful bow. "Humph, go on then," the elderly man harumphed coldly. On this occasion the middle-aged man didn't dare to hesitate. He flipped a hand over to produce a stack of shimmering azure talismans, and he swept a hand toward the talismans a few times before releasing them as streaks of azure light with a flick of his wrist. The talismans immediately vanished into thin air nearby, and the woman in the white dress merely smiled upon seeing this as she tucked a few strands of stray hair behind her ear. She then waved a hand toward the black-armored burly man down below, then flew away without uttering a single word. The burly man cackled triumphantly before immediately setting off in pursuit of the woman as a gust of fierce black wind. The Wood tribe Grand Elder was extremely enraged that the body integration stage burly man was acting so rudely in his presence, but he didn't dare to do anything aside from look on with a frosty expression as the duo flew away. "Mu Jiao, your azure spirit wisdom eyes are extremely profound. Could you identify anything about those two?" the elderly man suddenly asked. "I'm afraid I'll have to let you down, Grand Elder. I activated my wisdom eyes to their very maximal extent just then, but was still unable to see much. That Grand Ascension stage woman is enshrouded within countless flower projections, making it impossible for me to see her true form. Could it be that she's also a wood spirit or has some kind of connection to our Wood tribe?" The middle-aged Wood tribe woman replied in a hesitant manner. "Humph, she's definitely not from our Wood tribe. It's most likely the case that the cultivation art she's using is somehow connected to ours. She's unfathomably powerful, and I can't help but worry now that she's appeared near our Wood tribe territory so close to the commencement of the devilish tribulation," the elderly man sighed. "I trust your judgment, Grand Elder. As for that man, I saw an indistinct WRM projection on his body, and I could also see that he possesses extremely pure devilish chi. Could he be somehow related to the Elder Devil race?" the woman speculated. "Most likely not. There are countless Devil Dao cultivation arts littered throughout the spirit realm, and the fact that his true form is a WRM indicates that he's definitely not from the Elder Devil race. The WRMs and the Elder Devils are sworn enemies, and if two such beings were to encounter one another, a battle to the death would immediately ensue," the elderly man concluded after a brief pause for thought. Despite his vast wealth of knowledge and experience, it didn't occur to this Wood tribe Grand Elder that the black-armored man could be an evil dragon that had been extinct for countless years in the spirit realm. As a result, he naturally made a massive lapse in judgment. Meanwhile, high up in the air thousands of kilometers away, the burly man was speaking to the woman in white in a respectful manner. "Sacred Ancestor, if these black spirit flowers are useful to you, then why didn't you take all of them? That Wood tribe Grand Elder is only an early Grand Ascension stage being, so there's no way he could have posed a threat to you. After all, even among all of the sacred ancestors of our holy realm, your powers rank among the top 5. I'm confident in my ability to defeat that Wood tribe Grand Elder, but I'm not actually confident in my ability to kill him. On top of that, black spirit flowers only have a limited effect in helping me recover from my injuries, so they'll cease to be effective for me once I consume more than 10. As such, there's a mismatch between risk and reward, so why would I do something so unwise?" the woman explained. "I see. However, we've scoured most of the Tianyuan continent already. If we can't find anything soon, then isn't it time we left this continent? If I recall correctly, the Holy Realm should be about to descend upon this realm, and it would be very bad for us if we were to encounter other sacred ancestors," the man said in a hesitant manner. Prior to escaping from the Holy Realm, I did indeed discuss some details about this with the other sacred ancestors, and this is indeed one of the regions where our two realms overlap the most. However, there's no need to be concerned. Even though the Holy Realm is about to descend, those sacred ancestors won't be able to arrive in the spirit realm right away. At the very most, we'll only have to deal with their clones. On top of that, I couldn't be certain prior to this, but I used a divination secret technique after reaching this place, and the technique tells me that there's a very good chance that the thing I'm looking for is here. As such, I certainly can't just leave under these circumstances, the woman chuckled. I see. In that case, I'll do everything in my power to find that thing and help you recover your powers, even if it means giving up my life. The burly man said with a confident slap of his own chest. Looks like Ming Luo disciplined you very well. If you can help me recover my powers, then I'll naturally reward you handsomely as well, the woman said with a faint mysterious smile. Thank you, sacred ancestor. I am yours to do with as you see fit. The burly man was ecstatic to hear this, and he immediately scrambled to express his loyalty again. The woman merely glanced at the burly man with a hint of a smile and didn't say anything further. Thus, the two of them continued onward and they were heading directly toward the territory of the human race. Han Li was on the peak of a certain mountain, appraising the gigantic devilish mark in the sky with a dark expression. Several tens of feet behind him, his three disciples were standing in a respectful manner with their hands by their sides. Han Li heaved a faint sigh before instructing, "Let's go back now. It looks like the devilish tribulation is definitely going to commence within half a year." "Yes, master." The three disciples naturally had no objections. Han Li swept a sleeve through the air to release a burst of azure light that swept up all four of them, then flew directly toward the cave abode. An hour later, Han Li was seated in the hall of his cave abode with a silver-robed beauty sitting beside him. This was none other than the ice phoenix who had been cultivating under his protection this entire time. At this point, not only had she recovered all of her former magic power, she had already reached the late deity transformation stage, and a major contributing factor behind her fast progress was the pills that Han Li had been constantly providing her with. Bai Guer Haiyuatian and Qi Lingzi were also standing in the secret chamber. "Brother Han, the devilish mark has appeared far too close to our cave abode for comfort. This clearly isn't a suitable place to cultivate it anymore. What are your plans from here? Should we move our cave abode elsewhere right away?" The ice phoenix asked with a hint of concern in her eyes. These past few centuries had been the most enjoyable period of time in her cultivation journey. Not only did she not have to worry about her own safety, she had a virtually limitless supply of exceptional pills, yet all of this could come to an end now with the impending devilish tribulation looming over their heads. "We will indeed have to move the cave abode. Let's move to Deep Heaven City. After all, once the devilish tribulation commences, almost all sparsely populated areas will be extremely dangerous. Even if we don't go to Deep Heaven City, we'll still have to go to one of the sovereign cities," Han Li replied. "We're moving to Deep Heaven City? Does that mean you plan to join their panel of elders, Brother Han?" The Ice Phoenix asked in a surprised manner. "No, only the four of you will be residing in Deep Heaven City in the long term. I'll help defend Deep Heaven City against the first few waves of attacks from the Elder Devil realm, then go to cultivate in a secret place that the Elder Devils won't be able to find," Han Li replied with a shake of his head. "Why is that? Could it be?" A thought immediately occurred to the Ice Phoenix. Han Li nodded in confirmation. "That's right, I'll be able to attempt a breakthrough to the late body integration stage in about 10 more years, so I need to go into seclusion for some time." "I see. That is indeed a wise decision, Brother Han. As for your breakthrough to the late body integration stage, I promise to assist you during the process, so when the time comes I'll do as you say, Brother Han," the Ice Phoenix said as a faint blush appeared on her face. Han Li nodded before turning to his three disciples. "Clean up the cave abode and tell all of your disciples that we're leaving this place in 3 days. Seeing as you're unwilling to go to Deep Heaven City, you can go to Xianwu City after taking care of all of the disciples. Xianwu City will be guarded by Xianwu Tyrant Sovereign and that old tortoise, so it'll be a very safe place." "Yes, Master." "Thank you, Master." The three disciples naturally didn't have objections, and they all extended respectful bows toward Han Li. Thus, 3 days later, several giant arcs that were over 300 feet in length emerged from a mountain. Standing at the very front of one of the arcs was an azure-robed young man with an extremely calm and collected look on his face, looking as if nothing in this world could impact his emotions. On the other arc stood several hundreds of people of both genders and all age ranges, some of whom wore nervous looks on their faces, but most of them were very excited. Moments later, bright spiritual light flashed from the surfaces of the giant arcs, and they quickly vanished into the distance as massive balls of light. Almost at the exact same time, there were tens of thousands of mortals and cultivators who were also boarding a series of giant flying arcs on a small mountain range countless kilometers away. The entire scene was extremely bustling and chaotic, and on one of the arcs stood a woman in a palatial dress, surrounded by a dozen or so deity transformation and spatial tempering cultivators. The woman was an exquisite beauty who appeared to be in her 20s, and her brows were slightly furrowed as she appraised the chaotic scenes unfolding before her. Senior Blood Spirit, I think it would be a safer option to travel to Xianwu City. After all, aside from Xianwu Tyrant Sovereign, there's also a giant beast in Xianwu City that's close to a true spirit and power. A spatial tempering stage elderly man said in a hesitant manner. Are you doubting my judgment? The woman asked in a cold voice. No, I wouldn't dare, the elderly man hurriedly said. You don't know anything. With the Tyrant Sovereign and that old tortoise, Xianwu City will naturally be more powerful than Tianyuan City, but I have some ties with the current Heavenly Yuan Holy Sovereign, so at the very least, our Su family won't be used as cannon fodder when we reach Tianyuan City. In contrast, I certainly can't guarantee the same in Xianwu City, the woman said in a confident manner. I see. Forgive me for my ignorance, the elderly man said with a respectful salute. I'll let you off the hook this one time seeing as you're thinking for the sake of the Su family, but don't blame me for turning on you if you do that again, the woman said with a cold look in her eyes. Everyone around her hurriedly bowed in unison upon hearing this and proclaimed that they wouldn't dare to question her authority again. The woman merely waved a hand before turning away. Over half a day later, around 100 arcs of different sizes rose up into the air before flying toward a certain direction, and the mountain range was completely deserted in the blink of an eye. The enormous estate of the Su family had been abandoned in its entirety just like that. The same thing was happening all throughout the human race. Some of the prominent families who hadn't yet joined any major powers finally lost their cool after the devilish marks appeared, and they all abandoned their estates to seek out greener pastures. 2 months later, a golden-robed old monk was standing atop the giant city wall of Deep Heaven City, looking into the distance through a pair of narrowed eyes. Behind the monk were a dozen or so high-grade cultivators in different attire, and they were also looking into the distance with curiosity in their eyes. Not long after that, spiritual light flashed in the distant sky, and one flying arc after another emerged before heading directly toward the city wall. A stir immediately ran through the cultivators standing behind the monk, and the situation became slightly chaotic. The monk didn't turn around, but he could sense everyone's reactions, and he immediately cleared his throat with furrowed brows. He didn't do so very loudly, but all of the chatter immediately died down, and at this moment, several more arcs appeared in the distance amid flashes of spiritual light. A faint smile appeared on the monk's face at the sight of the arcs, and he immediately called out into the distance, "Is that you, fellow Daoist Han? I've been expecting you." His voice wasn't very loud, but it was as audible as rumbling thunder to the giant arcs in the distance. "I'm truly flattered that you've come out to greet me in person, fellow Daoist Jinyu. I assume you've received the letter I sent out a few days ago," an azure figure on one of the arcs replied from afar. He was naturally none other than someone who wasn't Han Li, and his voice was also clearly audible to those on the city wall. "JK, it's still Han Li. Your assistance will greatly benefit our Deep Heaven City, so it would only be right of me to come out and greet you in person," Buddhist monk Jinyu chuckled. Han Li merely smiled and remained silent upon hearing this. The giant arcs reached the city wall after just a few flashes, following which Han Li descended in a nonchalant manner. "You look well, fellow Daoist Jinyu," Han Li said as he cupped his fist in a salute toward the old monk. After ascertaining Han Li's cultivation base with his spiritual sense, a hint of shock flashed through Buddhist monk Jinyu's eyes, and a wry smile appeared on his face. "I'm just an old man, fellow Daoist Han. I can see that you've made another breakthrough to the mid-body integration stage in just a few centuries. You truly put old geezers like us to shame. Back when I was at your age, I had only just made it to the spatial tempering stage. Ah, there's no need to be so self-deprecating, fellow Daoist. If I'm not mistaken, I can sense that you've mastered some kind of powerful ability since we last met, Han Li said with a hint of a smile. I did indeed recently successfully cultivate a certain ability, but that's nothing compared to the astonishing progress you've made, fellow Daoist Han. Please follow me to the Elder Hall and we'll continue our conversation there, Brother Han. I'll make sure your disciples are taken care of, the old monk said in a modest manner before making an inviting hand gesture toward Han Li. Please lead the way, fellow Daoist, Han Li replied with a nod. Thus, Buddhist monk Jinyu instructed two of the cultivators behind him to lead the flying arcs into the city, then led Han Li toward somewhere else in the city. 2 hours later, Han Li and Buddhist monk Jinyu arrived within a certain hall in a huge tower. The tables, chairs and walls in the hall were all of a pristine white color, looking as if they had been paved with beautiful white jade. Aside from Han Li and Buddhist monk Jinyu, there were also 3 other body integration cultivators in the hall. One of them was a silver-haired elderly man with a set of remarkably youthful facial features. Another was a burly man in a black leather robe, and the final one was a woman with shoulder-length hair wearing a silver mask. Among the 3 of them, the white-robed elderly man clearly possessed the highest cultivation base. He was at the pinnacle of the mid-body integration stage and was only a step away from becoming a late-body integration cultivator. As for the burly man and the masked woman, they were both at the early body integration stage, but their auras were quite peculiar, so they were clearly each using some strange cultivation arts. Han Li was sitting in his chair listening to everyone's conversations, but he was constantly appraising the masked woman with a peculiar look on his face. The white-robed elderly man quickly caught on to this and he smiled as he asked, "Have you met Fairy Silverlight before, Brother Han?" The masked woman had also been growing rather uncomfortable from Han Li's unexplained scrutiny and she asked, "I've also been wanting to ask this. Would you be able to enlighten me, Brother Han? This is the first time that we've met, but your aura is very similar to a past acquaintance of mine. May I ask which branch of the demon race you're from, fellow Daoist?" Han Li asked with a contemplative look in his eyes. "A similar aura? Your acquaintance must also be a silver wolf being then. Fellow Daoist Silverlight is one of the silver wolf race's 2 body integration cultivators," the black-robed man explained. Fairy Silverlight's expression eased slightly upon hearing this, and she asked in a curious manner, "I am indeed a member of the silver wolf race. What is the name of your acquaintance, fellow Daoist Han? Perhaps I'll know of them." Han Li's expression changed slightly, and he really did decide to ask about Silver Moon. "In that case, I really do plan to ask you about her. Would you happen to know if a fellow Daoist by the name of Ling Long is doing well at the moment?" At his current cultivation base, he naturally didn't have to fear Wolf Monarch Tian Kuei, so he was able to ask this question without any inhibitions. He had been keeping an eye out for information about Silver Moon after reaching the body integration stage, but the territory of the Silver Wolf race was a very secretive place, and they very rarely came into contact with outsiders. Hence, everyone that Han Li asked either knew nothing, or could only provide tiny morsels of information that were nowhere near enough for him to learn about Silver Moon's current situation. Now that he had encountered a body integration stage Silver Wolf being, Han Li naturally wasn't going to pass up this opportunity. "Ling Long? Your acquaintance's sister Ling Long? Come to think of it, I've heard that you're an ascended cultivator. Could it be that you're—" Fairy Silverlight's voice cut off mid-sentence as if she had suddenly thought of something taboo, and a very peculiar look had appeared in her eyes as she appraised Han Li. Han Li was quite elated to hear this, but his expression remained calm as he said, "So you really do know Fairy Ling Long? I grew up with Sister Ling Long, so of course I know her. I do have some information about Ling Long, but I can't disclose too much to you. All I can tell you is that Ling Long is alive and well, and she's already reached the late spatial tempering stage." Fairy Silverlight sighed. A cold light flashed through Han Li's eyes, and after a brief moment of contemplation, his lips tremored as he transmitted his voice to Fairy Silverlight. "What's there that can't be disclosed? I understand that this is not an appropriate place to speak about such matters. I'll pay you a separate visit in a couple of days, and we can discuss Ling Long in greater detail." A hesitant look flashed through Fairy Silverlight's eyes upon hearing this, but she still nodded in the end. Everyone else was rather intrigued by Han Li and Fairy Silverlight's exchange, but none of them pried into the matter. Instead, they changed the subject and began to discuss matters related to the imminent devilish tribulation, as well as how grateful they were that Han Li was willing to offer them his assistance. Prior to coming here, Han Li had used a myriad distance talisman to inform the elders that he could only help defend Deep Heaven City against the devilish tribulation for the first few years, and that he was doing so in exchange for refuge for his disciples. The most ferocious attacks from the elder devil race always came during the first few waves, so the elders were naturally more than happy to agree to this arrangement. Thus, after a pleasant discussion during which everyone exchanged some ideas for dealing with the upcoming devilish tribulation, Han Li finally took his leave. Fairy Silverlight looked on as Han Li departed with an indecisive look on her masked face. 2 days later, Han Li arrived at Fairy Silverlight's cave abode on his own, and only after half a day had passed did he re-emerge with a dark expression on his face. He paused at the entrance and looked up at the clear blue sky for a long time before letting loose a cold chuckle, then flew away as a streak of azure light. Han Li was living in a separate white pagoda in Deep Heaven City. This pagoda was less than 10 times the size of the other giant buildings in the cities, but it was still large enough for Han Li and his entourage to live in. Han Li was currently residing on the top level of this pagoda, but that didn't mean that he intended to live here for a long period of time. After around half a month, Han Li summoned his 3 disciples, and after issuing them some instructions he departed from the pagoda as a streak of azure light. Prior to the commencement of the devilish tribulation, there was still something that he had to do. He traveled without pause and arrived directly at the place where all of the teleportation formations were situated in Deep Heaven City. After issuing some instructions to the guards there, he was teleported to a certain massive city that was countless kilometers away. Han Li completely disregarded the awestruck eyes of the cultivators guarding the teleportation formations there and departed from the city, flying away toward a certain direction. Around 2 months later, Han Li appeared within a mountain range that was abundant with baleful qi. This mountain range stretched for millions of kilometers, and within it, a dozen or so cities of different sizes could be seen. These cities were linked by all types of fortresses to form a giant ring, and beyond the fortresses were series of formations that littered the entire mountain range, transforming the place into an enormous stronghold. There were also groups of azure armored guards consisting of around 10 to 100 people per group patrolling the area, but with Han Li's astonishing cultivation base, he naturally didn't encounter any resistance as he flew into the deepest part of the mountain range before stopping in front of the largest of the dozen or so cities. He hovered at a low altitude and looked on at a huge flag, upon which was a massive long character. Han Li had learned some things about this city back when he was in Deep Heaven City, and he knew that this was a stronghold that the Long family had constructed alongside a dozen or so other major families to ward off the Elder Devil race together. These families were all of different sizes and some of them weren't even true spirit families, but they were all quite powerful. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been confident enough to set up their own independent stronghold in the face of the imminent devilish tribulation. Of course, their greatest source of confidence came from the Long family patriarch, who was renowned as one of the most powerful beings of the human race. Han Li wondered what these people would think if they knew that this powerful backer of theirs was going to leave this place not long after the commencement of the devilish tribulation. After entertaining this ironic thought for a moment, Han Li suddenly flipped a hand over to produce a yellow talisman, then swiped it through the air, and it shot forth as a streak of golden light before vanishing in a flash. He then flew over to a nearby hill before taking a seat on a huge rock and closing his eyes in a calm manner. Immortal Galaxy Tree. Has anyone else noticed that the author reused the name Jinyu? Between Shirkuan and Jinyu, the author doesn't seem have enough names in his bag at all. After a while Han Li's expression changed slightly, and he reopened his eyes. A ball of golden light was flying out of the giant city that belonged to the Long family, and it quickly arrived in the air close to Han Li. Within the golden ball of light was a middle-aged man. It was none other than the Long family patriarch. He was appraising Han Li in an expressionless manner from above, and Han Li calmly rose to his feet before cupping his fist in a salute. "Greetings, Brother Long. I heard that you had progressed to the mid-body integration stage and I had thought that was just a rumor. However, it seems that you really made another breakthrough, fellow Daoist Han. Your rate of progression may not be unmatched by anyone of the past or the future, but there's certainly no one in the entire human race who can currently compare with you," the Long family patriarch said in a slightly awestruck manner. "You're far too kind, Brother Long. I'm sure you haven't come out to see me just to discuss my cultivation progression, right? Han Li said in an indifferent manner. The Long family patriarch's lips twitched slightly as he replied, "Of course not, but I think the purpose for your visit is already quite apparent. You've progressed to the mid-body integration stage, so you've clearly already decided to come with us on our journey to the Elder Devil race. Indeed, I've decided to join you on this journey, but that's not the main purpose for my visit. I would like to propose an exchange with you, Brother Long," Han Li said as he crossed his arms in a calm manner. The Long family patriarch faltered slightly upon hearing this before a curious look appeared in his eyes. "Oh, what's the exchange?" "I heard that your Long family is able to refine a type of pill known as the Dragon Spirit Pill using Dragon True Spirit Blood as the main ingredient, and that this pill is rather useful for breaking through body integration stage bottlenecks. Also, I've heard that your family seems to have replicated the legendary giant Atlas Arc," Han Li replied without giving a direct response. "That is indeed the case. Are you interested in those two items, fellow Daoist? That's a pity for you then, because there's no way I would offer those two items for exchange." The Long family patriarch chuckled coldly. "Why speak in such absolute terms, Brother Long? There is nothing in this world that can't be exchanged. It's all about whether I can offer you something that'll be sufficiently tempting to you," Han Li chuckled in a confident manner. The Long family patriarch's heart stirred slightly upon hearing this, but his expression remained unchanged. "Oh, you sound very confident, fellow Daoist." Han Li smiled and continued, "I heard that you've been held back by a late body integration stage bottleneck for tens of thousands of years already. Would you be interested in something that can help you break through that bottleneck?" The Long family patriarch was stunned to hear this, but he quickly regained his composure and said, "I would indeed be interested in something like that, but that'll depend on what it is. If the effects are very minimal, then it won't be very useful to me. Why don't you take a look at this, fellow Daoist Long?" Han Li smiled as he swept a sleeve through the air, sending a thumb-sized jade vial flying directly toward the Long family patriarch. The Long family patriarch's eyes narrowed slightly as he drew the small vial into his grasp, and his expression changed slightly as soon as he injected his spiritual sense into the vial. An incredulous look appeared in his eyes, and he hurriedly removed the lid on the vial before bringing its opening to his nose to inhale the scent of its contents. "Is this Celestial River Silver Elixir?" "No, not quite. It seems to be something even more potent. It's rather similar to High Zenith Immortal Elixir, but the color is a little different." The Long family patriarch's wooden expression had completely been replaced by elation at this point. "How is it? I'm sure this divine Infernal River Elixir will be of assistance to you, right, fellow Daoist?" Han Li wasn't surprised at all to see this. The Long family patriarch's expression quickly returned to normal, and he said in a contemplative manner, "So this elixir is known as Divine Infernal River Elixir? I've never heard of it. This elixir will indeed be able to assist me in breaking through my bottleneck, but surely you have more than just a few drops, right? Otherwise it will still be of no use to me." Han Li smiled as he flipped a hand over to produce a small white vial, then replied, "Of course I have an entire vial of this elixir, but I want to exchange it for a vial of Dragon Spirit Pills and a giant Atlas Arkansas. You're asking for far too much, fellow Daoist. Our Long family's Dragon Spirit Pills are indeed somewhat inferior to this elixir, but it definitely won't be by much. On top of that, you're asking for a giant Atlas Arc as well. Don't you think that's a bit too unfair?" A cold light flashed through the Long family patriarch's eyes as he spoke. "I'm aware of this, but there's an important difference between this elixir and Dragon Spirit Pills. This vial of Divine Infernal River Elixir is the only one in the entire human race. I've already consumed the rest of the elixir, and that's how I was able to make another breakthrough so quickly. In fact, it's hard to say whether a second vial of this elixir exists even on the entire Tianyuan continent. In contrast, your Long family can continue to refine Dragon Spirit Pills indefinitely. If you miss out on this vial of elixir, I can assure you that you won't see another vial of this elixir during your lifetime. As for those Dragon Spirit Pills, your Long family proclaims that it's not for sale, but some of those pills have found their way out of your Long family through one avenue or another. If I spend some time to search for them, there's a good chance that I'll be able to track some down," Han Li said with a faint smile. Your spiel may work on others, but it's not going to work on me. No matter what you say, there's no way I'll agree to this exchange. the Long family patriarch harumphed coldly without displaying any willingness to back down. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this, but his expression then quickly reverted back to normal. In that case, just pretend I never offered this exchange in the first place. You can keep those drops of elixir as a gift from me. Han Li cupped his fist in a salute as he spoke, and spiritual light flashed from his body as he turned to leave. The Long family patriarch's expression changed slightly upon seeing this and immediately called out, "Hold on. Have you changed your mind, Brother Long?" Han Li turned around with a hint of a smile on his face. There's no need for beings like you and I to play these immature games. Your divine infernal river elixir is indeed extremely useful to me, but the exchange you've proposed is too unreasonable. If you want to exchange this elixir for my dragon spirit pills and a giant atlas arc, you have to hand over another item or a huge sum of spirit stones as well. That second item can be of a slightly lower value than the giant atlas arc, the Long family patriarch said in a cold voice. All right, I can consider this condition. How about this? Aside from the divine infernal river elixir, I'll throw in a batch of materials worth over 100 million spirit stones for a giant atlas arc. What do you think? Han Li proposed as he stroked his chin. Materials worth 100 million spirit stones? What kind of materials are these? The Long family patriarch asked as his lips twitched slightly. I have a list here for you to inspect, Brother Long, Han Li said in a confident manner, then swept a sleeve through the air to send a jade slip flying through the air as a white ball of light. You sure came prepared, fellow Daoist Han. The Long family patriarch could only sigh in a resigned manner before drawing the jade slip into his grasp. After only briefly inspecting the contents of the jade slip with his spiritual sense, a stunned look appeared on the Long family patriarch's face. What do you think of those materials, Brother Long? Those are all items that your Long family require, right? Han Li asked in a meaningful voice. The Long family patriarch was silent for a long while before he finally said with a peculiar look on his face, "To think that you were able to source these items that several major powers desperately need. It looks like you've had your sights set on our Long family's giant atlas arc for a long time. Otherwise, there's no way you would have gathered all these materials in a short time. These items can't even be purchased with spirit stones at this point in time. Very well, it seems that this is not an unfair exchange, so I'll accept it. You've definitely made a wise decision, Brother Long. This is a mutually beneficial exchange." An elated smile appeared on Han Li's face, and he brought his hands together in front of his own chest before separating them to reveal an azure bracelet and the white jade vial again. However, he didn't immediately toss the items over to the Long family patriarch. Instead, he merely looked up at him in an expectant manner. The Long family patriarch was naturally aware of his intentions, and he immediately swept a sleeve through the air to summon 2 balls of spiritual light, one golden and one black. These were none other than a golden vial and a glossy black miniature arc. There wasn't anything remarkable about the golden vial aside from a few leaf-like patterns engraved onto its surface, but the miniature arc, which was only several inches in length, was intricate beyond belief. Not only was the surface of the arc as black as ink, the arc was a 3-mast barquentine with a cabin that had as many as 5 levels. Furthermore, there were countless colorful formations engraved onto the surface of the arc that were far too miniature to be visible to the naked eye, but they were clearly extremely profound. The Long family patriarch flicked his wrist, and the 2 items were tossed toward Han Li. Han Li's eyes immediately lit up, and he also tossed his jade vial and storage bracelet upward without any hesitation, then drew the 2 items descending toward him into his grasp. He removed the lid of the golden vial and slowly swept his spiritual sense over each and every crimson pill within the vial, upon which a pleased look appeared on his face. With this vial of pills that were vastly renowned in the entire human race, he had increased his chances of making a breakthrough to the late body integration stage by 5%. He then turned his gaze toward the miniature black arc. So this is the giant atlas arc, eh? It does indeed look quite extraordinary, but I'll have to examine its powers. Thus, Han Li tossed the miniature arc into the air before pointing a finger toward it. A resounding rumbling sound rang out, and black light flashed as the miniature arc swelled to countless times its original size. Initially, it was only around several hundred feet in size, but in the blink of an eye, it had become as massive as a mountain. Its 3 black masts were like a trio of heavenly pillars that extended for over 100,000 feet up into the air, and several extremely lifelike ferocious black beasts had been inscribed onto the black sails, giving off an extremely menacing appearance. What was even more astonishing was that after expanding the ark to its full size, different items had surfaced from the centers of the formations on the giant ark. Some of these items were balls, some of them were cylinders, but no matter what shape the items were in, all of them had extremely complex runes engraved on their surfaces. It was quite clear that these items had been designed to be easy to activate, but were still capable of unleashing enormous power. However, with this many of them, it would most likely require hundreds of cultivators to activate all of them at once. The most eye-catching things on the ark were the 3 semi-transparent 5-colored pillars protruding from the top of the cabin. Not only were these 3 pillars as thick as water tanks, they were over 1,000 feet in length, and none of the other aforementioned items could compare with them. Just as Han Li was carefully inspecting the giant ark, the Long family patriarch had already completed his examination of the elixir and storage bracelet. He stowed the 2 items away, then cast his gaze toward the massive ark as he said, "It cost over 100 million spirit stones in materials alone to construct this giant Atlas ark, and that's completely discounting the enormous amount of labor, time and effort that went into its construction process. If I were to sell this ark, I normally wouldn't consider any offer less than twice the value of the materials that you offered to me. I know that I stand to benefit slightly more from this exchange than you do, but at the same time, that elixir and those materials definitely can't be purchased with spirit stones in the outside world. In any case, our exchange is complete, so there's no reason for me to stay here any longer. Send me a message in advance when you decide to enter the Elder Devil realm, and I'll be sure to arrive on time." Han Li chuckled as he made a hand seal, and the giant ark shrank down to several inches in size again before flying up his sleeve. As long as the human race can withstand the first few waves of attacks from the Elder Devil race and limit the magnitude of the devilish tribulation to a manageable scope, then we'll definitely go ahead with our trip, and I'll be sure to notify you in advance. With your current cultivation base, I'm sure you'll be of great assistance to us," the Long family patriarch said as a rare smile appeared on his wooden face. Han Li nodded in response before suddenly turning to what appeared to be a patch of empty air with a peculiar smile on his face. He then cupped his fist in a salute toward that direction before flying away as a streak of azure light. The Long family patriarch's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and only after the streak of azure light had completely vanished into the distance did he heave a faint sigh. Right at this moment, spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted from the spot that Han Li had been looking at before, and a black-robed man emerged out of thin air. It was none other than the Long family's other grand elder. He wore a dark expression as he also cast his gaze toward the direction that Han Li had departed in, and said in a grim voice, "It seems that he sensed my presence very early on. This new concealment ability that I've cultivated makes it very difficult even for you to sense my presence." Yet it was unable to fool him. He's either cultivated some kind of powerful special ability or possesses a powerful treasure that specializes in countering concealment techniques. Indeed. However, there's also a possibility that his spiritual sense is more powerful than ours. With his astonishing rate of progression, it makes sense that he has a few incredible abilities up his sleeve. In any case, he'll be a valuable addition to our party when we venture into the Elder Devil realm. I'm sure he'll be no less powerful than the body integration stage beings of the spirit race," the Long family patriarch replied with an expressionless nod. "I've done some research on this Han brat, and he could potentially be a volatile element in our party," the black-robed man said with furrowed brows. "So what? How much do you know about the other people we've invited? It doesn't matter as long as they can help us accomplish our objective. This devilish tribulation is going to be extremely perilous for our human race, but it's also a brilliant opportunity for body integration cultivators like us. Failure is not an option for this trip. Otherwise, we'll remain at the body integration stage for the rest of our lives," the Long family patriarch said as a look of vicious determination appeared on his face. "You're right, Brother Long, but before this, we have to keep the Elder Devil race at bay first," the black-robed man agreed with a nod before turning toward a certain part of the giant city behind them. "I've gathered 13 major families to create this stronghold, and each city can defend one another. Regardless of whether it's the number of high-grade cultivators present or the defensive capabilities of the stronghold, this place definitely isn't inferior to the 3 sovereign cities. Even if this devilish tribulation is going to be more fearsome than the rumors suggest, This stronghold should be able to stand strong, the Long family patriarch said in a confident manner. I'm also firmly of the same opinion. Otherwise I wouldn't have collaborated with you, Brother Long. Seeing as that Han brat's gone, let's go back and take care of our own matters as well. The devilish mark is becoming larger and larger. The elder devil race will most likely descend upon us in around 3 or 4 months, so we have to make ample preparations, the black-robed man said in a solemn manner. Indeed, I have a cauldron of important pills that I'm currently refining as well, the Long family patriarch said with a nod before sweeping a sleeve through the air to expel a burst of golden light. The light enveloped his body, and he flew toward the massive city as a ball of golden light. The black-robed man also made a hand seal upon seeing this, and followed along as a black gust of wind. Meanwhile, Hanli was already several thousand kilometers away, and a little after 2 months, Hanli finally returned to Deep Heaven City via teleportation formation. At this point, the entire city was in a state of high alert, and all of the restriction formations had been semi-activated. If it weren't for the fact that Hanli was a body integration cultivator, he most likely wouldn't even have been granted access to the teleportation formations. Hanli flew straight back to the pagoda that he and his disciples were living in before giving them the giant Atlas Ark, then instructed them to get all of the disciples to familiarize themselves with the treasure as quickly as possible. The giant Atlas Ark could only display its true power when used by a certain number of people, so this was a life-saving trump card that Hanli was leaving to his disciples. Otherwise, with their nascent soul stage cultivation bases, it would be very difficult to say whether they'd be able to survive the devilish tribulation. After that, Hanli returned to the top level of the pagoda and went into seclusion again. However, on this occasion he instructed his disciples to keep an eye on the devilish mark and to give him daily reports on the changes displayed by it. Thus, one day passed by after another, and the atmosphere in Deep Heaven City was only becoming tenser and tenser. Not only did the devilish marks near Deep Heaven City encompass an area of tens of thousands of kilometers, they were becoming glossy black, and there were even some patches where churning devilish chi could be clearly seen. However, the devilish marks near Deep Heaven City weren't that massive compared to the ones in the other parts of the human regions. It was said that the largest of the devilish marks had appeared near the city of the newly assigned spirit sovereign, and it was over 100 times larger than the devilish marks present near Deep Heaven City. Upon receiving this news, Hanli could only heave a faint sigh before casting the matter out of his mind. On this day, there were 2 shimmering golden flying arcs situated near an inky black devilish mark that was countless kilometers in size. The 2 arcs were several tens of feet in length each, and they were concealed within a lush forest that was close to 10 kilometers away. On each of the 2 arcs were 2 golden armored heavenly guards and several black armored guards, and these people were currently discussing something in hushed tones with grim looks on their faces. Brother Chen, I've been feeling very uneasy these past few days. Is this a sign that the devilish tribulation is about to commence soon? A golden armored man with a pair of thick muscle-bound arms said with furrowed brows. You're not the only one, fellow Daoist Jean. I've been feeling very anxious ever since I was deployed here to keep tabs on this devilish mark. Thankfully, that's the extent of our role, and as soon as the devilish mark is broken, we can immediately activate the teleportation formation to return to the city, so there's not actually that much danger involved. A short and thin elderly man replied with a wry smile. I'm also aware that this is not actually a very dangerous task, yet I still can't help but feel uneasy. It seems that I need to hone my mental state. Having said that, we really are very unlucky to have drawn lots and been assigned to this place, the burly man said in a resigned manner. Staying in the city is naturally safer, but as long as we can complete this mission, we'll be rewarded extremely handsomely, so I think the reward outweighs the risk, the elderly man said with a shake of his head. That's true. The pills offered by the panel of elders are extremely precious and will be very useful to us. Hold on, what's that? The burly man replied with a wry smile before abruptly rising to his feet. He cast his gaze toward the distance and his expression changed drastically. Is the devilish mark about to break? The elderly man's heart jolted as he hurriedly cast his gaze toward the same direction, as did the black-armored guards, and all of their faces immediately turned completely pale. A vast expanse of space beneath the devilish mark in the distance had suddenly begun to twist and writhe violently, as if the heavens were about to be flipped onto its head. Right at this moment, an earth-shattering boom rang out, and countless demonic bats that were each over 10 feet in length emerged from the churning devilish chi within the devilish mark. All of the bats had skin that was as red as blood and a single black horn on each of their heads. They opened their mouths and bursts of sound waves surged forth in a frenzy toward the warped space down below. The countless bursts of sound waves struck the space down below before exploding in violent waves, and earth-shattering booms instantly rang out from the warped sky. In the next instant, several long white rifts suddenly appeared on the devilish mark, and as the sound waves continued to surge through the air, the sound of shattering glass began to ring out. The white rifts instantly transformed into countless white threads that spread rapidly in all directions, following which the entire sky completely shattered. Inky black devilish chi surged forth like floodwaters through a broken dam, instantly forming a sea of darkness that dispersed in all directions at an incredible speed. The countless giant devil bats also descended in a frenzy while letting loose a series of high-pitched screeches. Crimson light revolved around their bodies, and from a distance, it looked as if countless balls of crimson flames had appeared within the sea of darkness before also spreading in all directions. What was even more astonishing was that within the depths of the devilish mark, which had already transformed into a massive black hole, even more astonishing roars could be heard, and it was quite clear that there were going to be more devilish beasts flooding into the spirit realm. In the distance, the golden-armored burly man finally returned to his senses, and hurriedly said to the elderly man in a hushed voice, "The elder devil race is invading. Our mission is complete. Activate the teleportation formation right away." "Activate the teleportation formation," the elderly man instructed without any hesitation, then made a hand seal before casting a series of incantation seals into a small formation beneath his feet. The black-armored guard standing behind him hurriedly arrived by his side before also making hand seals to assist him. A faint buzzing sound immediately rang out from the golden arc underfoot, and hundreds of runes appeared down below, before then forming a white light formation. The same was happening to the other golden arc as well. The two arcs began to release scintillating golden light, and they were going to be teleported away at any moment now. The golden-armored burly man heaved a long sigh of relief upon seeing this, and his expression finally eased slightly. However, right at this moment, a high-pitched voice suddenly rang out in the air above the forest they were hiding in. "He looks like I'm in luck. I've only just entered the spirit realm and I've already come across a pair of spatial tempering cultivators. You two will be perfect for an appetizer." Both the burly man and the elderly man were stunned to hear this voice, and they turned to discover a hideous young man standing just over 300 feet away from the two golden arcs. The man was very short and thin with a dark complexion and a pair of bat wings on his back. His facial features were extremely sinister, and his wings were even larger than his body. He bore a striking resemblance to the countless crimson devilish bats in the sky, but the aura he was releasing was countless times more powerful. "It's a high-grade devilish being." Both of the heavenly guards naturally instantly identified the young man, and they were extremely alarmed. Both of them had been focusing their attention on the changes unfolding in the devilish mark, yet they had completely failed to notice as this young man approached them from above. After a brief moment of astonishment, both of them immediately sprang into action without any hesitation. One of them laid a hand onto the back of his own head, and a dozen or so small silver swords instantly shot forth before flying through the air as streaks of silver light. Meanwhile, the other heavenly guard raised an arm and a five-colored ring was summoned. The ring then transformed into countless five-colored ring projections that formed a protective barrier around the two golden arcs. One of them was attacking the enemy as the other was setting up defenses, and it was quite clear that this wasn't the first time they had fought alongside one another. Their objective wasn't to defeat this high-grade devilish being. They only wanted to keep the young man at bay for a short while so they could complete their teleportation. A sinister smile appeared on the young man's face, revealing two rows of sharp little fangs. In the face of the oncoming streaks of silver light, he made no effort to take evasive measures. Instead, he opened his mouth to blast forth a burst of golden sound waves that swept up all of the streaks of silver light. An astonishing scene then ensued. The streaks of sword chi immediately reverted back into their original sword form amid an anguished wail, then tumbled down from above amid the golden sound waves. The golden-armored burly man's face immediately paled upon seeing this. Those swords were his bonded treasures that he had been cultivating for several millennia, yet before he could recover his control over the swords, the young man suddenly flapped his bat wings, and the sounds of howling winds and rumbling thunderclaps immediately rang out. The young man's body blurred slightly before he abruptly vanished on the spot. However, in the next instant he reappeared right above the two golden arcs before launching his fists toward the countless five-colored ring projections in the air without any hesitation. Two resounding booms rang out in quick succession as a pair of shimmering crimson fists vanquished all of the opposing five-colored projections. The young man flapped his wings again, and he appeared behind the burly man in the blink of an eye before plunging an arm through his body with ease. The suit of golden armor didn't offer any resistance to the young man's attack. Arg! The black-armored guards on the golden arc were naturally petrified upon seeing this, and they immediately fled for their lives. However, the young man merely swept a bat wing behind himself without even turning his head to unleash a black blade of light that was over 1,000 feet in length. The blade was as fast as lightning, and all of the black-armored guards let loose howls of anguish as they were reduced to a rain of blood. Even the nascent souls within their bodies had been destroyed. The young man then flew toward the other golden arc as a ball of crimson light, and even prior to his arrival, the overwhelming odor of blood and gore had already settled over the arc. The elderly man had no time to react, and his face instantly became deathly pale. Coincidentally, the teleportation formation beneath his feet flashed with white light right at this moment, and he was teleported away along with the entire golden arc. As such, the young man only managed to pounce on empty air, and the ball of crimson light around him faded. A hint of frustration appeared on his face as he looked at the remnants of the teleportation formation in the air, and he swept a bat wing violently through the air, releasing a gust of fierce winds that erased what remained of the formation. Haha, I can't believe you couldn't even kill a pair of spatial tempering stage humans. I was holding back and leaving them to you, but it looks like I've overestimated you. A burst of cackling that was filled with mockery suddenly rang out from behind a huge tree nearby. Meng Man, when did you get here? Isn't your lightning cow race supposed to be part of the second group to enter the spirit realm? If it weren't for that teleportation formation, there's no way those humans would have escaped from me. The young man immediately flared up with rage in response before turning his gaze toward that huge tree. The ordinary-looking tree suddenly warped before transforming into a green-skinned giant that was around 50 to 60 feet tall. The giant had a pair of curved black horns on his head, and his face was covered in yellow fur. He wore a suit of black leather armor and there was a pair of golden hatchets strapped onto his back. He was currently appraising the young man with a mocking look in his eyes, and in response to the young man's enraged expression he merely smiled and said in a nonchalant manner, "Our lightning cow race recently received an order from the sacred ancestors, instructing us to be among the first group to enter the spirit realm alongside your devilish bat race, so my brethren have already entered this realm." After that, the cow-headed giant pointed into the distant sky in a nonchalant manner. "Is that so?" The young man was quite surprised to hear this, and he hurriedly cast his gaze toward the same direction. There he discovered that aside from the giant bats pouring out of the gargantuan black hole up above, huge azure cows that were around 100 feet in length each were also rushing out from within. Not only were these cows astonishingly huge, their bodies were also covered in strange silver patterns, presenting a very mysterious sight to behold. If it's an order from the sacred ancestors, then it can't be helped, but you clumsy cows will only slow us down. With the speed of our devilish bat race, it'll only take us a few days to clear out all of the human cultivators in the nearby area so we can begin building a devilish city, the young man said in a slightly sheepish manner. That's what I wanted to discuss with you. Your devilish bat race will naturally be able to sweep through low-grade human cultivators with ease, but if you encounter some more powerful humans, you devilish bat beings will be nothing more than cannon fodder. There's no way you can compare with our lightning cow race. The giant chuckled coldly. The young man was furious to hear this. Is that so? Then how about we see which of our two races can kill more human cultivators in the next 3 days? Sure, and just to make things interesting, the loser has to hand over a third of what they plunder from the spirit realm to the winner, the giant said as a cold light flashed through his eyes. You have yourself a bet, the young man said in a cold manner before flapping his wings, flying over to the giant in the blink of an eye before extending a shimmering crimson hand. The giant chuckled in a sinister manner before swinging one of his huge hands toward the young man's hand, and the two palms clashed amid a dull thump. In the instant that they came into contact with one another, crimson and azure light erupted forth, following which both the young man and the giant swayed slightly before springing back as if they had been bitten by a snake. As soon as the young man stabilized himself in midair, he yelled with a baleful expression, "Where are the 5 bats? We pay our respects to the revered general." As soon as this voice trailed off, spatial fluctuations erupted nearby, and 5 crimson bats that were far more enormous than their brethren appeared amid gusts of fierce winds. These bats each had a wingspan in excess of 100 feet, and they were truly astonishingly massive. "Go and capture a few human mortals," the young man instructed. "Yes, master," the 5 giant bats immediately replied before flapping their wings and vanishing again as 5 gusts of wind. A cold smile appeared on the cow-headed giant's face upon seeing this, and he suddenly flipped a hand over to produce a golden horn before bringing it to his lips and blowing vigorously into it. A long continuous note immediately rang out, and it was imbued with an indescribable primal aura. As soon as they heard this sound, the eyes of the giant azure cows in the distance immediately turned bright red. Steam began to billow out of their mouths and nostrils, and they snarled ferociously as they charged out of the surging black chi before converging toward the giant. The sound from the horn then suddenly changed, and the sound of metal clashing against metal abruptly rang out alongside that single continuous note. Immediately thereafter, the giant flew away into the distance as a streak of silver light, and tens of thousands of lightning cows followed along behind him like an unstoppable wave. The young man's lips twitched slightly upon seeing this, and he also let loose a sharp cry. A stir immediately ran through the devilish bats as well upon hearing this sound, and they dispersed in all directions as a dozen or so crimson clouds as if they had all been issued an order. The number of devilish bats exceeded that of the lightning cows by more than 10-fold, and even though they had been split up into a dozen or so groups, each group still had over 10,000 devilish bats. 2 of the groups immediately flew in the same direction the horde of lightning cows had just departed toward, seemingly completely unconcerned about being discovered by the lightning cows. Meanwhile, the young man himself flew into the largest of the crimson clouds as a streak of crimson light, and not longer after that, all of the devilish beasts that had emerged from the sea of devilish chi had departed from the scene, allowing peace and quiet to return to the area. However, no more than 10 minutes later, a burst of loud hissing suddenly rang out as the devilish chi surged violently, and a series of giant glossy black pythons emerged from within. These pythons ranged from around 200 feet in length to as long as over 1,000 feet. Furthermore, all of these pythons had a crimson eye on each of their foreheads. This was a horde of extremely rare 3-eyed devilish pythons. There were clearly far fewer giant pythons than there had been lightning cows and devilish bats, with only around 5,000 to 6,000 of them in total. However, the collective aura they were releasing was far more fearsome than the previous 2 types of devilish beasts. The largest of the pythons was over 3,000 feet in length, and standing atop its head was a high-grade devilish being wearing a black mask and a suit of menacing azure armor. He had his arms crossed as he inspected his surroundings, and he seemed to be rather taken aback by the absence of the 2 types of devilish beasts that had emerged before the giant pythons. However, he then abruptly stomped down onto the devilish python beneath his feet, and the python immediately reared up with its upper body before letting loose a thunderous hissing sound. Crimson light then flashed from the massive python's forehead, and a pair of strange crimson horns appeared on its head, while its back bulged and writhed before a pair of fleshy azure wings emerged. All of the surrounding 3-eyed devilish pythons immediately rushed out of the devilish chi upon seeing this, then raised their heads and hissed in unison as if they were paying homage to their king. Only the azure-armored devilish being remained completely still on the giant python's head with an extremely cold look in his eyes. "It's only been 10,000 years since we last met, yet this bonded python of yours has evolved once again. It's probably powerful enough to oppose an early body integration stage being now, right, Brother Wei?" A male voice suddenly rang out after all of the pythons had emerged from the devilish chi. Immediately thereafter, a gust of wind blew past, and a strange insect that was over 10 feet in length appeared. This insect had a purple body and a pair of long and thin feelers. Its mouth was filled with sharp fangs, and it had a pair of front limbs that resembled giant blades, much like those of a praying mantis. There was also a small humanoid figure who was only around 3 feet tall standing atop the giant insect. This was a young child who appeared to only be around 7 to 8 years of age, and his hair was arranged into a pair of braids that pointed directly upward. He wore a green Daoist robe with 3 small golden swords strapped to each shoulder, and his large bright eyes were very adorable to behold. "Greetings, Brother Hunju. My bonded python was only able to reach this stage after I fed it a rare spirit herb that I unintentionally stumbled upon. It seems that your powers have also been enhanced since we last met," the azure-armored devilish being said in a cold voice as he turned his frosty gaze toward the young child. "I've been preparing for many years for this trip into the spirit realm, so it's only natural that I've improved somewhat," the young child replied with a smile. "Seeing as our 2 races have both arrived, let's join forces. I'm sure even the most powerful of the human cultivators in this area won't be able to withstand our collective forces," the azure-armored devilish being suggested. "My thoughts exactly," the young child agreed to the proposal in an elated manner before suddenly yelling into the devilish chi, "Come on out, my children." As soon as his voice trailed off, a buzzing sound rang out from within the sea of devilish chi. Initially it wasn't very loud, but the sound quickly crescendoed as countless devilish insects surged out of the black chi in a frenzy. These devilish insects were each around the size of a human head, and they were like identical miniature replicas of the giant praying mantis beneath the young child's feet. There were so many of them that they virtually encompassed the entire heavens, and the torrential outpour of devilish insects continued for a long while before finally drawing to a halt. These insects flapped their short purple wings as they hovered at a low altitude beneath the devilish chi, and there were around 700,000 to 800,000 of them. Such an enormous swarm of insects would present an extremely harrowing sight even to a body integration cultivator. However, the azure-armored devilish being wasn't alarmed by this at all. He let loose a low cry, and all of the 3-eyed devilish pythons around him immediately surged downward, then vanished into the soil amid flashes of spiritual light. After that, he tapped his foot against his giant python steed, and it flew off toward a certain direction as a burst of azure light. The young child chuckled upon seeing this before letting loose a long cry, then sped off toward the same direction atop his giant devilish insect steed. A stir ran through the fearsome swarm of insects upon hearing this sound, and they immediately followed along as an enormous sea of insects. After that, more hordes of devilish beasts of different numbers and appearances emerged from the devilish chi, then rushed off toward different directions, led by high-grade devilish beings from their respective races. Judging from their erratic actions, it seemed that they didn't have any set targets. After a total of 13 waves of devilish beasts had emerged from the sea of churning devilish chi, peace and quiet resumed once again. On this occasion, a full hour passed before the devilish chi began to churn again. The sound of dull drumming rang out from within, followed by a series of resounding booms. The entire sea of devilish chi was stirred up into a frenzy, and arcs of silver lightning appeared without any warning alongside rumbling thunderclaps. At the same time, violent spatial fluctuations erupted forth, and the gargantuan sea of devilish chi suddenly expanded by over a third of its original size. Immediately thereafter, hundreds of massive objects slowly emerged from the depths of the devilish chi. These objects resembled inky black pyramids with giant shimmering silver runes engraved onto their surfaces. The undersides of these pyramids were several tens of kilometers in size, and they descended from the heavens like a series of small cities. However, it wasn't a simple matter for these gigantic structures to descend. As soon as they appeared, they were bombarded relentlessly by the silver lightning within the devilish chi. Furthermore, ripples were constantly surging and warping over their surfaces, as if they were threatening to tear the structures apart. The silver runes on these giant pyramids lit up to ward off all of the resistance, and they finally began to slowly land on the ground amid earth-shattering booms, instantly erasing all of the mountains, forests, and rivers beneath them. Only after close to 2 hours did these gigantic objects finally all complete their landings, and immediately thereafter, a resounding boom rang out as the silver runes on one of the faces of each pyramid lit up. A series of massive silver gates then appeared on those faces before slowly opening outward, and the sound of rumbling drumming erupted from within the gargantuan pyramids. One glossy black canoe after another surged out of the huge silver gates, and each canoe was only just over 100 feet in length. They were all entirely enshrouded in layers of black light, and there was an extremely menacing fiend celestial carved onto the front of each of the canoes, while a dozen or so extremely sharp and long blades were protruding out of each of the canoe's 2 sides. Through the black light, one could just barely make out 5 or 6 armored devilish beings seated on each canoe while holding sharp blades. These canoes didn't fly for very far. They merely began to revolve in the air around the giant pyramid they had each emerged from. After over 100 black canoes had been released out of each pyramid, groups of red-armored winged devilish beings began to emerge. They were either wielding long halberds or bows and arrows, and in the instant they surged out of the silver gates, they rose up into the air before dispersing in all directions as if they were standing guard. Spiritual light then flashed from the silver gates, and streaks of light of different colors erupted forth from within. As the light faded, a series of humanoid figures appeared in midair. These humanoid figures were comprised of both men and women, and some of them wore long robes, some were clad in suits of armor, and there were even some who were wearing nothing on their upper bodies. However, one thing that they had in common was that all of them were enshrouded in churning devilish chi. A series of cracks and pops rang out from the bodies of several of these humanoid figures, and they quickly transformed into devilish beings with 2 heads and 4 arms. Their original heads retained their initial appearance, but their second heads were all extremely sinister and terrifying to behold. Following their transformations, these devilish beings raised their heads and roared up into the heavens with excitement and bloodlust, as if they could barely hold back their desire for slaughter. The other devilish beings who hadn't yet transformed all turned to their companions with disdainful expressions. One of them was an elderly man with a head of red hair and a hook nose, and after appraising the lush scenery in the distance with a complex look in his eyes for a while, he murmured to himself, "I didn't think that I would get to see this again during my lifetime. Even if I perish in this realm, I won't have any regrets." The red-haired elderly man's voice had been very quiet, but it was still overheard by one of his companions. This was another elderly man in a set of black robes with a golden belt around his waist, and he chuckled, "Why so pessimistic, Brother Shah? The sacred ancestors have already informed us that this sacred ceremony will be very different from those held in the past. If everything goes according to plan, our race could completely take over an area of the spirit realm. If we can make significant contributions during the sacred sacrifice, then we can apply to stay in the spirit realm to guard our territory here. This is an extremely rare opportunity for those like us who've ascended to the Elder Devil realm." "You're right, Brother Sanyang. We ascended to the Elder Devil realm, so we've become members of the Elder Devil race. However, it would naturally be vastly fortunate for us if we could remain in the spirit realm following this battle," the red-haired elderly man replied with a nod. The same conversation was taking place in hushed tones among everyone else. Right at this moment, a rumbling noise suddenly rang out from within the silver gates of the giant pyramids, following which everyone was greeted by the sound of a series of extremely heavy footsteps. The runes around the silver gates flashed, and more groups of devilish beings suddenly emerged. These devilish beings had cracked gray skin that was completely devoid of hair, looking as if they were stone golems. They were just barely humanoid in shape, but each of them had 4 thick arms, and every single one of their footsteps made the nearby earth tremble, clearly indicating that they were astonishingly heavy. These stone devils were each over 100 feet tall, and over 1,000 of them emerged from each giant pyramid. They then stood in front of the pyramids and arranged themselves into several orderly rows, looking much more docile and organized than expected. Their leaders then let loose low roars in unison, and gray light began to flash from the bodies of these stone devils, following which they disintegrated into what appeared to be soft mud and disappeared into the soil down below. Moments later, the earth within a radius of thousands of kilometers abruptly began to tremor, following which the ground abruptly tore open. Yellow light flashed, and one earthen wall after another erupted out of the ground. In no more than 10 minutes, an enormous city wall that stretched for hundreds of thousands of kilometers had been erected. However, even though the wall was over 1,000 feet tall, it was extremely crude and rough. There was earth and soil constantly crumbling off its surface, and it seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Right at this moment, spiritual light flashed from the ground in front of the wall, and the gray stone devils re-emerged before quickly thrusting their palms toward it. As they did so, pillars of light that were as thick as large bowls erupted from their hands and struck the earthen wall, following which a string of crackling sounds rang out. Upon being struck by the pillars of light, gray flowers of light bloomed all over the wall before spreading in all directions. All of the soft and vulnerable earth was then transformed into resolute gray stone in the wake of this gray light. These stone devils possessed the ability to transform earth into stone. As a result, under the collective efforts of so many stone devils, the enormous earthen structure was virtually instantly transformed into a seamless city wall. The same rumbling sounds were incessantly ringing out in other directions as well, as other sections of the wall were rapidly being erected. Thus, within the span of 2 hours, everything within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers had been encompassed within this massive stone wall. At this point, a series of indistinct ghostly figures that were enshrouded in black qi flew out of the pyramids. These ghostly figures flew in a completely weightless manner as if they possessed no physical bodies, and they all flew into the city wall, upon which a series of formations of different sizes appeared on the wall's surface. Aside from the size disparities, all of the formations were completely identical, as if they had been engraved by the same person. After that, the ghostly figures re-emerged and flew back into the giant pyramids, paying no heed to the other devilish beings present. Thus, time slowly passed and a city of stone was being quickly erected beneath the sea of devilish qi. The stone devils worked tirelessly, constructing buildings of other styles around the giant stone pyramids, which stood at the center of the city. There were also some high-grade devilish beings who were setting up some profound restrictions in each corner, and layers of restriction fluctuations soon enshrouded the entire massive city. All of a sudden, spiritual light flashed from the tip of the pyramid that was situated at the very center of the city, and it abruptly parted. A resounding rumbling noise rang out, and a giant sacrificial altar that looked as if it had been entirely stained with blood slowly rose up. There were a series of unintelligible ancient characters inscribed around the altar, and an overwhelming odor of blood and gore erupted from it. What was even more peculiar was that at the center of the altar stood a tall and broad humanoid figure who was entirely enshrouded within a layer of crimson light. As soon as this humanoid figure appeared, all of the high-grade devilish beings present knelt down on one knee with solemn looks on their faces. The devilish beings that were further away didn't know what was going on, but they all immediately followed suit as well. The collective voice of countless devilish beings then rang out in unison. "We pay our respects to sacred ancestor Shui Guang." However, the humanoid figure on the altar paid no heed to this. He merely inspected his surroundings in an indifferent manner before looking up at the sea of devilish qi overhead. The humanoid figure's eyes were as piercing and dazzling as stars, creating a very unforgettable sight. All of a sudden, he raised an arm before extending a translucent palm, then waved it through the air, seemingly in a nonchalant manner. An earth-shattering boom immediately rang out, and close to half of the devilish qi within the inky black sea up above suddenly began to churn violently. The devilish qi then converged in a frenzy before forming a massive inky black staff amid a flash of spiritual light. The staff was shaped like a wurm with a ghostly head, and it had peculiar patterns running all over its surface. It descended toward the sacrificial altar, and the fingers on the crimson figure's outstretched hand moved ever so slightly. The enormous staff, which was over 1,000 feet in length, began to shrink during its descent, and by the time it landed in sacred ancestor Shui Guang's grasp, it had shrunk down to only around 20 feet in length. Sacred ancestor Shui Guang held the staff in one hand and began to chant a solemn incantation. As he did so, the menacing ghostly head on the top of the staff opened its silver ghostly eyes, then opened its mouth to expel a series of black runes. These runes then quickly transformed into giant black flowers that drifted toward all parts of the city. After a short while, the giant flowers had spread to every corner of the city. Right at this moment, sacred ancestor Shui Guang's chanting ceased, and he abruptly rubbed the black staff between both of his hands, upon which it exploded into a ball of black light. The black light rippled and proliferated outward in all directions as invisible spiritual fluctuations. Upon coming into contact with these fluctuations, the giant black flowers instantly exploded, forming bursts of inky black devilish qi that permeated through the air. Thus, the entire giant city was instantly enshrouded under boundless devilish qi. In the instant that this devilish qi settled over the bodies of all of the half-knelt devilish beings present, all of them were instantly reinvigorated, and their magic power and energy all began to recover at a rapid rate. Sacred ancestor Shui Guang clasped his hands behind his back, then ordered in an implacable voice, "Construct 3 more sacred cities within 3 days, then rest for 7 days. After everyone has gathered, Immediately attack the largest human cultivator stronghold nearby. Your wish is our command. Countless devilish beings cheered in unison within the giant city. Meanwhile, the same scenes were unfolding beneath all of the devilish marks in the human and demon territories. Under the largest of those devilish marks, there was a huge human city that had been constructed along a gargantuan tree that stretched all the way up to the heavens. Several body integration cultivators were standing in the air above a certain pavilion that was halfway up the tree, and they were all appraising the sea of devilish qi in the distance with grim expressions. Thousands of kilometers away from heavenly Yuan sovereign city, a monk and a Daoist priest were wielding a copper mirror and a round bowl, respectively, unleashing countless streaks of light from the two treasures to slay a group of devilish beings with snake heads and horse bodies. However, a sharp hiss of fury suddenly rang out in the distance, following which a gust of devilish wind blew toward them at an incredible speed. Run! The high-grade devilish beings are coming. The Daoist priest immediately yelled upon seeing this. Immediately thereafter, spiritual light flashed from the bodies of both him and the monk, and they flew directly toward the heavenly Yuan sovereign city. On a barren plain in the territory of the demon race, there were several armies engaged in a fierce war. One side was comprised of hundreds of thousands of gray wolves, while the other consisted of over 10,000 blue devilish lions. The wolves were each several tens of feet in length, and they all had green light flashing within their eyes. They were clearly low-grade demon beasts that possessed some demonic power. In contrast, the blue devilish lions were even larger than these giant wolves. All of them had short black horns that were several inches in length on their heads, and they were blasting attacks such as fireballs and ice spikes out of their mouths. As these two armies were battling one another, there was also an extremely grueling battle taking place up above between thousands of snowy white giant falcons and a horde of two-headed flying snakes. The white falcons had powerful talons with silver arcs of lightning revolving around them, while the two-headed snakes were able to expel extremely lethal poison out of their mouths. Beings from both sides were constantly falling from above, but as soon as their carcasses landed among the lions and wolves down below, they were instantly devoured without a trace. Close to 1,000 kilometers behind the armies were groups of metamorphosis-stage demonic cultivators and high-grade devilish beings appraising one another from afar. They didn't participate in the battle. They merely looked on as the battle unfolded before their eyes. In the air above a certain area of the ocean, a burst of black qi that stretched for as far as the eyes could see was currently surging toward a city on a certain massive island. Within the black qi were countless devilish shadows, and it seemed that there was a massive army enshrouded within it. All of a sudden, a thunderous dragon's roar erupted from the seabed near the island, immediately following which howling winds were swept up alongside enormous waves. These waves then parted, and an azure beast that was over 100,000 feet in length emerged from within the ocean. The surface of the beast's head was covered in moss and stones, making it impossible to glean its true appearance. It cast its gaze toward the oncoming black qi with a cold look in its murky eyes, then opened its gargantuan mouth, which resembled a bottomless abyss. A resounding rumbling boom rang out, and the entire surface of the ocean began to tremor. Bursts of blue light erupted out of the creature's enormous mouth in a frenzy, then transformed into blue tornadoes that surged toward the black qi. There were tens of thousands of devilish beasts within the black qi, but they were completely no match for those tornadoes and were quickly swept up by them. Due to the astonishing amount of seawater that had been sucked into the gigantic creature's mouth, the nearby sea level momentarily fell, and after all of the devilish beasts were devoured by the creature, it closed its eyes and slowly sank into the ocean again. Thus, peace and quiet instantly returned to the area, and it was as if that menacing burst of devilish qi had never even appeared here. On another huge island in the distance, there was a tall and broad humanoid figure standing atop a tall tower, appraising everything from afar with a cold look in his eyes. Meanwhile, at Deep Heaven City, Han Li was seated on the top level of a pagoda with his legs crossed. He was making a hand seal and his eyes were closed. There was a golden gourd and the myriad sword artwork hovering in front of him, and he seemed to be in a special immersive state. All of a sudden he opened his eyes and switched to a different hand seal before pointing a finger at the golden gourd. The gourd shuddered as spiritual light flashed from its surface, and a series of extremely dazzling 5-colored runes appeared. Immediately thereafter, a buzzing sound rang out and the gourd was opened, following which 5 flying swords flew out from within. The swords were of the colors gold, yellow, azure, red, and blue, and they were each only around an inch in length. However, they were all radiating a dreamy translucent light that gave them a very mysterious appearance. The 5 flying swords emitted a crisp ringing sound at Han Li's behest, then shot up into the air before unleashing their respective abilities. The red flying sword transformed into a fiery snake that was around 10 feet in length amid a dull thump, while the blue flying sword released wisps of vapor that instantly formed a series of clouds, making it very difficult to track the sword. However, the most astonishing ability was displayed by the seemingly most mundane and nondescript yellow flying sword. It elongated to over 100 feet in length in an instant, and spiritual light swirled over its surface before transforming into layers of a hard yellow substance. Looking at the sword from afar, it was as if it had become a giant yellow stone sword, and as it was swung through the air, even the space in its wake began to emit a loud buzzing sound, clearly indicating that this was an astonishingly powerful weapon. As for the golden and azure flying swords, they didn't display much change aside from emitting bursts of dazzling light. The 5 flying swords danced and pursued one another through the air, and they seemed to possess a very high level of spiritual nature. Han Li appraised these flying swords with a calm expression, then made a hand seal shortly thereafter. The 5 swords immediately reverted back to their original forms at his behest before flying back into the golden gourd. Only then did Han Li turn his attention toward the myriad sword artwork, and a slightly solemn look appeared in his eyes. All of a sudden he raised a hand to cast several incantation seals in quick succession, all of which vanished into the artwork in a flash. The artwork immediately began to emit a series of sharp ringing sounds, following which dazzling golden light erupted from it. The countless swords inscribed on its surface gradually began to move, then multiplied at a rapid rate. All of the swords on the artwork seemed to have sprung to life in the blink of an eye. Han Li let loose a low cry, and a burst of azure spiritual qi was expelled out of his mouth, then vanished into the artwork. A burst of metallic clangs immediately rang out from within the myriad sword artwork, following which countless sword projections erupted out of the artwork in a frenzy. All of a sudden, a burst of bone-chilling sword qi had settled over the entire hall. Black light flashed from Han Li's glabella, and his law-destruction eye emerged. Piercing black light swirled within the eye as an enormous burst of spiritual sense erupted forth before vanishing into the myriad sword artwork. Golden light instantly flashed from all of the sword projections in the hall, and they began to slowly revolve around Han Li. Initially they were only moving at a snail's pace, but after just the span of a few breaths, they were swimming through the air like small sprightly fish. Furthermore, they had formed a sword formation with a tremendous aura. Han Li suddenly switched to a different hand seal as he prepared to activate the enormous magic power within his own body, but right at this moment, the myriad sword artwork shuddered as it let loose a low ringing sound, and the spiritual light radiating from it abruptly faded. The golden sword projections dancing through the hall also became blurry and indistinct before finally blinking out of existence. Almost at the exact same moment, Han Li's law destruction eye also vanished in a flash. His expression changed slightly, and he turned toward the golden gourd and myriad sword artwork with furrowed brows. The golden gourd was something that he had obtained from the vast glacial realm, and due to the fact that it could potentially have belonged to an immortal, he naturally held it in very high regard and had constantly been studying it. Thankfully, he had already mastered beveled silver text and golden seal text. As such, even though the refinement method for this treasure was far different from those used in the human world and spirit realm, and the flying swords in the gourd hadn't yet been completely refined, he was still able to understand some of the intricacies of the treasure. As a result, he made use of his own analysis and expended some precious materials of the 5 elements, and finally managed to just barely completely refine the entire treasure. However, the flying swords in the gourd were originally all of the metal element, but he had refined them to become a set of 5 elemental flying swords. Thus, the treasure definitely wouldn't be as powerful as what its original owner had envisioned, but it was definitely no less powerful than the average spirit treasure. Even so, with Han Li's current enormous wealth, a treasure of this caliber wasn't going to be very useful to him. As such, he was planning to examine the treasure to ensure that there was nothing wrong with it, then pass it down to one of his disciples. As for the phenomenon that had just been conjured up by the myriad sword artwork, That was a result of inspiration that Han Li had derived from a secret technique of a certain foreign race. Using this secret technique, he was able to refine the astonishing sword chi imbued within the artwork using a special method, thereby allowing him to use the artwork as a normal offensive treasure. The sword chi within the artwork had originated in the true immortal realm, so if he could completely harness and control it, it would undoubtedly be immensely powerful. If even a body integration cultivator were to be attacked by all of the sword chi within the artwork, they would be killed for sure. Unfortunately, this refinement method was very time-consuming, and he had spent all of his time improving his own magic power, so this artwork was only halfway refined. Furthermore, due to the fact there was no source or origin to the sword chi within the myriad sword artwork, if the sword chi were to be completely exhausted, then the artwork would be completely ruined. At present, he still hadn't completely gleaned the sword observation art imbued within the artwork, so prior to completely refining this treasure, he wasn't going to use it unless he absolutely had to. Otherwise, if the sword observation art were to be destroyed, he would lose an extremely valuable asset. After failing yet again in his attempt to control the myriad sword artwork, Han Li was just contemplating whether he should try once more when his expression suddenly changed slightly, and he abruptly reached behind himself with one hand. A ball of fire surged through the gates behind him and landed in his grasp in a flash. He closed his fingers around the fireball and it immediately exploded. At the same time, Hai Yuetian's urgent voice rang out from within the flames. "Master, the panel of elders just sent someone to invite you to the Skyview platform. It seems that devilish beings have begun to gather, and there are even high-grade devilish beings among them." Han Li's heart jolted upon hearing this, and a contemplative look appeared on his face as he murmured to himself, "High-grade devilish beings, eh? Alright, I suppose I should go and take a look." He then swept a sleeve through the air to stow the golden gourd and myriad sword artwork away, then flew away as a streak of golden light. After emerging from the pagoda, he immediately flew toward the border of Deep Heaven City. At his current speed, it only took him less than an hour to reach the city wall. At this moment, the entire sky outside the city wall was filled with devilish chi, and there was not a ray of sunlight to be seen. It seemed that someone had unleashed an extremely powerful technique to completely block out the suns. Beneath the devilish chi, the sound of war drums could be heard, and within Deep Heaven City, there were groups of armor-clad warriors and cultivators rushing out of the giant towers. They were either wielding weapons or treasures, and they flew directly toward their designated posts with extremely solemn looks on their faces. A series of altar-like platforms also slowly emerged from the formations on the giant city wall, and atop these platforms were huge objects such as round discs or giant cones. Around each of the objects stood 7 or 8 cultivators in long robes, and there was also a giant light barrier above Deep Heaven City that was currently radiating dazzling light. A white jade palace that resembled a miniature city had been conjured up high in the air above the city as well, and countless silver runes were revolving around it. Furthermore, countless armored guards could be seen roaming over the palace, and at the tip of the tallest pagod-like building in the palace, there was an antiquated golden mirror with a diameter of around 100 feet. The mirror was currently reflecting dazzling light, and was acting as a replacement for the sun, shining its scintillating golden light down upon most of Deep Heaven City. In the instant that the golden light came into contact with the human warriors and cultivators down below, they were completely reinvigorated and instilled with a sense of indescribable courage that made them a lot more confident to face their enemies. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he cast his gaze toward the white jade palace, then immediately flew directly toward it. Even before he had approached the palace, the guards had already noticed him. A golden-armored heavenly guard immediately led a dozen or so azure-armored guards to carefully approach Han Li. The heavenly guard took a quick glance at Han Li before immediately extending a salute. "May I ask if you're Senior Han? I've been instructed to wait here by the elders for your arrival. Please allow me to accompany you to the Skyview platform." "I am indeed Han Li. Please lead the way," Han Li replied in a calm manner. "Yes. Please come with me, Senior," the heavenly guard said in a respectful voice as he made an inviting hand gesture. The other armored guards also parted for him in a respectful manner and stood with their hands clasped behind their backs. Thus Han Li flew toward a tall platform in the palace, led by the heavenly guard. On the platform, Buddhist monk Jin Yu and several other Deep Heaven City elders that Han Li had met before were currently looking out at the devilish beings gathered outside Deep Heaven City. As soon as they noticed Han Li's arrival, all of them immediately smiled and extended warm greetings. Buddhist monk Jin Yu was the most familiar with Han Li, and he said in a concerned manner, "You're finally here, fellow Daoist Han." Just as the rumors suggested, this devilish tribulation really is more fierce than the previous ones. Han Li's heart stirred upon hearing this, but his expression remained unchanged as he asked, "How so? Are there a large number of high-grade devilish beasts among their ranks?" "You'll know what the situation is like when you see it, fellow Daoist," Buddhist monk Jin Yu replied as he pointed a finger into the distance. Han Li raised an eyebrow and cast his gaze toward that direction. From such a high vantage point he was able to see everything outside the city wall. There he was greeted by the sight of countless sinister-looking devilish beasts, stretching for several tens of kilometers. Just the sheer number of them was enough to make the onlooker's skin crawl. And at the center of this enormous army of devilish beasts were 5 gargantuan devilish beasts with bodies that resembled mountains. They were lying half-sprawled on the ground, looking at Deep Heaven City with a cold light in their eyes. The 5 gigantic beasts consisted of a crimson ape, 2 white snails, a black devilish bird with talons and feathers that looked as if they'd been constructed from steel, and a 3-headed purple python. There was a wide berth around all 5 of these beasts, and it seemed that even their fellow devilish beasts were extremely fearful of them. However, Han Li was more interested in the humanoid figures hovering in the air above these gargantuan beasts. From a distance, they appeared to be completely identical to normal humans, but there was an enormous amount of devilish qi erupting from their bodies. All of them seemed to be at the deity transformation stage or spatial tempering stage, so they comprised quite a formidable force to be reckoned with. "What are those people?" Han Li asked with his brows furrowed in befuddlement. "If I'm not mistaken, those are most likely human cultivators who ascended to the Elder Devil realm from various lower realms. However, they specialized in Devil Dao cultivation arts during their time in the lower worlds, and they've been corrupted by the devilish qi in the Elder Devil realm for so many years, so they can no longer even be considered as humans," the white-robed Elder Gu sighed. "Prior to this devilish tribulation, these devilish humans have never appeared. It seems that this devilish tribulation really is different from previous ones. Could it be that the Elder Devil race is going all out in a make-or-break bid to conquer our human race?" Fairy Silverlight mused in a grim voice. Han Li appraised these devilish humans for a long while before he suddenly said with furrowed brows, "Those people will indeed be very troublesome to deal with, but compared to them, I'm more interested in where all the high-grade devilish beings currently are. All of the high-grade devilish beings have concealed themselves within the devilish qi. Some of them emerged not long ago, but they've all retreated back into the devilish qi since then. It looks like they're preparing to rest before they attack our city," Buddhist monk Jin Yu replied. "Have there been any sacred ancestors sighted yet?" Han Li asked in a grim voice. Buddhist monk Jin Yu hesitated momentarily before offering his analysis. "We haven't seen any sacred ancestors for now, but among the high-grade devilish beings that emerged earlier, there were a few body integration stage beings. However, judging from the size of this army, there's a very good chance that sacred ancestors will be lurking within the devilish qi. It's just that the Elder Devil realm is only just beginning to erode our spirit realm, and they're facing immense resistance from the power of our realm. Hence, sacred ancestors are still unable to descend into our spirit realm, and even if they do appear, they'll only be clones. If it's only clones, then our Deep Heaven City should be able to keep them at bay." Han Li's expression eased slightly upon hearing this. "I certainly hope so. What we can see now is only a small portion of the Elder Devil race's forces. These low-grade devilish beasts have only been sent out as cannon fodder. The truly elite devilish beings still haven't appeared yet." Elder Gu had endured the last devilish tribulation, so he was well aware of just how fearsome the Elder Devil race was. "All we can do at the moment is to react and adapt to the situation as it unfolds. Our Deep Heaven City is the most powerful force in the human race. If even we're unable to withstand the attack from the Elder Devil race, then all of the other cities are bound to fall as well. Also, according to the reports we received earlier, the Spirit Sovereign City is the main target of the Elder Devil race, and the devilish army that has appeared there is several times larger than this one," Fairy Silverlight said in a concerned voice. "Indeed, fellow Daoist. This devilish tribulation may be far more fearsome than previous ones, but as long as we combine all of our powers, there's a very good chance that we'll be able to transcend it. Setting aside everything else, just the restriction formations and fortresses we set up outside the city wall will be enough to kill most of these devilish beasts, Buddhist monk Jinyu said with an optimistic smile. That's true. Our deep heaven city was able to withstand that attack from the joint army of foreign beings even without any preparation, and we've been painstakingly improving the city's defenses for close to the past 1,000 years, so I'm confident that we'll be able to keep the elder devil race at bay, the burly black-robed man said in a cold voice, and he seemed to be very confident in the city's defenses. Han Li merely listened to their conversation with a smile, but he was constantly inspecting the devilish qi in the distance with blue light flashing within his eyes. This devilish qi clearly wasn't normal devilish qi. Even with his spirit eyes, Han Li was only able to see around 500 meters into it. All he could make out were what appeared to be a series of arcs, flying carriages and some armored warriors. A cold look appeared in his eyes, and just as he was about to circulate his magic power to unleash his spirit eye ability to its maximal extent, a pair of cold and forbidding eyes suddenly met his gaze, then tracked him down from a distance at an incredible speed. Han Li's heart jolted upon seeing this, and he immediately withdrew his spirit eye ability as a dark expression appeared on his face. At the same time, a faint exclamation of surprise rang out from a giant beast-drawn carriage deep within the devilish qi. Immediately thereafter, the crimson light also faded from the eyes of a thin green-robed elderly man with a head of yellow hair. What is it? Did you see something interesting with your divine eyes? A purple-armored man with black freckles all of his face asked. No, it's just that there seems to be a high-grade human cultivator with a powerful eye ability as well, and I just startled him into retreating, the elderly man replied. Oh. If the humans also have someone with a powerful eye ability, then won't they be able to see our entire setup in here? The purple-armored man asked in an alarmed manner. Rest assured, Lord Shur, I've already set up a profound restriction within this devilish qi using the chaotic devilish flag that was bestowed upon me by our sacred ancestors, so that man won't be able to see anything no matter how powerful his eye ability is. However, the humans have also set up powerful concealment restrictions on their end, so I'm also unable to see what defenses they've set up in the city, the green-robed elderly man said with a shake of his head. That's not important. We just have to make sure they don't see what we're up to. After all, we're just here to scout out this city, and it looks like we're in luck. If we can loot this entire city, we'll be reaping countless rewards. The purple-armored man said as an excited look appeared in his eyes. Don't underestimate this city, Lord Shur. According to the human mortals we captured earlier, this city is where the elites of the human and demon races are gathered. Even if we can conquer it, we'll definitely have to pay a heavy price to do so, the green-robed man cautioned. This is a sacred sacrifice, so it's only normal to suffer severe casualties. In any case, our sacred ancestors will have plans for how to conquer this city. We just have to act according to their orders. It's about time, so let's attack. It's unlikely that we'll be able to conquer this city on our first attack, but we have to at least scout out most of the city's defenses, the purple-armored man said with a nonchalant wave of his hand. In that case, let's begin, the elderly man agreed with a nod. Seeing as the green-robed elderly man didn't have any objections, an excited look immediately appeared in the purple-armored man's eyes. He chuckled in a sinister manner before abruptly flipping his hand over to produce a stack of small black flags. These flags were only around 7 to 8 inches in size, but each of them had a different profound diagram inscribed upon it, and they were all emanating extremely pure devilish qi fluctuations. The purple-robed man made a hand seal, then pointed a finger at the small flags, upon which 2 of them instantly vanished into thin air. In the next instant, a stir immediately ran through the 2 hordes of devilish beasts at the very front of the army, and they all let loose thunderous roars as they rushed toward the city with vicious looks in their eyes. Elder Gu's heart jolted upon seeing this, and he hurriedly said, "Those are 2-headed devilish lizards and poison devil insects. Tell the people on the front line to take extra caution." "Yes, Elder." The heavenly guard standing nearby immediately accepted the instruction before flying away as a streak of golden light to pass on the message. 2-headed devilish lizards? Are those the devilish beasts that are capable of using fire and wind attribute attacks? If I recall correctly, Aren't they one of the Elder Devil Realm's top 10 species of devilish beasts? Buddhist monk Jinyu asked. That's right. These two-headed devilish lizards are only comparable to qi condensation cultivators, but their numbers are simply astonishing. Apparently, in the Elder Devil realm they number in the tens of millions. There's no way that the Elder Devil race will be able to release all of them into our spirit realm, but even just a small proportion of their total population will be very troublesome to deal with. As for those poison devil insects, they're also quite a pain to deal with. Not only is the poisonous liquid that they expel very dangerous to low-grade cultivators, it can also erode city walls, Elder Gu replied in a grim voice. There's no need to be overly concerned, Brother Gu. I'm sure the people down there know how to deal with these types of devilish beasts, Buddhist monk Jinyu reassured in a calm manner. I certainly hope so. Elder Gu sighed before casting his gaze toward the battlefield in the distance again. There were thousands of massive fortresses that had been erected around Deep Heaven City, and each of them was over 1,000 feet tall, housing over 100 human cultivators. Faint restriction fluctuations could be seen between each fortress, indicating that they clearly weren't going to be easy to bypass, and unless these defenses were completely eradicated, the Elder Devil race wouldn't even be able to directly attack the city wall. This was why the Elder Devil race had brought so many low-grade devilish beasts to be used as cannon fodder. After invading the human race on so many past occasions, they had devised many effective plans to deal with the giant cities that humans had erected. In total, the two species of devilish beasts numbered around 30,000 to 40,000, and more than two-thirds of them were those two-headed lizards. As for the poison devil insects, they resembled giant green silkworms and were twice the size of the two-headed lizards, but they certainly weren't any slower. Behind these two types of beasts, over 100 black-armored high-grade devilish beings had appeared, and they were following along behind the beasts in an unhurried manner, as if they were supervising the beasts in battle. In the blink of an eye, the tens of thousands of beasts were less than 10 kilometers away from the human fortresses. All of a sudden, a thunderous roar rang out from among the devilish beasts, and the two-headed devilish lizards immediately sped up to an all-out sprint while their eyes turned bright red. Meanwhile, azure light flashed from the backs of the poison devil insects, and a pair of transparent wings appeared on each of their backs. They then flapped those wings and rose up into the sky, flying along at no slower a speed than the galloping two-headed devilish lizards. The stampede of tens of thousands of devilish beasts created an extremely awe-inspiring and intimidating sight to behold, and it wouldn't be long before they covered the last few kilometers between them and the human fortresses. At the same time, there were high-grade devilish beings in the air conjuring up a burst of black qi, which transformed into a black dragon that descended into the horde of devilish beasts before abruptly exploding. All of the devilish beasts were immediately enshrouded within a vast expanse of murky black qi, and when they were less than 500 meters away from the fortresses, countless fireballs and blades of wind suddenly erupted from within the murky expanse, hurtling directly ahead toward the human fortresses. Even though the fortresses had been reinforced by restrictions, there was definitely no way that they'd be able to withstand these attacks and remain unscathed. Many of the human cultivators within the fortresses were very alarmed to see this. Yet right at this moment heavenly music suddenly began to play from the white jade palace above Deep Heaven City. Immediately thereafter, the golden mirror above the tallest building in the palace suddenly shuddered before blasting forth a pillar of golden light, which transformed into a golden light barrier that appeared in front of all of the fortresses. The countless oncoming fireballs and wind blades struck the layer of golden light like a torrential downpour before exploding in rapid succession, and countless white and red balls of light erupted all over the light barrier. The powers of wind and fire combined to devastating effect, causing the nearby world's origin chi to tremor violently, and it was as if heaven and earth were about to crumble. The high-grade beings from both the human and devil races looked on with grim expressions, and once all of the red and white light faded, the golden light barrier was revealed once again. In spite of how thin and fragile it appeared, it had managed to remain completely unscathed in the wake of that torrential barrage, and many of the high-grade devilish beings in the air were naturally quite surprised to see this. As for the cultivators of Deep Heaven City, they weren't very surprised by this outcome at all. Fairy Silver Light turned to Elder Gu and chuckled, "Brother Gu, your treasured sunrise mirror is becoming more and more powerful. Even though it was only able to unleash such power by drawing upon the enormous spiritual power within the divine treasured palace, It's still very remarkable that just a single light barrier conjured up by the mirror was able to keep all those attacks at bay. It looks like all your efforts to refine it during the past millennium haven't gone to waste. This mirror of mine is quite a high-ranking divine spirit treasure on the chaotic myriad spirit roll to begin with, so even if I don't put a lot of effort into refining it, it should still be able to withstand this level of attacks with ease. I'm interested to see just how the Elder Devil race plans to break through this mirror's defenses, Elder Gu said with a faint smile. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and he couldn't help but glance up at the giant mirror behind him. At this moment the mirror was still expelling a thick pillar of golden light, which was connected to the golden light barrier it had conjured up in the distance. Just as Han Li was appraising the mirror, all of the human cultivators in the fortresses were looking out at the sea of devilish chi up ahead. At this distance, they could already see the sinister appearances of all of the oncoming devilish beasts, and it was quite a harrowing sight to behold. Right at this moment, a cold male voice suddenly rang out within all of the human fortresses. Attack! All of the human cultivators reflexively made hand seals in unison upon hearing this, then brought out all of the treasures they had prepared in advance. All of a sudden, thousands of treasures were summoned at once from within the several tens of fortresses closest to the horde of devilish beasts. These treasures then came crashing down toward the oncoming devilish beasts like a barrage of shooting stars. Thunderous devilish roars rang out once again as another wave of fireballs and wind blades erupted forth in a frenzy, forming a massive wave of wind and fire that kept all of the descending treasures at bay. These devilish beasts had clearly all been trained by the high-grade devilish beings that were supervising them. Of course, the cultivators within the fortresses weren't just going to give up here. All of them immediately made hand seals and chanted incantations before frantically pointing at their respective treasures. The powers of thousands of treasures combined to form a vast expanse of dazzling light that descended with devastating force, managing to force back the enormous wave of wind and fire. However, right at this moment, several thousand green lines suddenly erupted out of the devilish chi, striking the vast expanse of light up above before exploding into clouds of green mist. An extremely abhorrent odor immediately wafted through the air as the clouds of green mist enveloped all of the treasures without encountering any impediment. An astonishing scene then ensued. In the instant that the treasures were enshrouded within the green mist, most of them were instantly turned green, and the spiritual light radiating from them faded before they plummeted straight out of the sky. However, the remaining 200 to 300 treasures were still flying through the green mist, seemingly completely unaffected. Wait, those aren't ordinary poison devil insects. If they were, then their poison wouldn't have been able to contaminate treasures. Elder Gu exclaimed upon seeing this. Everyone else was also rather alarmed, but their expressions still remained calm. Such a minor unexpected turn of events naturally wasn't enough to actually evoke panic within these body integration cultivators. Meanwhile, the purple-armored man standing on the giant beast-drawn carriage within the black chi up above was cackling with glee. He turned to the green-robed elderly man and said, "The humans fell for it. They really thought that these mutated devilish insects were ordinary poison devil insects. I'm sure they would have suffered heavy losses from that. It's a pity that there are so few of these mutated devilish insects, and their poison only works on low-grade treasures. Otherwise we could have saved them as a trump card," the green-robed elderly man said with a smile, but there was also a hint of disappointment in his eyes. It's not that easy to find mutated devilish beasts. We're already very fortunate to have stumbled upon this swarm of mutated devilish insects. On top of that, these devilish beasts are just disposable pawns anyway. We'll have to be the ones to truly conquer this city," the purple-armored man said with a nonchalant chuckle. "That's true, but having said that, these mutated devilish insects should be somewhat effective against formations and restrictions as well. Perhaps they'll give us an even bigger pleasant surprise later," the green-robed elderly man said with an expectant nod. "That's certainly a possibility." The purple-armored man also cast his gaze toward the fortresses in the distance with a hopeful expression. After losing their spiritual connections with their treasures, the human cultivators in the fortresses naturally didn't dare to unleash any more treasures to attack the enemies. Instead, they were all instructed by their core formation stage leader to stand on the formations that had already been engraved onto the ground of each of the fortresses. They then flipped their hands over to reveal a formation plate each, and with the support of this core formation cultivator, They began to chant incantations and inject their magic power into their formation plates in a frenzy. Meanwhile, the core formation cultivator himself made a series of hand seals before slowly closing his eyes. In the blink of an eye, the formations beneath all of the cultivators began to emit a dull buzzing sound, and a ball of silver light emerged at the center of each formation. These balls of light then began to rapidly rotate, while the giant wave of fire and wind unleashed by the two-headed devilish lizards forced back the remaining treasures before crashing into the golden light barrier. At the same time, thousands of jets of green liquid were also hurtling directly toward the light barrier. The golden light barrier was able to remain strong and resolute in the face of the explosions, but they began to flash erratically in response to the corrosion of the green clouds of mist. The process was very slow, but the light barrier's power was definitely being chipped away at a steady rate. However, right at this moment, the formations within the fortresses were finally completely activated, and all of the silver balls of light instantly vanished from the centers of the formations. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted in the air several hundred feet above the fortresses, and the silver balls of light emerged before unleashing bolts of silver lightning that intertwined to form a massive lightning net that descended from above. Regardless of whether it was fireballs, wind blades, or green poison mist, everything was instantly vanquished into oblivion upon coming into contact with the lightning net, which then transformed into countless silver snakes that descended into the devilish chi. A thunderous rumbling boom rang out as the devilish chi and silver lightning intertwined before exploding violently. The two types of devilish beasts down below desperately attempted to evade these bolts of silver lightning, but many of them were still instantly reduced to ashes. On top of that, there were just as many devilish beasts that were killed or injured by the shockwaves from the explosions of the bolts of silver lightning as those that were actually struck by the lightning, and countless devilish beasts were felled amid strings of agonized howls. Meanwhile, the remaining devilish beasts were still unleashing one wave of attacks after another with single-minded ferocity, but they were unable to destroy the golden light barrier in a short time. To further compound their woes, the silver bolts of lightning being released by the balls of silver light were only becoming more and more powerful, and close to half of this initial wave of devilish beasts were killed in the blink of an eye. A furious look appeared on the purple-armored man's face upon seeing this, and he immediately waved a hand through the air. Two of the small flags hovering before him were instantly drawn into his grasp, and he rubbed them viciously between his hands, reducing them to two plumes of smoke. Close to half of the remaining small flags then began to tremor slightly at his behest, and white light suddenly flashed from the bodies of the two giant white snails in the army of devilish beasts. Immediately thereafter, they raised huge feelers to the heavens and let loose a thunderous cry that was akin to the moo of a cow. Two pillars of white light erupted from their mouths, then struck the golden light barrier with devastating force. The resolute light barrier instantly began to ripple violently, and in the next instant, it shuddered before being completely pierced through by the pillars of light. The dozen or so fortresses behind the light barrier, as well as the human cultivators within them, were all reduced to dust by the pillars of light in the blink of an eye. Not only that, but a stir immediately ran through the enormous devilish army in the distance, and they all let loose bloodthirsty roars as they galloped toward Deep Heaven City. At the same time, spiritual light flashed from the bodies of the devilish beings in the air above, and they also began to advance while releasing balls of black light or clouds of devilish chi, creating a very intimidating sight to behold. Loud drumming rang out from within the devilish chi even higher up in the air, and over 100 glossy black flying carriages flew out. There were several armored high-grade devilish beings standing on each carriage, and all of them were wielding long halberds with vicious looks on their faces. A sharp, shrill cry suddenly sounded, and another giant flying carriage that was over 1,000 feet emerged behind these flying carriages. The giant carriage was being drawn by two massive purple beasts that bore a strong resemblance to rhinoceroses, but each had a shimmering golden horn. There were hundreds of armored guards standing on the giant carriage, and at its very center stood the purple-armored devilish being and the green-robed elderly man, both of whom wore cold expressions. After throwing a series of jabs, the elder devil race was finally beginning its true attack. All of the elders' brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this. The number of elite devilish beings that had appeared was far less than they had anticipated compared to how ferocious the first wave of attacks from previous devilish tribulations had been said to be. These devilish beasts were indeed quite powerful, but they were dreaming if they thought they could conquer Deep Heaven City on their own. In the face of the countless silver lightning snakes descending from the heavens, the army of devilish beasts continued to charge ahead without any regard for the casualties they were suffering. After reaching the golden light barrier, they either unleashed their innate offensive abilities or used their own powerful bodies as battering rams. Meanwhile, the devilish beings up above were busy controlling their devilish treasures, conjuring up all types of devilish clouds to keep as much of the lightning at bay as possible. As for the flying carriages carrying the armored devilish warriors, they stopped close to 10 kilometers away from the light barrier before unleashing attacks with their weapons from afar. Streaks of black light erupted from the flying carriages and hurtled directly toward the golden light barrier as an incessant string of rumbling booms shook the entire heavens. Han Li heaved a faint sigh before turning to Buddhist monk Jin Yu and the others with slightly furrowed brows. Fellow Daoists, it looks like this is just a jab thrown by the elder devil race to test out our city's defenses, so I'm going to go back for now. I'm currently at a critical juncture in the refinement of one of my treasures, and once I complete the process, it should be very helpful in the defense against the elder devil race. Indeed, this first wave of attacks is far less fearsome than we had expected. It seems we overreacted due to the past tales that we had heard. If you have something important you need to attend to, then go ahead, fellow Daoist Han. It looks like the elder devil race is settling in for a prolonged battle, so body integration cultivators like us most likely won't need to do anything in the immediate future. Buddhist monk Jin Yu sighed as he nodded in response. If the elder devil race had attacked our city with everything they had from the beginning, then I would feel less uneasy instead. We'll have to be on our guard in this current situation. We are the most powerful beings in the city, but we all have matters that we need to attend to as well, so we can't just stand around like this. How about this? Unless the elder devil race launches an all-out attack, we'll guard this place two at a time. Fellow Daoist Han, you're not part of the panel of elders and you're not very familiar with the defenses we've set up in the city, so you won't need to be part of this rotation. However, if the city falls into a truly perilous situation, then I hope you will lend us your assistance, Elder Gu said in a meaningful voice. That's a great idea, Brother Gu. I have no objections to this either. Everyone nodded in agreement with this proposal, including Han Li. Thus, Han Li cupped his fist in a parting salute before flying away as a streak of azure light. Everyone else also departed soon thereafter, leaving only the burly black-robed man and Elder Gu to stand on guard duty. Brother Gu, are we going to just keep standing by and watching like this? Isn't that too passive? It's taking a vast amount of spirit stones to support the treasured sunrise mirror in the face of such fierce attacks, the black-robed man said in a cold voice. Rest assured, fellow Daoist Bao, seeing as these devilish beings are throwing these devilish beasts at us as cannon fodder to test our defenses, then I certainly can't disappoint them. We'll use the 7-star flame essence formation to teach them a lesson, Elder Gu replied as a cold look flashed through his eyes. The black-robed man was quite taken aback by this, and he asked in a hesitant voice, the 7-star flame essence formation? That's one of the city's trump cards. Is it really a good idea to reveal it so early? It's alright, I'll only activate 10% of the formation's power. In doing so, we'll be able to teach those devilish beings a lesson, but still keep the true power of the formation a secret. Perhaps it'll lure the high-grade devilish beings into a false sense of security and benefit us later on, Elder Gu said in a confident manner. After contemplating this notion for a moment, the black-robed man also felt this to be a sound plan, so he nodded in agreement. That does make sense. We'll do as you say then, Brother Gu. Thus, having reached a consensus, they immediately issued the order without any delay. Within an underground secret chamber beneath a giant crimson tower in Deep Heaven City, there were 7 elderly men in crimson robes seated around a golden formation with their eyes closed. Judging from the fire attribute spiritual chi emanating from their bodies, all 7 of them were fire attribute cultivators, and the spiritual pressure they were releasing suggested that they were all at the spatial tempering stage. The sound of a bell chime suddenly rang out from the body of what appeared to be the eldest member of the group, and he immediately opened his eyes, revealing a pair of crimson pupils that seemed to have flames surging within them. He flipped a hand over to produce a white disc, then quickly glanced down at it before instructing, "Activate the formation but only unleash 10% of its power." The other 6 elderly men immediately opened their eyes and answered in unison, "Yes." All 7 of them made hand seals as bright crimson light erupted from their bodies. They then each laid a hand onto the back of their own heads, and 7 crimson nascent souls emerged in quick succession. The 7 nascent souls had facial features that were identical to the 7 men, and they were each holding a shimmering red treasure, which consisted of a ring, a flag, a sword, a saber, a pagoda, a badge, and a bead. There was red light swirling around the surfaces of these treasures, and they were releasing scorching waves of heat, clearly indicating that they were extremely pure fire attribute treasures. The 7 nascent souls began to chant incantations, and the 7 fire attribute treasures quickly swelled to several times their original size, then slowly drifted toward the center of the formation. Han Li was on his way back to his cave abode when he suddenly stopped in his tracks, then turned back to look into the distance with a bewildered expression. In the air above Deep Heaven City, 7 massive crimson stars had suddenly emerged, tainting the entire heavens a fiery crimson color. Even through the layers of restrictions that enshrouded Deep Heaven City, he could still sense wisps of a scorching aura. All of the guards in the city, as well as the normal cultivators who were meditating in their abodes, naturally also rushed out to appraise this phenomenon with astonishment in their eyes. As a body integration cultivator, Han Li was able to sense far more than other cultivators with his spiritual sense, and as he looked into the distance, a rare hint of wariness flashed through his eyes. He could sense that these 7 crimson stars were imbued with enormous powers of laws that were capable of severely wounding or even killing him, so how could he not be alarmed? Right at this moment, red light suddenly swirled over the surfaces of the 7 stars, following which an extremely profound and massive formation emerged in midair with the 7 stars at its center. The formation was of a fiery red color and encompassed close to half of Deep Heaven City. Immediately thereafter, the powers of laws of heaven and earth rippled violently, following which all 7 of the stars abruptly blurred before transforming into a massive fire raven projection that swooped down from the heavens amid a clear cry. An earth-shattering boom erupted, and tremors ran through the entirety of Deep Heaven City. A crimson mushroom cloud then rose up from beyond the city wall, swelling to over 100,000 feet tall. Even from this far away, Han Li could still clearly see the devastating mushroom cloud, and it created quite an awe-inspiring sight to behold. The scorching flames from the mushroom cloud were kept at bay by the golden light barrier, and it was as if 2 different worlds had appeared on either side of the barrier. On one side, everything remained completely unchanged, while the other side had been completely transformed into a sea of flames. The waves of fire surging out from the mushroom cloud stretched for hundreds of kilometers, and all of the devilish beasts swept up by the flames were instantly reduced to ashes without being able to offer any resistance. As for those devilish humans, they were naturally able to resist somewhat with their devilish treasures to protect them, but there wasn't enough time for them to escape an attack that covered such a vast area, and they were also quickly incinerated amid blood-curdling cries of agony. Meanwhile, a layer of dense spiritual light instantly appeared over the bodies of the 5 gargantuan devilish beasts to keep the flames at bay, but it was quite clear that they wouldn't be able to last long in the face of such fearsomely high temperatures either. The giant black devilish bird quickly rose up into the air, and with just a single flap of its wings, it transformed into a ball of black light that flew back to several tens of kilometers away. After just a few more flashes, it had escaped outside the range of the entire sea of flames at an incredible speed. The giant crimson ape stomped both of its feet violently into the ground, propelling itself up into the air like a reverse shooting star. It then transformed into a gust of fierce wind that swept away into the distance, forcibly parting all of the flames in its path. Even though it was slightly slower than the black devilish bird, it wasn't far behind and quickly escaped from the sea of flames as well. As for the 2 white snails and 3-headed purple python, they were clearly far more maladroit and were nowhere near as lucky. Even though they were also traveling as quickly as they could, they only managed to cover several hundred kilometers of ground before the protective spiritual light around their bodies gave out, and they were also swept up by the flames amid thunderous howls of anguish. Not long after the fall of these 3 gargantuan devilish beasts, 2 streaks of light, 1 purple and 1 green, rushed out of the sea of fire, then continued to fly away without any pause and only stopped after flying for close to 10,000 kilometers away. These were none other than the purple-armored man and the green-robed elderly man. As a pair of body integration stage devilish beings, They were able to escape with their lives despite that horrific attack. However, judging from their charred clothes and singed hair, it was quite clear that it had been a very close call for them as well. They turned back and cast their eyes toward the sea of flames with expressions of thunderous fury. The purple-armored man spat through gritted teeth. I didn't think that the humans would use this kind of attack against us. They sure do think highly of us. Indeed, that was quite unexpected. The humans normally wouldn't use this type of trump card against mere devilish beasts. An enormous amount of spiritual power would be required to unleash such an attack. Have they really gathered that many spirit stones, or is the leader of the human cultivators in this city just a madman? The green-robed elderly man also murmured with his brows tightly furrowed. Who cares if the leader of the human cultivators has gone mad or not? The issue at hand is that all of the devilish beasts we brought with us have perished here with the exception of those 2 giant devilish beasts. We're definitely going to be punished for this. The purple-armored man sighed in a resigned manner. That may not necessarily be the case. The mission we were assigned is to test out this city's defenses and try to provoke the most powerful attacks possible. We managed to goad them into unleashing such a fearsome retaliative attack against us, so we've completed our mission with flying colors. As such, I'm sure that even if we do get punished, it won't be a very severe punishment, the green-robed elderly man countered in a calm manner. I certainly hope so. Thank heavens we didn't bring any of our race's elite troops with us. Otherwise, our losses would have been far more severe, the purple-armored man said with a wry smile. There's no need to be so depressed, Lord Sher. Our army was only wiped out as we were completely unfamiliar with what defensive measures the humans had prepared. When we return, we definitely won't fall for the same thing again, the green-robed elderly man consoled. Indeed, if I'm given another opportunity, I'm definitely going to exact my vengeance. I haven't been reduced to such a sorry state for a very long time. For now, let's go back and report our findings. The purple-armored man cast one final resentful glance at Deep Heaven City before flying away again, not waiting for a response from the elderly man. The green-robed elderly man also cast a frosty glance at Deep Heaven City before giving a cold chuckle and flying away as well. As for the 2 giant devilish beasts that had also managed to escape, they had been extremely alarmed by their near-death ordeal and continued to fly away in a blind panic even after emerging from the sea of flames. In the blink of an eye, peace and quiet had returned to the area. However, no one had noticed that on a mountain over several hundred kilometers away, there was a translucent crystal ball hovering high up in the air while incessantly flashing with faint spiritual light. At the same time, in one of the giant pyramids in a devilish city countless kilometers away, there were over 20 high-grade devilish beings seated in 2 rows on either side of a hall. At the end of the hall was an inky black chair, upon which sat a crimson-robed middle-aged man. The man had a very graceful and handsome appearance, and he appeared to be completely identical to a normal human. At the center of the hall was a head-sized crystal ball that was hovering in mid-air, and it was extremely similar in size and appearance to the one near Deep Heaven City. Within the crystal ball, the images of the sea of flames raging in front of Deep Heaven City were being depicted. Everyone's attention was focused on the scenes unfolding within the crystal ball, and the crimson-robed man remained completely expressionless, so it was impossible to tell what he was thinking, but all of the other high-grade devilish beings wore different expressions. Sacred Ancestor, Lord Sher and fellow Daoist Lu are truly useless. They lost all of their troops to a mere restriction. We must punish them severely when they get back, a handsome man with a short corkscrew horn on his head suddenly said in a cold voice. You're being too harsh, Brother Ban. Fellow Daoist Sher and fellow Daoist Lu haven't made any errors. Even if we had led that army in person, the result would have still been the same. No one could have envisioned that the humans would retaliate in such a fierce manner. In any case, we managed to goad the humans into revealing one of their trump cards, and all it cost us were some low-grade devilish beasts. If you ask me, they should be rewarded for their efforts instead, a devilish man with a near-transparent face countered. I'm afraid I can't agree with you there, Lord Xian. Even though those low-grade devilish beasts are nothing more than cannon fodder, losing so many at once is still quite a heavy blow for us. On top of that, there were 3 rare giant devilish beasts that perished alongside them as well, and they hadn't served any purpose before they were killed. If no punishment is given for something like this, then it would set a very bad example, the man with the short horn said with a hint of cold mockery in his eyes. Are you saying that you would have been able to do better, Brother Ban? We all know that you and fellow Daoist sure are sworn enemies. Who knows if you're proposing a punishment for them for your own personal gain? The devilish man with the transparent face chuckled coldly in response. It was quite clear that they weren't on good terms with one another, and all of the other high-grade devilish beings were displaying different reactions to their fiery exchange. Some remained expressionless and merely ignored their argument, some sighed with furrowed brows, and some looked on with their intrigued smiles on their faces. Of course, there were also several other high-grade devilish beings who joined in on the debate, and the hall was quickly plunged into a chaotic state. "That's enough," the crimson-robed man on the black chair yelled in an expressionless manner. All of the arguing voices in the hall immediately died down, and the devilish beings who had participated in the argument immediately extended respectful bows toward the crimson-robed man before falling silent. "I'll see to those two in person when they get back. I gathered all of you here to appraise the defenses of this deep heaven city, and to devise a strategy to conquer the city as quickly as possible. The other armies have all been mobilized now, and I don't want to fall behind the others," the crimson-robed man said in a cold voice.